stage awaits for its deserving 16, and those 16 will be forged today. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the last day of the semifinals of BGIS 2023, where I'm going to be your host, Caster Necro, and of course, John alongside with me is going to be Super Johnny, and Johnny oiled the journey. Boils down to this day. It boils down to today, to the last day of the semifinals.
Exactly. It's going to be an exciting set of events ahead of us today as well. As we know, 6 matches overall, 3 matches per team per group. It's going to be exciting because, as you mentioned, from 32, we go down to the final 16 that will come with us to Mumbai for that grand finale.
I'm already having goosebumps, and I'm pretty sure the same thing is with you as well. I can see a couple of hair standing over there, but you know what, Johnny? Considering top 16, we saw that yesterday too. We saw the overall standings. Now, once again, yesterday, the second page seems it's a little bit too close to comfort, and considering even the third page is a bit too close, that means there's a chance a couple of teams will move up, and a couple of teams will be kicked out.
Exactly. There was one thing that we haven't discussed in the 3 days of the semifinals, and we're going to talk about it today. What is the cutoff going to look like? Because I was looking at the overall rankings at the end of yesterday, and it seems quite interesting because you have teams with sub 60 points sitting on that middle pack right now, and it's the same for the last half of the second page and the starting half of the third page as well. So my theory is, in today 3 games, just to be safe, you're going to have to walk away with at least 30 points if you are in that middle pack in order to qualify. If you fail to do that, it's going to be a tough journey. Not a journey, I mean, you're just going to be sitting at home waiting.
But at this point, the journey is almost coming to an end for a lot of these teams, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, let's take a look at the prize pool, which is, of course, going to be 2 crore rupees on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Big figures, of course, but for a lot of these teams, it's a dream to achieve that. So let's move on forward and take a look at that graphic.
Exactly. I mean, it has been 2.5 into the making for us to reach this point where we can say, all right, this is the last day, and then we have the finals ahead of us where the 16 teams will be fighting for the distribution of this 2 crore in prize pool. And as we have been talking about it for a while, the champions of BGIS 2023 walking away with 75 lakhs in the bag. That is big money right there.
And we're just one step away from claiming that prize pool. That's the crazy part. Then you take a look at the bottom side of that graphic. You see the MVP of the BGIs, the Rising Star, the MVP of the finals, and the best IGL. Now, those are all the individual prize pools that will be given to the player who's able to outshine in a fantastic way. But speaking about outshining the competition, right now, speaking about the overall standings, if I'm not wrong, Brave Esports is on the 16th spot. They're barely hanging on the cliff.
You are correct, in fact. Brave Esports, when they started the day yesterday, they were on 17th. And there has been a slight improvement, ever so slight, that they moved from the 17th to the 16th position. Yesterday's journey, if you talk about it, one of the biggest jumps we saw yesterday was from Night Owls, actually, who was sitting on that. I think they were on the 18th or the 19th position, but today they've at the end of yesterday, they did manage to climb up to the 11th position in the overall ranking. So Night Owls is one of those teams that has improved. But again, qualification is not guaranteed right now because I think they are in the sub 80 points, I think 82, 83 points on the board, and there is still an opportunity for the other teams to outperform them today in the matches and make sure that they are going to be out of the lobby.
I mean, speaking about the points, and we've got the points distribution in front of us, the first spot getting 15, the second getting 12, the third getting 10, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards until you see each finish equals 1 point. Now that the points distribution's out of the way, Johnny, once again, let's just continue the conversation, right? We're having about the overall storyboard. Speaking about the surprises, MICI Esports in the top 5.
Yeah, MICI, I mean, they have also made quite a jump. At the end of day 2, they were sitting on the second page of the leaderboard, I believe on the 10th position. And by the end of day 3, they did manage to make that break into the top 5. Along with them, TWM, they did quite a phenomenal job breaking into the podium spot, and that was quite impressive from their side as well. One of the teams, though, that's moving in the wrong direction and have gotten themselves in a little bit of a troublesome position is Let's Reborn. We saw them in the top 5 at the end of day 2. They ended day 3 on the 9th spot in the overall ranking. And ladies and gentlemen, pay close attention to these point distribution system because as we mentioned about the cutoff, I think today the cutoff is going to be somewhere around between 80 to 90 points. If the teams are unlucky, it can be between 90 to 100 points as well. So just to be on the safer edge, imagine this. teams sitting from the 14th all the way to the 24th position, they're going to have to walk away with at least 40 to 50 points in just 3 games.
At this point in time, a lot of these teams do genuinely have a chance to qualify. They genuinely do. The second page is a little bit too volatile. It's a little bit too sensitive. And this is what the problem is. Teams like Brave Esports were barely hanging on the cliff. Today has to be the day where they perform out of their minds. And today there's a chance we might as well see a couple of targeting happening, considering it's the last day of the semifinals. How can we forget about that? But for now, we are going to take a look at the qualified teams for all the people that are joining us for the first time on the last day of the semifinals. We've got all the teams, Group C and D now in front of us. Speaking about growing strong, this team now barely made the cut on the first half of the board.
Yeah, they have been growing strong day by day. I mean, day 1, I think they were on the 3rd page. Day 2, they ended on the 2nd page. By the end of day 1, they were on the 1st page of the rankings.
Yeah.
So this team has shown constant improvement. Along with them, Night Owls is one of those teams that has been improving constantly. Midwave, I don't know how, but Midwave has always stuck to the middle pack. And they have been sticking there. It's a risky position to be in, but today I expect them to sort of outperform the rest of the competition, and hopefully we're going to see them on the first page as well.
Hopefully we're going to see them, but today's schedule's on our board, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to kick things off with Erangel with Group B and D in the fray as usual. Then Miramar's going to be on the way too with Group A versus D. Then Sanhok will be there with Group A versus C. Now, as we all know, every single day, every single group will have a chance to play 3 games. And as soon as the 3 games is done, they will need to sit out and just wait for the overall standings, because that's all they can do.
Exactly. It's such a stressful situation to be in. And I mean, there's so much running in my head right now about what the teams can do, how they can perform, how they can qualify. And I am not even playing the matches. This is going to be so interesting, so intense, ladies and gentlemen. The last 6 matches of the semi-finals. And as we are about to step into the first game, as you mentioned, being played by the teams from Group B and D, I think a few teams to keep our eyes on. As you mentioned, Brave Esports is going to be one of them. Marcos Gaming, one of the biggest names in the lobby, sitting on that 4th page of the ranking. Although, I mean, if they manage to have a massive chicken dinner with 15 finishes and 15 chicken dinner, you get 15 placement points as well, 30-point game right off the bat, they will bring themselves in a position from where they can actually qualify.
Now, look, that sounds a little fictional. I really want to know, what are your realistic expectations, though, from a team like Marcos Gaming?
Yeah, I think they're going to finish this game in the middle pack as well.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the expert just giving his realistic expectations on Marcos Gaming. Now, I'm pretty sure at this point in time, we all are just thinking the same thing. But speak of the overall standings, it's in front of us now as we do see the top 8. We've seen the same overall standings yesterday as well. MICI Esports making that cut inside the top 5. This is something I did not see coming at all, but now they're over there.
Exactly, but look how beautiful this leaderboard looks like. You have 4 veteran teams and 4 undergod teams in the top 8. Such a perfectly balanced mixed over here. I mean, CS Esports, massive props to them, and TWM. These 2 teams have shown brilliant improvement during the semifinals themselves. Along with them, MICI yesterday was absolutely phenomenal. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. MICI, 2 chicken dinners, 1 game on Miramar yesterday where they took on a 4v4 in the end against Gladiators and came out on top, all thanks to a third party. And the other one was Sanchit with an impressive heal battle on day number 2 on Vikendi.
That is true, but let's move forward to the second page of the overall standings, where we're going to see a lot of these teams on a cliffhanger. Speak of the Glitch X Reborn, Blind Esports, Big Brother Esports being pushed down to the second page. Definitely a big surprise for me. Team Insane making that climb on 12th, God's Reign on 13th, Midwave Esports on 14th, OR Esports on 15th, and Brave Esports once again on that cliffhanger on the 16th spot. Now these teams, there's a chance they can be kicked out from the top 16.
I'm surprised you didn't mention Blind actually, because Blind has, if we talk about ups and downs, they have been on a roller coaster itself. Day 1 they were on 3rd page, day 2 they ended on the 1st page of the leaderboard, and day 3 they ended on page number 2. I think Blind Esports, we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled for this team, but now time to move on to the 3rd page of the ranking, and this is where things get interesting, because you see 4 aggressive man, Autobots, Esports, Night Owls, Team Soul, Titan, Team Mayavi, Empire, Lucknow Giants, and all of these teams were some of the best performing teams during round 3, round 4, and of course the losers bracket.
I mean, look, all of that is understandable. Then we take a look at the last page, and even over there you see some of the best teams performing throughout the entire storyboard. And now in the semifinals, these guys have been struggling out and over. We do not know what's going on wrong with them, but I genuinely think so. Last day should be the day where these guys bounce back, especially Team Mayavi. They're known to do that.
Team Soul as well. That is one team that everyone is rooting for right now, and people are surprised that they have to see Team Seoul going into the last day on the third page of the rankings. But as we move to the last page of the rankings, ladies and gentlemen, we see Team System on the 25th. WSB Gaming, another team you would not expect to be this low in the ranking. And a team that has given me personally a massive heartbreak, Troublemakers, on that 27th position. Today, I'm expecting them to actually cause a lot of trouble because 42 points at this point, you're going to have to double that score if you want to even dream about survival, dream about sticking in the top 16. And it's going to be so tough to have 40 more points in just 3 matches.
It's really tough to say who stands a chance, who does not stand a chance to pretty much make it inside the top 16. But one thing is for sure, the teams that are in the bottom 3, they're pretty much out at this point in time. So you might as well just try and play the spoiler inside the games, because considering you've only got 3 games to play over here, so inside 3 games, just play the spoiler. Maybe if you do not like a team, just try and hold them back from the top 16. Just don't let them go to Mumbai.
I mean, you can do that. And think about this. So usually what happens is, I mean, you know this as well, and I think viewers are aware of this fact as well. They might have noticed over the years that it's the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard who usually go for these drop clashes. And who's at the bottom? Newman, Enigma, Nest Esports.
And these guys are supposed to be some of the bloodthirsty teams inside the lobby. Yes, in the semifinals, they were not being able to perform, but there's a chance maybe on the last day, they might just start winning their 4v4 fights when they really do need to.
Yeah.
As we do have the matchup in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, Group B and D is going to be the one to kick things off on the map of Erangel. Johnny, I want to know your prediction. Which team do you think is going to win this game?
At least for the first game, I'm hoping Team Mayavi walks away with a big win, because we were expecting this team to drop some massive bombs on the rest of the competition, but that hasn't happened yet. And considering this is the last day, last 3 matches for Team Mayavi, after this they'll just have 2 left. They would like to get the job done, or at least the hard part of the job done as quickly as possible. So game number 1, they have to go all in.
I'm going to go with Blind Esports. I genuinely think so. These guys do stand a chance, especially today. They're on the 12th spot in the overall standings. Yeah, they're pretty safe over there, but still not as safe as you think.
Go for an interesting pick, Necro. That's a safe option.
Blind Esports is not a safe option. They've been having a tough time inside the semifinals.
12th position right now is
okay, you know what? Marcos Gaming. Does that sound good?
That
Marcos Gaming, a team that's all the way on the last page, and we know the chances, the probability of them making it inside the top 16 is next to none. But there is still a little bit of possibility, 0.1%.
Hey, if they win this match, imagine if they actually get 15 finishes in this match, then the probability is going to be quite high.
And the crazy part is we know they're capable of pulling that off.
Exactly.
We know what they have. We know the caliber this team represents on the stages, but I just don't exactly know what's going on inside these semifinals. In general, we're just seeing so many surprises.
And this is also another interesting point to have, because all of these teams that are there on the 3rd and the 4th page of the rankings are teams that you would actually expect to do well on the LAN stage.
I mean, you never know, Johnny. Maybe the top 16 that we're forging over here that are going to be upcoming, maybe these guys will perform even better. Maybe it's the beginning of the new era. And speak about the new era, the game of Erangel's going to be on the board too, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane's going to hit the skies. And the plane flight path starting all the way from Primorsk towards Kameshki. Now, it's quite a good plane flight path. It's favoring everyone.
Exactly. This is the flight path you want in a match that you want to perform in, ladies and gentlemen. A diagonal flight path from the southwestern quadrant of the map towards the northeastern quadrant. And as you mentioned, every single drop location is going to be available to these players, apart from Novorupnoy, of course. But for Novorupnoy, you have the option of dropping towards farm, taking a vehicle, and then moving towards those Novorupnoy city and the containers area. But let's see. We talked about the drop clashes. Let's see if we get to see a few in game number 1 itself.
I mean, as usual, Brave Esports going towards the southern side of military base. It's a really interesting position to drop on.
Yeah.
Brave Esports, they do not even drop inside the military base itself. Instead, they drop on the southern side. It's one of the most isolated things to drop on. Of course, it's understandable. You're not really going to be having any type of threat chasing you down. So, yeah, Brave Esports, they like to have a slow start to themselves. Team System as well, dropping towards Fair Pier. Nothing taken away from that spot. Marcos Gaming towards Primorsk. Now, that's an adjustment. Marcos Gaming's primary spot is Savorny, but they're now dropping inside Primorsk. That means, Johnny, the intentions are clear. They want to be the quick to rotate.
Talk about intentions, and you see Glitz Reborn and TWM, both the teams dropping towards that Gatka area. Now, this could lead to an early, very early game fight in this matchup. Gatka quite an open position, so the parachutes are going to be visible to both these teams. And if they actually manage to find those vehicles, then it's going to lead to an early game fight. And Glitch Reborn, this is an important game for them, as we discussed on the second page of the ranking, right on that 9th position. Today, they would like to gain that safety cushion for themselves. And I believe any team that manages to cross the 90-point marker today will be safe.
There's a chance.
What do you
so
think
many possibilities.
What is your perspective? What do you think the cutoff is going to be like at the end of the day?
I do not even remember what the 16th
66 points.
66 points, right? I think so. 85.
85, so 80 to 90. That's
yeah,
what
80 to 90 should be the cutoff inside the top 16. But yeah, Marco's Gaming on our screens now. Speaking about Marco's Gaming, as we all know, for them, the probability of making it inside the top 16 has been minimized by so much. Now, the probability is pretty much 0.1%. If they do make that happen, though, this will be the greatest comeback in the history.
Well, if they make it, as you said, this will be the greatest, one of the greatest comebacks in the history of BGMI. But here's another team that's hoping to make a comeback today. Team Maya, V2 of their players, Blacks and Cypher, were almost caught off guard by the players of Blood Rose Esports. We saw them on the radar a few moments ago, but it seems like Blood Rose do not really want to take the risk. They have moved away. Team Mayavi is actually going to be so grateful for that, is that they're also desperate for points.
They indeed are. Team Mayavi, they're being the quick ones to rotate right now.
Yeah.
Being quite mobile inside the game. And this is why Marco's Gaming 2, they dropped inside Primorse. They wanted to get done with loot as quick as possible and then instantly be on the rotate.
Of course, we need to talk about the circle as well in this game. It's quite a standard circle, smack in the center of the map. Pochinki is going to be, well, Pochinki and School Apartments sort of split the center of this circle amongst themselves, but Lucknow Giants on our screens, and it looks like they're heading all the way towards Zarki to start their early game, which is quite interesting. I mean, the struggle for points has been there for Lucknow Giants as well, so let's see how this match is going to go. They are also hoping to make it big, or at least put a dent on the overall rankings from this first game itself, but every single time these two teams are in the same game of Erangel, you know it's going to happen. God's Reign and Growing Strong, drop clash in Yasnaya.
And God's Reign right now, they're chilling for a while. Once again, they've got a decent amount of Yasnaya Poliana in their hands, so the loot's not going to be limited in any way. They should be good to go whatsoever. And speaking about the circle, right, you mentioned we did not really speak about the circle. It was a standard circle. That's why I guess we just ignored it. We're like, yeah, there's nothing much to talk about. It's a standard circle. Yeah, it is whatever. It is whatever.
It is a whatever circle, indeed. This one is not going to cause a lot of trouble for anyone. I mean, no surprises expected over here. A lot of these teams are already either on the edge or in a safer position inside the zone. As of now, there's just two teams that are far away from the circle. One is Marcos Gaming, who are in Primorsk, and the closest point of entry to them for the zone is going to be Query or Ferry Pier, which is like a few hundred meters away. And the other one is Lucknow Giants.
Indeed. And speaking about things, right, look at the right side of your screen. You've got the top 5 players so far inside the BGIS 2023. You've got Delta PG on the top from Gladiator Esports. Then you've got Godsrey Ninja Jaw now. He's been toppled over by Delta. So this should be assault on the Wounds.
Yeah, it can be, but it's just one finish separating the two lads. And I think considering God's Reign is present in this match and Blind Esports as well, both these teams will be looking forward to actually securing, at least the individuals, securing those finishes in this game itself as to push Delta down if they can. Because let's not forget, 4 lakh rupees for the MVP of the BGIS.
Yeah, that's a lot of money, but this is a really good point to talk about, right? God's Reign, they have been struggling so far in the semifinals. The graph for them has been up and down every single day. One day they perform good, the other day they're not able to perform at all.
From round 4, it's just dropped. I mean, round 4 was massive for the side of God's Reign, round 3 as well, but after that, there's been a massive dip in the semifinals, as you said. But at least yesterday we saw the individual players start to take things under control. They've stepped back up. We saw an incredible play on Miramar from Blaze and Ninja Jord. The duo functioning as you would expect them to, and things were looking quite decent. So I'm going to be hopeful from the side of God's Reign. My expectations have actually risen after the matches they played yesterday, but let's see. You You need Aquanox and Robin to step things up as well if you want to see this team play like they usually do.
Glitchx Reborn towards
no.
Gatka. Imagine if Seoul was in the same group as well, Johnny. There could have been a drop collision on Gatka off the bat in the first game.
Yeah, it would have been exciting because TWM also started the game from Gatka. Then it would have been 3 teams in those open fields, and that would have led to a very interesting early game. Because Seoul is on the
party.
Exactly, Seoul is on the 3rd page of the rankings. Glitch Reborn is on the 2nd, and then you have TWM who's on the 1st. And it was a moment of desperation. But talk about desperate moments, and we did see Blood Rose Esports, who started from Lipo Factory, move towards Milta Power, and they find themselves against the players of Team Mayavi all of a sudden.
It's all good in the hood for now, Johnny. It's just a little bit of kisses being given to them. And with kisses, a bit of bites too, here and there. But yeah, still everything's good. No issues.
Why are you biting people, Necro?
To make them hurt.
What about the kisses?
Nest Esports, it's the evil kisses. But Nest Esports in front of us. And oh, this man's about to be ran over, and that's what happens. Oh, this is a little bit insulting. And yeah, Zod is going to get confirmed soon enough. Nest Esports, as usual, not having a good start for themselves. And once again, they might just be on the verge of elimination off the bat.
Trouble in paradise for the players of Nest. Brave Esports off to a great start, though. A game of chicken happened in front of us. Won by Brave Esports, of course. Zod, no opportunity for a revive. Simple has seen the pixels of the players of Nest on the other side of the ridge, looking for the second.
What?
Nest, they are being so careless with this play.
Yeah, and for Brave Esports, it's a feast. Easy elimination points being wrapped up. It's a chance for Brave Esports to get all these elimination points easily. Another man in the front lines, and Simple is single-handedly dismantling them. He has managed to take down 2 players all by himself from Nest Esports, and this is the biggest blunder that you can ask for.
Exactly, it's a massive blunder. Such disrespect on the board by Brave Esports. Players are knocked out. Simple is there, taking care of them, and the dude just shows up. I'm gonna run a few over just because I can. But Ryzen, can he pull off this 1v4 now that waits for them? On the other side of the bridge, the players from the side of Brave Esports, they're going to have their crosshairs locked in for this lad.
Oh no, he's moving away. The only reason why he's driving on the left side of the bridge is because of the cover.
Yes, the trucks in the back.
Yep. It's not really going to let the players of Brave Esports go for those long-range shots. And this man will be safe for a while. He knows Brave Esports is on a tear. And at this point in time, Brave Esports needs any type of points that they can lay their hands on.
Yeah.
And they're getting those points.
As we mentioned, I mean, for Brave Esports to be safe, they need around 30 points to get that safety cushion for themselves. They have got 27 more to go. Then you have Blind Esports. Not too happy with the dip that was there in their performance yesterday. They're going to look to have a big game themselves.
What car is this?
I think it's the Aston Martin.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow, that looks nice. Is it the Aston Martin, though?
I think so. I can't afford expensive cars, Nick.
But for now, Brave Esports, they can definitely afford Ryzen. Because he is in their turf. And Ryzen now looking forward to welcome the enemy players. Spots out the toes. Man's on fire. Nowhere to go. And once again, Simple peeks out. And well, bids him adieu.
That was a massive, massive bait coming in from the side of Brave Esports, and Simple. A brilliant job. I mean, lobs the Molotov in the gas station, pulls Ryzen out, and Ryzen for some reason was aiming at its feet. I know the feet are visible, but the other player is going to have to peek to finish you off.
Oh, before now, Marco's gaining a lot then, taking so much damage. Bucky on the verge of getting exploded, but no, he's lucky enough. Ninze, that was a nice spray with the DP28. It's been a while since we've seen that gun in use, right? Feels a little weird.
We know the legend who made it famous in the BGMI circuit in India. It was an incredible weapon as well. The mag size is quite good. The damage drop off at long distances is not really there. It's just the rate of fire that can be an issue. So DP is usually utilized in long range battles. In extreme close range, it can hamper your chances of winning an individual 1v1 if it's anything under 20 meters.
Yeah, but it was good though. Later on, he got nerfed. The recoil pattern got changed a little bit, and because of that, the players just did not like it. But this man with the M249, Sams from the far fray, of course, because the blue zone, he's also getting chipped away. He's got a first aid with him, but once again, those amount of meds is not going to be enough for yourself, considering he's going to be utilizing the first aid soon enough. This man needs some more utilities, and he will need to find and search for those. And this is how the fight really kicked off inside Military Island. Considering Nest Esports, it was a big blunder from them. Thought OP got caught all by himself, and then the rest of the players came in as the cavalry a little too late, and that too out in the open.
Nest Esports, I think the communication from the players was completely off in this fight. No backup given to each other, but
it just felt like they were serving themselves to Brave Esports. Be like, come, eat me. But for now, we've got the players of Marcos Gaming in front of us. And speak about serving themselves, Marcos Gaming definitely needs a lot of food right now. They're not really looking that great in the overall standings. They need any type of feast that they can lay their hands on, any type of candy they can get. But how can they find that candy? Look at the circle. There's so many candies, colorful ones.
You not had breakfast today, Necro?
No, actually.
Understandable then.
I don't have it every day anyways, though.
Stop lying.
I don't. I mean, sometimes, rarely I do, but yesterday I did.
See?
But today I didn't.
But, I mean, talking about Marcos Gaming again, because it was an interesting position they were in. We saw them quite close to the players of TWM, and they were in a they almost messed up their rotation, getting caught off guard, but they handled the situation brilliantly, picking off the star player from the opposing side. Destiny has been picked off from the side of TWM, but now let's talk about this. The standoff that has been there at least for the last 10 minutes between Team Ayavi and Blood Rose Esports is about to have a catalyst introduced in the mix. We do see the teams, the clusters building up on the sidelines, and that might just change the entire situation for both these teams.
Yeah, I'm not sure how good of a spot this is. The back is exposed, the front is exposed. Where should you go, my friend? Nowhere. And Pasha is all the way far away from their teammates. Oh, I remember. They were playing the same split once in the past as well in the losers bracket.
They got wiped out within the first 4 minutes of the game.
I think it was Marcos Gaming who hit them.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. And that might just repeat once again. Someone call Marcos Gaming and tell him the same splits going on.
The restaurant is open.
Yeah, it's open. It's not a restaurant. I think so. It's a garage.
It's a car showroom, but
supercar.
Yeah, but I think they serve food.
They do?
You're going to be paying almost $1 million for that car.
I mean, I'll just eat and run away. But you know what? OR Esports in front of us. And they've got a couple of foes lying around them. Especially that team in gray, which is growing strong.
Plus, they need to be careful about the backlines as well, because you have the players of X-Park who will almost be at the ridge soon. And as soon as X-Park crosses the ridge, they will have line of fire available to take on the players of OR Esports. But let's see how the fight is going to turn out. In the meanwhile, though, growing strong, taking a massive hit from the players of Glitch. And it's going to be OR Admino starting things off against the players of X-Park on the other side.
Yeah, Pukar knocked out, on the verge of getting confirmed. Admino, he still knows where the players of Team X-Park are. They're on the other side of this ridge. Jelly is getting a little too aggressive in these moments. But at least he's got a cavalry to back him up in the name of Mac. And for now, the players of OR Esports definitely taking things a bit too aggressive, but still not that aggressive just yet. So I like this split once again from the side of OR Esports. Max was a bit in the front, but then the rest three players were on that compound. As soon as the circle shift comes into play, OR Esports, they will be the quickest one to rotate.
Talk about being quick. No one in this rotation is going to be quicker than Revenant Esports. Look at them in those vehicles just looking to close for the center. And they realize it's going to be an open circle, so that's a massive challenge waiting for them on the other side. But now the circle is going to be guarded so heavily. You have Revenant on that southwestern edge, the southeastern edge, Enigma on the southwestern edge. The extreme southern edge is going to be taken by Brave Esports. Towards the northeast, you have God's Reign. Northern edge is going to be under the control of Glitch Reborn, and the Potato Hill towards the western side, the control goes to Blind Esports.
Oh, team system catching a couple of harm. Couple more bullets being fired against them.
Everyone's going to have to survive in the open in a zone like this where the teams have already taken control of the edge and there was absolutely no one in the center. But now all of that has changed. We have two teams fighting, in fact, for their survival, for the center control as well. We have OR Esports System and Blood Rose is deciding to join the party. But on the other side of the map, towards the western edge, we have Marcus Gaming, who find themselves in a world of trouble as they take a fight against Blind Esports.
Oh, but at least the return knock comes into play. But once again, the shotgun's going to strike Shayam down. Marcos Gaming on the verge of getting eliminated. And yes, Vexy gets claimed too. The entirety of Marcos Gaming, they come crumbling down against the players of Blind Esports. It felt like a domino effect, but it got executed within seconds. And even OR Esports now starting to get picked up against the players of BR. This is getting a little bit too dicey.
A third party instantly dropping on the players of Blind as TWM show up, closing in the distance ever so slightly, and Glitch Reborn in the distance as well. They have the line of fire available to take down the players of Blind Esports, but Blind, they have built a nice little wall of smoke in front of them. And as you mentioned, the domino effect, Necro, well, teams are going to fall like dominoes from now on in this game.
Indeed, well, TWM Gaming didn't say this man's all by himself, moving around in a buggy. He wants to find a safe cover to play with, but Team Miyavi up against the players of Revenant Esports. Fierce knocked out. Both of these teams are taking the equal amount of damage. Before now, Revenant Esports, they're a bit too low. And the last guy, too, now looking forward to close on up. Cypher's doing a great job in the front lines, but now he needs to move away from this entire kerfuffle. And that's what he's trying to do, trying to back out, trying to pull back. And this is where Team Miyavi, they will need to be a little bit more quick, considering the wall of death now is starting to close in.
Qualification on the line for this team. If they can win this fight, they can win this game as well. But from the distance, it's going to be God's Reign dropping the players of Team Miyavi as they go for a wide rotation, just completely tunnel vision on the players of Revenant Esports. But now they have been caught off guard. And Team Miyavi, they're down to the last player.
Miyavi on the verge of getting eliminated. God's Reign just raining down hellfire against Miyavi. They're not going to get deceived this time. Team Miyavi just waiting for the next circle shift, and it hits the board. It's going to be favoring the players of growing strong. And this is where they will keep on growing strong as the time keeps them passing by. Even God's Reign, they're so close to that edge. For these teams, they're in a good shoes.
Yeah, they're going to be in a comfortable position for the next few moments at least. But again, right on the verge of qualification, Team Miyavi, if they mess this game up, the drop on the overall leaderboard might just drop them to the last page of the rankings. One last man left on the side of Team Miyavi, and it's going to be the star player from the lineup, Blacks. X-Pac and Blind Esports, nothing to lose for these teams.
Oh my god, the man's out in the open, and it's done, Manya. He catches him lacking, and nicely done. I guess that's it for the opponents right there in the front lines. But Team Miyavi, though, still Blacks is up and alive. He's trying his best to fight for his life. A little bit of HP left on that man, but this Molotov might just be the icing on top of the cake. It's still not going to find the mark. Maybe. Really close, though.
Yeah, just a bit off.
And Blacks just going for the spam through the smoke. Still not able to find that sweet flesh connection.
MJ's gone wide. He can peek from the top of that ridge, the absolute summit, and pick off Blacks. Damage traded between the players of Revenant and Miyavi.
I mean, at this point in time, these guys are just playing peekaboo.
Yeah.
And Blacks is doing a great job burning through the enemy meds. He's single-handedly causing so much trouble in Paradise for the players of Revenant. Going for a couple of shots through the smoke. Once again, Team Miyavi in such a bad spot. This man's out in the open now. Even the Wall of Death is going to chip out so much damage. He's got nowhere to go. Not a lot of meds to back him up. At this point in time, Team Miyavi, they're pretty much donezo from the game. But Revenant Esports, they try to pull off a desperate rotation inside the circle, and they might as well be able to execute that. But no, from the back, it's the players of God's Reign who once again rain down hellfire.
God's Reign at this point is just farming points, sitting on the western eastern edge of the circle. But now Blind Esports on our screens, they have one of them, and Ronnie, in fact, the prime fragger for the team, dropping to his knees, and it's going to be Enigma Gaming who are going to be starting the fray. But no, Enigma, they drop the ball, and it's an absolute blunder. A fumble coming in from the players of Enigma. Blind Esports having the upper hand. Can they convert this fight?
Oh, Blind Esports, they finally bite the dust. And GlitchX Reborn from the far fray. This man's just tapping away. Duke looking for to duke it out against the foes. Those spams were quite nice through the tree, through the leaves. And those bullets are definitely going to make some holes in the leaves. Enigma Gaming, LG, the bullets are whizzing past him. He can hear all the shots. But still, Duke, this man is just going for the confirmations. At this point in time, we know GlitchX Reborn, they still need a breach inside the circle. And the team that's in the prime spot, in the zone so far, are the players of Growing Strong.
Glitch and Growing Strong, two teams in the prime position to actually win this game. Growing Strong, look at them holding on to that high ground advantage of theirs. This game will allow them the safety cushion that we were talking about. They will be in the top 8 of the bracket if they have actually managed to finish on the podium of this match. But Brave Esports is so important for this team to actually do well in this game. They managed to secure a decent number of elimination, but placement points from this game are going to be a massive point of concern for them in the future matches.
Oh, God's Green. They have been able to wrap up so many elimination points, but now finally they collide against the big force, the big mammoths, Growing Strong. And now Growing Strong starting to grow weak against the players of God's Green. They've already found 2 knockouts, 2 confirmations instantly, and now Growing Strong being pushed out of their comfort zone. Eclipse OP in the front lines. God's Green looking for to shut down another team. These guys are indeed reigning supreme like the gods.
Last day of the semi-final, the gods are showing their true form to everyone. Right now, the team, the players suffering their wrath are going to be the lads of Growing Strong, as you mentioned. Eclipse, nade after nade, chipping away at his HP. In the final nade from Ninja Jord, does secure the knock. Faith is going to be the last man surviving. Now it all depends how much faith his teammates have in his ability to bring them back into this match. Brave Esports, look at them. We were talking about them. They have 11 finishes. They've taken an exit on the 5th position of this match, and we're down to the top 4 of this game.
Oh my god, out in the open. Equinox turns around and slaps him in the face, but still another man comes in. And he runs him over too. Eliminations happening back and forth, but Equinox at this point in time is going to be a gone case. So God's Green down to just a 2-man squad, but GlitchX Reborn looking for to go for the claims. But eventually the man is stopped in his tracks. And GlitchX Reborn now, even for them, they've got 2 players up and alive. God's Green, they've got that one man from Growing Strong on the right side in the name of Faith. And even he's got the safe zone to play with. For all the teams at this point in time, they won't be in their comfort zone. Duke, he's so low. One nade comes sailing in, and Blaze will catch Duke. Ralph is still just playing that prone position. Duke wants to play inside the cover, but Faith is on the left side. As Faith's going to spot him out. He takes those shots, but now Faith himself is damaged a bit too much.
Oh, the aim was just a little bit off. And finally, it's going to be God's Reign from the flank, shutting down the players of Growing Strong. It's just the last player from Glitch Reborn remaining. Ralph trying to hide his presence, but he is outnumbered a 1v2, and they have him surrounded. The ending, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the dream end for God's Reign. A brilliant start to the day. They were on the 2nd page of the ranking, but this massive game, it's going to help them move to the 1st page now.
That is true. God's Green, they desperately needed this type of a game. Now, as you mentioned, it's going to help them propel themselves on the 1st page with a good cushion to play around with in the upcoming 2 games. So God's Green at this point in time, just give them the ticket. They have made it to the grand finals as well.
But Necro, the teams that we actually want to see go big in this game, failed in their mission. Team Maya with the early exit for them. Enigma performed, but I think Enigma is a little too far away from that qualification marker, so we're going to have to see how the rest of the matches go. If they even manage to win 1 game with a lot of eliminations on the board, maybe.
Still no.
Maybe.
They're 2nd last on the 4th page. They're second last, Johnny. There's no way. No matter you give them 2 nuclear games, they will still need to perform phenomenally well. And considering even those 2 nuclear games, if they come into play, they've already played their 1 game.
See,
no
if they
chance.
actually managed to make it, then we can say Enigma just gave us an enigma of how they qualified. Because it's going to be a mystery, a miracle.
I mean, that would be the biggest comeback, as I mentioned, in the history. The same thing we're looking forward to Marco's Gaming as well, but that's not going to be the case. Before now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere, though. We will be right back in a couple of seconds. But actually, you know what? I just remembered, I got a couple of more things to talk about to the audience as well, considering we know after the semifinals is going to be the grand finals. Before now, once again, I want to toss to the short break.
Push, left, ठीक है
पीछे आ रहे, पीछे आ।
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिन ते तकड़म भागने की डम डम कपू पूरा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकला पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है। ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। अच्छा लो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश।
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing start to the last day of the semi-finals we have had. But Salty, it has to be a little bit of a heartbreak for us as well, because it's the usual suspects still performing.
Exactly, right? I mean, I kind of expected a little bit of a difference, especially teams from the third page of the overall rankings to try and give it all for themselves, because it obviously is the last day of the semi-finals. The qualification to the grand finals is at stake right now. Expected them to put a little bit more effort, especially teams like Team Mayavi and others, but not really the case, is it?
They They tried the level best, but all of these teams on the third and the fourth page of the ranking, it felt like just collided against each other and ended up making it easier for the teams from the second and the first page to pick off their points. Specifically, God's Reign, they did an incredible job gatekeeping every single team from that western edge, growing strong, and Glitz Reborn doing the same thing for the northern and the eastern edge, and it was quite phenomenal to watch these teams in action. One of the teams that dropped the ball was Blind Esports, but we can't really blame them. If the zone moves away, you're going to have to struggle for position, and the struggle for them was clearly visible in the match. We're going to witness all this and more, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward to the highlights of this game. And Salty, you have to tell me, what was your favorite fight of this match?
I mean, to be honest, Brave Esports, I kind of expected, after they had won this particular fight, I kind of expected that Brave Esports would actually pick up the ball, try and confirm their position, because they're still in a very dicey spot on the lower half of that second page. But for Brave Esports as well, they could not really go on racking up a lot more points after this position onwards.
True. I think they had like 5 points on them. And those 5 points will definitely move them up the rankings just a smidge, but I don't think it's going to be enough to actually make a significant jump. But on the other side, we did see Blood Rose Esports. Now, they had a pretty interesting fight against the players of OR, and Jelly, again, off to his shenanigans, just baits the players of Brave Esports into thinking that, yes, I'm just a lone, weak little guy sitting in a shack with nothing in his hands. And as you go and check up on him, voila, the DBS.
You actually asked me the favorite fight, and I felt like that a little bit of a scuffle between Blacks and the players of, I believe, Revenant Esports. That was actually pretty funny. Everyone was trying to just peek-a-boo and try and take shots. Damage was exchanged between them, but this team, Enigma Gaming, they definitely tried a little bit for themselves to try and get inside at least the third page.
See, here is why I'm concerned about Enigma, because Enigma, they need to get like 15, 16 points every single game, and even then they might not make it through to the other side. That is what the problem is. Just to be safe, Enigma needs to walk away with 20 points in every single game. 60 points in total from today itself if they want to stand. If they want to stand a chance of qualifying to the finals. That is how big of a difference is from where Enigma is to where the qualification barrier will be. And guess how many points they had from this game? Just 10. It's 2 finishes and they finished on the 4th.
I mean, to be honest, this was already known to us, right? It's a mammoth task if you land up on the last page of the overall ranking, specifically on the last half of the last page of the overall standings. Then your job on the last day of the semifinals, it's too much. It's monumental, and it's almost impossible to actually pull that off. And now that we actually find Enigma Gaming on that spot, it's not really a surprise that they need 20 points from every single game. Now that they've got 10 from one game, I think the job just becomes even more difficult. Now you've got to get 25 points from every single game that you're playing.
Yeah, they're going to have to get 10 eliminations and win those matches at the same time. It's going to be such a tough feat to pull it off. But again, last day you hope for miracles to happen every single, I mean, for us as presenters, it's a dream to have witnessed that storyline in front of us. And for the viewers as well, if you get to watch this happen in front of your eyes, this story unfold, it's going to be so phenomenal. But again, these moments are extremely rare, and that is why there's always going to be a certain amount of hype attached to them. Hope is going to be there for us to witness it, but I think if we are being realistic, there's only a few teams we can expect this from. Team Miami was one of them. They did not perform well in that match. I think they're going to have like 7 or 8 points from the previous game. And the other team that we can expect and hope big things from, it's going to be Team Seoul. They weren't present in the previous game, but they're going to be joining us in the next one.
So, majority of the teams on the third page still land a chance, Johnny. Especially, I was like going through the overall standings with very detailed, trying to figure out what can be the possible permutation and combination. And the main thing which I found out was that the difference between the teams sitting on the 16th spot and on the 24th spot, the difference is barely minimum, 11 points. We will talk about this just after this small segment, which is the rebel of the match. Simple from Brave Esports, 9 finishes on this lad all by himself.
Yeah, 3 of them were handed to him by the players of Nest, who just blundered up that 1v2 situation, pushed downhill. And there was no communication between the lads. Simple was grateful for it. It helped him build momentum. And that momentum helped Brave Esports secure, I believe, they're going to be there with 10-11 points in the game because they just had elimination. There was an early exit for this team, though. That was just a little bit of a heartbreak for them. But as we move to the top 5 Rebels list, we do see Ninja Jord. Remember, it was 1 finish separating him from Delta in the top 5 players of BGIS list. He has 6 in this game.
I mean, to be honest, it's not even surprising. Ninja Jod has been in prime form, and every single time Godsrain has sort of performed, it's been Ninja Jod as well as Aquanox. Two of these players just together, they have absolutely obliterated the competition.
Yeah.
For Godsrain as well, right? They got 10 finishes out of this game. I feel like that is a very healthy setup for themselves. You mentioned it during the cast as well. Might as well push themselves towards that very first page of the overall rankings. Even for GlitchX Reborn, even for Blind Esports, right? All these teams who sort of performed were just solidifying their place for the grand finals.
Exactly. Glitch Reborn was actually quite phenomenal in this match. I mean, them and Growing Strong, they just focused on their positioning and they were able to rack up a lot of points because of having that prime spot all to themselves. But now we move on to the rankings of the game, ladies and gentlemen, where we see God's Reign ending the match with 25 points on the board. We have Glitch Reborn with 19, Brave Esports on that third spot with 17 points on the board. Growing Strong, this was a decent game, but Growing Strong were already in a decent position in the overall rankings.
Yeah, they certainly are, right? And Growing Strong, they don't really have a lot to actually worry about. For Team Enigma and the teams below them, there certainly will be that very big question mark. I mean, Enigma and System, they are on the fourth page. We've talked a lot about them. OR Esports is one of the teams whose position is kind of shaky, right? On the second half of that overall standings of the second page. If they don't really get a couple of consistent performances with 6 points, I think OR Esports might be in that very vulnerable spot of the overall rankings.
So right now, Brave Esports is the team that's moving up the rankings, and in terms of Blind Esports, I think they might just manage to maintain their spot on the 10th or the 11th position, maybe even inside the top 8, just on that 8th spot. That actually can happen. Glitch Reborn will definitely move up in the top 8. But as for the other teams, I mean, specifically the teams on the second page of this this particular matchup, majority of the teams were already safe. It was Team Mayavi, one of the teams, one of the big names. Blood Rose is too low in the ranking to make a comeback, and even in this game, they were the first team to be eliminated. So one of the first few teams to be eliminated. So now this just takes that that hope of being in the top 16 just off the table for Blood Rose Esports, because I believe they were on the last page of the rankings, and it's going to be too difficult for them to make a comeback in the next 2 matches.
So apparently Blood Rose Esports is the only team on the last page of the rankings who have a chicken dinner to their name, right?
Yes.
In spite of that, they're still not being able to push themselves out of it because of these inconsistencies, because of the performance dip which takes in the games where they don't really perform. But we have to talk about the teams on the third page. You mentioned specifically about Team Mayavi, 4 points on them in this one. Not really a great performance, not really a performance which is going to topple themselves inside the top 16, but they need that one big game, one 3-pointer where they actually get 30 points from that particular game to actually solidify their place, because otherwise it's not happening for them as well.
But now let's talk about the match that will be in front of us in a few short moments, ladies and gentlemen. The next Miramar, we will see the teams from Group A take on the teams from Group D, and the list of squads that are going to be jumping into the game is in front of us right now. We have Team Soul, Gladiators, Autobots, 4 Aggressive Man returning to the party. MICI Esports, they've been doing well for themselves. Big Brothers, they have been doing well along with medals. So from Group A, I think it is Team Soul, Autobots, 4 Aggressive Man that we need to keep our eyes peeled on, because these teams, these 3 teams are on that third page. Troublemakers, they're on that fourth page, and as I mentioned, Troublemakers, they are in a similar position as Enigma Gaming, where they need approximately 20 points, 15 to 20 points every single game if they want to stand a chance of qualifying.
You know, the fun part about Group D, of course, is completely different. Group D has such diverse characteristics. Some teams, they are absolutely at the very top. They have solidified their position, while the others, they are lacking way behind on the fourth page of the rankings. I'm not really sure why is it so diverse, but on Group A, just like you mentioned, there are multiple teams who are still sort of in that dicey position. Even Big Brother Esports, as a matter of fact, not really a lot of points on them, 75 points. And they still have that little bit of a buffer, but then that is where the danger line starts. Like from Big Brother Esports towards the 16th position, I think Big Brother is somewhere about 11th or 12th, if I'm not mistaken. This is a position where it's extremely volatile, where it's extremely vulnerable. Big Brothers need those consistent performances to keep themselves going, just like you mentioned. I think every team who has to be inside the top 16, even if they are on that second page, they need at least 10 points to keep that grand finals dream alive.
I think for Big Brother specifically, it is just massive confidence issues that they've been going through, because they had an incredible journey all the way till the semifinals, and they were performing day in, day out. Even in the lower bracket, they did so well for themselves, but as soon as they get into the semifinals, day number 1, they were amazing. They were in the top 8 bracket. I think they were on the 6th or the 7th position at the end of the day. And this is a new team. This is a new set of players. Imagine you drop in with the biggest names of your scene, and you instantly off the bat just shatter everyone's expectation, your expectations as well. So on day number 2, they might have showed up a little bit too overconfident, and that sort of resulted in a little bit of underperformance where they did manage to stick in the top 8, but they were barely in it. Day number 3, I think they just doubted themselves a little bit too much. They dropped to the second page of the ranking, but that safety cushion from day 1 has still protected them and has still saved them. So today, Big Brother Esports, they don't need to overthink anything. I think their natural play style is actually quite brilliant. I mean, they've been performing, as I mentioned, for a long time now and have been consistent. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how this particular game is going to go, because this is a team that is based off of momentum. If game 1 goes well, their day is going to look good. If game 1 does not go well, you might just see Big Brother take an exit from that finals place.
Absolutely. We actually will find out, and everything is going to get solidified after this game of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. The Big Bird takes it to the skies, and right at the get-go, we witness another team who is in the danger shoes. It's going to be Team Seoul, and of course, we've talked about them already. They are on the third page of the overall standings. We will talk about them a little later. Before we talk about the flight path, starts off from the lands of Chumasera, extends towards Impala. A very southern flight path which sort of prioritizes a little bit of the southern shoreline, Johnny.
Yeah.
I am interested to find out how many teams will try and overextend towards the northern hemisphere of the map itself. I don't think a lot of teams would go unless and until the circle actually forces them to.
I mean, that is a possibility, actually, because, I mean, on Miramar, you're going to have to be very quick in deciding where you actually want to drop, because if the circle is too far away from you, you're going to have to travel a lot. And on this map, traveling is actually extremely risky because of how open the map is. There's a lot of open positions. Teams are going to be able to spray you down 100 meters as well quite easily. But let's see how this match is going to turn out for a lot of these teams. Southern flight paths do bring them with them a lot of interesting challenges in the early stages of the match. And of course, last day of the semi-finals. Me and Necro talked about this. I want to know, what are your thoughts on drop clashes?
A very interesting topic, to be honest, Johnny. I think that there is a very high possibility, especially for the teams who don't really have a lot of hopes in them. They might actually try and land up and take a couple of fights themselves so that they can set themselves up, or at least they can spoil other games in particular. But look at this, right? 4 a.m., another team whose sort of qualification is very dicey. They're dropping very close to Big Brother Esports on the western edge of the map. Now, this is something that I like. Both the teams, both of them have sort of a very dicey situation, and if they collide early, they kind of can spoil each other's games.
Yeah, they can indeed, but talk about colliding early, and it's going to be MICI colliding against the players of Enigma Gaming. Well, at least Mudit has. And he is against Infinity OP from the side of Enigma. DMR against an Uzi. In close range, it's going to be the Uzi which comes out on top unless Mudit just manages to land very crispy headshots on the opposition. We adjust the scope. Needs to find an AR if he wants to actually stand a chance of winning that fight. Moving up to the rooftop. Needs to be careful about Oasis as well. But wondering if both these players are going to be calling for backup right now, because they have to.
Where are the rest of the players from MICI? That is my question, because can't really see them. I think I just saw a peekaboo from someone else on that hilltop.
Yeah.
We can see a very wide split coming in from MICI, and look at this, like shots taken by Surya with that UMP. Always is going to have a very clear understanding of what's going on and how the split is working. I think he has understood Mudit's position, and he's charging for it.
Enigma, they know that they have managed to catch one player off guard. Mudit's nade is definitely going to dish out some damage to Oasis, but he instantly runs back to avoid it. To be careful with how you want to utilize your utility, but look at this. If you can flank, so can we. That is the message that Enigma Gaming has just sent across to the players of MICI. As Surya has been picked off, Mudit at a very awkward angle. Jump shots from Oasis connecting. Even though this man has a shotgun to work with, it's going to be such a panic moment for him. Oh no. Oasis finds the DBS as well, but even MICI, the backup has arrived. 3v3 now.
The backup arrived quite strong. 2 players from MICI actually quite good on that trigger, but look at this. Mudit as well is down, and now it's all up to Kunal.
Enigma finding the advantage in the trade. Smoke being deployed to hide the vision from the last player of MICI, but they can hear the vehicle in the distance. Kunal is here. Enigma, they're going to be 4-man strong as soon as he arrives. And MICI, absolutely no escape for this man. 1v4 waiting for him on the other side of this room. He runs upstairs, trying to avoid his inevitable demise, but there is no escape from this Kunal. He's going to be finished off, takes the jump, secures the opening knock, running circles, or at least trying to run circles around the players of Enigma Gaming. But as soon as Daljit sees him, he's going to put him in the grave. 4 finishes for Enigma early in this matchup.
I mean, this certainly was needed for Team Enigma Gaming. They need this little bit of a confidence boost, and MICI literally sort of gifted it to them. We did not really get to see the opening pick.
That was the last shot in his shotgun. That was the last shell remaining. Wow.
I mean, that's Daljit. He knows how to work with one bullet wonders. Initially, it used to be the sniper rifle. Now, the shotgun, double barrel, of course. But this was a good moment, right? Especially when MICI, they called their reinforcements and 2 players from Enigma were knocked out. Mudit all by himself, just doing so much good work. And then always sort of changed the ball game altogether. The Kunal's entry into this particular fight was also pretty late. And of course, the job was just way too difficult. There were too many for him to actually handle. Still like the movement though, still wanted to isolate the players 1v1 and use his UMP as well as a shotgun to his advantage, but that didn't really happen.
As Necro likes to call it, MICI giving back to the community.
I mean, the Robin Hoods of the community, I guess, because Enigma Gaming certainly needed them. Certainly suffering from the poverty of points.
Yeah.
But 4 points right at the start of the game should give themselves an upper hand. And if we are witnessing any sort of a comeback,
Talked about it, 25 points. That's what they need. They need 6 more eliminations and the win on this game.
Like I said, if we're witnessing any sort of comeback, this is going to be history in the making. We will be literally witnessing history, but it's still very far-fetched, and that's why it seems impossible. But that is also one of the reasons why, Johnny, if it actually does happen, it will be iconic.
Yeah. We saw another team on our screens a few moments ago, Team Soul, who can make an iconic comeback. And they are in a position from where it is actually doable for them.
Yeah.
But it seems like we saw them towards Montenuevo and Power Grid, and the drop is in Picardo, so they've been pushed away from that drop quite early in this game. They're looking to control the center, going back to the textbooks plays. Autobots as well. This is another team. Autobots is higher in terms of ranking from both the teams we talked about a few moments ago, Team Mayavi and Team Soul, of course. So they have an even better chance of breaking into the top 16, but they're going to have a big game.
Yep.
For Aggressive Man, same sentences, a big game required.
For Autobots, actually, if they have a big game, they go past that vulnerable stage.
Autobots and Soul need like 10 to 15 points per match, and they'll be good.
I like the fact you like to always break it down into averages instead of like going in for one big game. It's easy to get 30 points from one game rather than just getting 15 points from every single game. It's just...
No. It's much easier. If you think about 15 points, you can break it down into finishes and placements even further.
I mean, kind of true. It depends on the playstyle as well, no?
Depends on multitudes of things. So, first of all, how aggressive your players like to be. From an IGL's perspective, it's going to be down to how aggressive your players like to be. You're going to take that into consideration. You're going to take your position, where you are in the ranking. You're going to take the positions of the other teams, where they are in the ranking, point differences, drop locations of the team on the same page as you in the overall ranking. A lot of things are going to be calculated, but it is always better to break those points down into placements and finishes, because that gives you a better picture. If a team drops close to you, that goes for placement pace always, and you know for a fact that your players in terms of firepower do outshine those players, and they are in a closer drop position, in close proximity to you in the early stages, you're going to take that fight. You will want to take that fight, because that means you have 4 finish points early in the game. You can play passive the entire game because you know for a fact 4 points are already secured.
Yeah.
And if you break into the top 3, that's 15 points per game. You have 10 secured for placements by playing just for survival, first aids, heal battle. Go for it. Go from that early fight. Then you just have to secure 1 point in the last stages of the match.
When you do describe it, does sound very simple, but I'm pretty sure inside the game it just gets even more complicated. But
yeah, I have the luxury of not actually being present in the game itself. I can think clearly. I have the broader perspective. For the IGLs to have all of this information and make these decisions, it's 100 times more difficult.
100 times more difficult on this Western Circle as well, because Montenuevo, if it does end up on it, we might see that little bit of an urban warfare. Team Soul does have control over the entire city, but so far they aren't being challenged, neither by 4AM nor by Growing Strong as well. Now, for Growing Strong, they don't really care. They have their qualification set already. Nothing is going to stop them for qualifying. But for 4AM, I like this approach to just stay on the edges of the map, to just stay on the edges of the circle, not really get involved into any unwanted fights. But for Big Brothers, this was a very surprise rotation. I mean, they have moved towards La Cobrera all of a sudden, and now they have to make their entry back into the circle.
Trying to challenge their inner blind esports. I think they might be able to do that as well, because even blind esports plays extremely slow on this particular map of Miramar, and Big Brothers as well. They also like to rotate quite late, but on the finish feed, we do need notice medal against TWM. Teams at the top fighting amongst themselves. If teams at the top eliminate each other early, Enigma Gaming is going to be so happy right now, but right now we saw them pushing towards the players of OR, and OR seems to be avoiding that fight. So we're going to switch focus. Off to medal and TWM we go.
For TWM, 2 players have been knocked on. Medal Esports have been very controlled and calm in their proceedings in the recent days. I mean, we saw them struggle in the early phase of this tournament.
Yeah.
But as soon as the lower brackets and the further stages came up, especially the semi-finals, Medal Esports and their consistency sort of being praised every single where. I mean, it's not really like they have uncontrolled aggression that they are taking into fights which they don't really want to, but they have a very good balance of finding that good position inside the circle, securing those placement points, but also finding a decent number of elimination points, 5 or 6 or 7, something on the average front, which has kept them at the very top, at par with teams like CS Esports and Revenant Esports.
Yeah. I mean, the first day, as you mentioned, was a little bit of a struggle, but the last 2 days, they've actually managed to retain their top 8 position quite nicely, in fact. Even though we see them drop the ball in one game, the next game, instantly they're going to recover it, make up for the points and get a few more in hand. But ladies and gentlemen, the winners from the previous match, God's Reign on a screen again. Still looking for more points, want that safety cushion that they've been waiting for so long. And I think after the previous match, they already have that safety cushion in the bag. But it's always nice to have the momentum throughout the day, especially heading towards the finals with 4 aggressive man and a heavy fire from the flank.
King definitely was under fire. Didn't manage to find a knock onto Faith, but Growing Strong instantly wanted to head back. But the knock wasn't really confirmed, and the player from 4AM, he was all by himself. He needs a little bit of reinforcement, or maybe might as well try and take this particular fight. But like we discussed, right, for 4AM, the game plan has to be very different. The strategy has to be very different. They have to survive up until the point where it's the 5th or the 6th circle, and they actually have the leverage of having all 4 players alive.
They're on that western edge of the map.
If the circle does end up on them, I'm going to be extremely happy. Now, look at this. They still have a chunk of space. In fact, a lot of real estate right up front. That little bit of a topography advantage as well. But Big Brothers have made their entry back inside the circle. This is going to be advantageous for them, because for Big Brothers, they know that they have a prime target in the form of Autobots.
Autobots and Blood Rose as well is going to be spotted out if they actually take control of that hill. But it's going to be such an intense fight. Look at Team Soul charging for the city of Montenuevo, looking to control the circle as early as possible. They're going to run to the players of Medal Esports, and right now Medal Esports is one of those teams that you do not want to be close to. Extremely aggressive in the game. Soul under heavy fire as well now.
Team Soul were actually pretty confident about their qualification on their socials, the way the players are. If you actually talk to them, they know as a matter of fact that they see it coming.
I know this as well. I knew all along. I told this to Necro yesterday. This team is just trying to prank everyone, build up hype for their performance in the finals. Like, oh yeah, we might not make it. We don't know. We're on the 3rd page. Have you noticed though? They have always been 2 or 3 positions away from that 16th spot.
Yeah, pretty much.
Worst they were on the, I think they were 22nd was their worst drop.
Yeah, pretty much. That's actually very true. And I think like Team Soul, it's also one way to sort of keep your fans excited, because of course, like if majority of the community is rooting for you, might as well give them some sort of entertainment. But still, it's going to be difficult, right? The other teams, the rest of the teams who are still challenging them and their spot for the grand finals, they're pretty good as well, and even they are trying hard. I'm definitely speaking about teams like Big Brothers and 4AM, who are currently colliding against each other. There's Blood Rose as well involved in the mix. A trifecta sort of happening on the higher grounds.
Yeah, Big Brothers, they need to take this fight against the players from Blood Rose in the back line. It's going to be a king of the hill fight. And if the zone moves away, then both these teams are going to be in a troublesome situation because Big Brothers, they have 4 aggressive man in front of them. And they're going to have to push down this hill. If the zone takes an eastern shift, then Blood Rose will actually have the opportunity to backstab and sandwich the players of Big Brothers. But as we were talking about Team Soul a few moments ago, this is what I would like to mention, that there are a lot of teams that have surrounded them and can ruin their game plan. There's Medal, there's God's Reign, there's OR Esports. Anything can happen in that spot, but look at this. Big Brothers have lost 1 player already a few moments ago. They're down to 3 players. Rishi out of the picture, but still we know it is always Seth and Sarwit put up big numbers on the board for this team.
Yeah.
As long as these 2 individuals are alive, Big Brothers, anything is possible.
For Big Brothers as well, like kind of the position where they are, they can purely rely on the positional aspect of their game. They can purely rely on getting position point, just a couple of finish points here and there, and they should be good to go. They have the liberty, they have the advantage of having that cushion of the top 16, being inside the top 16. But just like you mentioned, Team Soul, they certainly not have that advantage as well, considering they're completely surrounded. But look at this, on the lower third, you can witness Team Enigma Gaming taking shots. One of their comrades has been knocked out, but it seems like the other team, the opposition, they're quite close to actually taking this fight. It's Gladiators, as a matter of fact.
Gladiators, and look at this, they want to aggressively move towards the players of Enigma as well. They have split in a 2-2 formation, looking to go for a push. Destro with a slam on the compound. They need an opening. If they can't find it, it's going to be a world of hurt for the Gladiators themselves. Enigma desperate for points. Nades exchange. Destro goes down, takes Daljit with him. A 3v3 situation. Justin with the flank can find another opening. Owace knocked out by Shogun. Gladiators doing a phenomenal job putting the fear of the Gladiators in the players of Enigma. But Enigma, they're not taking this sitting down in a corner. They are fighting back. A 2v2 situation in front of us between Enigma and the Gladiators themselves. But Gladiators, they have a much safer opportunity for revive. And if you look in the back, Justin is already being brought back into the action. Infinity going for a run towards Owace, wants to bring him back into the fight as quickly as possible. The wall of smoke separating the 2 teams from each other. But Shogun, he's running in the backline. It seems like Gladiators, they have the information. And no, they don't. In fact, Shogun is looking in the wrong direction. He's looking towards Daljit. Daljit making, or in fact going for a run out in the open. The nade's going to be lobbed, damage dished out, but no. Player still standing strong. 2 knocks secured by Shogun. 1 man in the backlines. In fact, 2 of them. Infinity and Owace. Can Gladiators bring themselves back? An intense battle between 2 of the biggest names in BGMI.
Oh my goodness, Team Enigma Gaming. They could not actually hold on to that advantage in God's Reign. In fact, Gladiators, as a matter of fact, they've done such a good job. Shogun all by himself, but Destro has been finished off. It's still Infinity Hopi holding the upper edges. And now look at this, he has visibility and he has that advantage which is going to make so much use of it. And that is it. The final nail in the coffin has been dug. Enigma Gaming, they managed to survive, but at what cost? They've lost Daljit as well as Maxkash.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They have 6 points on the board. 2 finishes were stolen, but it is still enough. And Gladiators, what a massive blunder from their side. Shogun tried his level best, but still it was Enigma coming out on top, and all thanks to that extra bit of chip damage from the blue zone as well. With 2 players now, if Enigma makes it into the top 3 of this match, they're going to have a lot of points on the board already. Let's see how the rest of the game is going to go. For now, we focus on Revenant and Troublemakers. Fighting within the silos, and I think Troublemakers, they're going to fall. A massive beatdown being handed out to TMZ by Revenant.
I mean, this is Revenant, as a matter of fact. No team who actually fights against them can actually sustain that much pressure, can sustain or endure that much damage. They just fall like a house of cards. And Troublemakers, how will they be able to handle the pressure? We talk about it, but just on the display, we witnessed Team Enigma Gaming being finished off with 6 elimination points. That's not going to be enough, Johnny.
Massive signs of hope just fade away completely. And I think with this early exit, even Enigma know that there is no way they make it to the grand finals, the stage, the ticket being torn in front of their faces. Revenant, although, eliminate the entirety of TMZ without breaking a sweat. Players knocked out, not a single finish being handed to the opposition. Should be an easy recovery for Revenant.
I mean, for Enigma, this should be a very big heartbreak, but I think they sort of knew this is coming. Shogun all by himself, even in those final moments, I kind of felt like Daljit and Maxkash in the situation could have done better in that 1v2 situation. The nade was lobbed in. Daljit and Maxkash, they felt a little complacent in that fight, just trying to charge at that solo man all by themselves without any utility usage.
I think NMR have secured more points in the 2 games they've played today than they have done in the 9 matches they've played since day 1 of the semifinals.
Might be a possibility.
They should have played like this from day 1 itself.
Too late to actually realize and too tough to fathom it. Even for Big Brothers, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, but Big Brothers are already in the top 16, so
yeah,
you don't have a lot to worry about. On the other side of the map, ladies and gentlemen, we find the players of System, 4 Aggressive Man and God's Reign against themselves. Against each other, in fact. Or the fight amongst each other.
We just witnessed 2 drops drop in just simultaneously right beside each other. For classic games, for casual players, that sort of is like a very nice thing to actually witness. But look at this. God's Reign once again right at the edge. They know, as a matter of fact, the Team Soul is right there. And they might be the next target, because look at this. The crosshair is there. Goblin has been knocked down. Now this is a big hit for Team Soul.
Yeah, this is going to be a massive hit, a massive blunder from their side. And again, their position, their area of control, it's surrounded from every single direction. The only thing they can hope for is for the other teams to finish each other off, so they walk away with a lot of position points in this game. I believe Team Soul already would have at least 2 or 3 eliminations on the board. Switching focus on OR Esports. Putting out the players of TWM. In fact, they have spotted everyone. A little too long of a distance to connect the shots from here. Mac trying his level best. Inze though, putting the art of survival on display.
For TWM, I think it's just about holding the edge lines of the circle. Just look at the radar, right? They are being pressured by multiple teams. Number 1 is going to be Big Brother, of course. There is going to be 4AM in the front lines. But they have isolated those fights. And in fact, they are inducing 4AM and Big Brothers to actually take the fight themselves early on and then later on deal with TWM. But look at this, Destiny charging on towards the next ridge all by themselves, using the vehicle to his advantage, and now the grenades actually come in. Karan has been knocked out, Skillful quite low on HP. TWM in great position.
They are in a great position, but now it's gonna be a bad position for them as Big Brothers from the flank just rob the players of TWM out of nowhere. Seth shows up, a Molotov and Destiny, a few shots on Enze, and it was job well done. But now Big Brothers, they are down to the last player as well. 7 eliminations on the board already. Team Soul under heavy fire now. They're still remaining, Hector, Akshat and Omega. And they know all of the commotion from their surroundings has given them so much information. Omega has so much to worry about. How to protect his team, how to secure those eliminations. That was wrong, they just have 1 finish on them till now.
Yeah. Definitely not a lot of points secured in this game so far. They certainly have information, they certainly have a little bit of an advantage, but they're still outside the circle. And Team Soul needs to start farming those points right now, needs to start farming those eliminations. Because that is going to ensure them the qualification. System under their radar. Hector is going to take shots, but I don't think that's going to be the first priority. In fact, Team Soul needs to take a team fight right now.
Yeah, they're just a smidge outside the zone, 30 meters to go, but these 30 meters can free like 300 for these men. Trying to see if they can clear the flanks, force the teams to stay on the other side of the ridge. Be close to impossible. They even have God's Reign blocking the other side of the flank.
Yeah.
Such a massive tough spot to be in for the players of Team Soul. System as well. Team Soul looking to take on the players of System, and Omega moves in with a lot of aggression in his eyes. Trying to take the fight, opening not secured. Here comes the second, but all of a sudden a wipe down being handed by Team System to the players of Soul. And System, as we were talking about them, were also on the 3rd page of the rankings. An opportunity is there for this team to move forward. They have 5 points on the board and they are in the top 6 already. 2 players knocked out. If Insane OP can help his teammates get back up and System can win this game with a massive chicken dinner, even this team can move up in the rankings, can close in on that 16th position. God's Reign, another knock secured by Insane OP.
Yeah, Team System, they certainly are on the rise. They certainly are showing, making their presence felt inside of the game right now, and every single top team is struggling to sort of assert their authority inside the final circle. Even God's Reign, as a matter of fact, Aquanox, quite low on HP, needs to heal himself up to make him prepared for the next fight, which is against Team Metal Esports. But that moment of hesitation, that moment of panic situation also resulted Team Soul and their death. And look at this team system. They're just charging on the field, dancing around the circle like it's Mike Tyson in the boxing ring.
Well, move like a butterfly, sting like a bee. That is the motto for Team System right now. Karan, the last line of defense standing for 4 aggressive man. A brilliant Molotov can help him secure the knock, but it's not going to be Kalyug who sees the future, runs outside the shack as soon as the Molotov collapses and picks off the player of 4 aggressive man, the last man getting shut down. It's down to Medal. One last player from the side of Revenant is still in the mix, by the way.
They're like parasites. They just don't leave the battlefield. They will last as long as possible and try and suck the life out of you.
Yeah, just a clarification, by parasite, this man means like Parasite the movie, I believe, not the insects.
I mean, the one who actually just does not decide to leave his host, right? And the host is the game, is the Battlegrounds, ladies and gentlemen. But it seems like it's not just staying alive. He's also dishing out damage. Jelly has been knocked out and it's fierce. 3 players are charging towards it, but from the backlines, Kyoya makes it easy for him to deal with.
Yeah, Medal helped him out and he is helping Medal out before he goes. But finally, Fierce is going to be shut down. But Kyoya was dishing out the damage to the players of OR. Fierce was securing the knocks, and well, as soon as OR finished Fierce off, Medal knew exactly what they had to do. They ran out in the open. They're looking for that last player from the side of OR Esports. Admino barely managed to survive with a sliver of HP, but from the backlines, it is going to be Team System who wrap things up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the final fight of the game is between the players of Team System and Metal Esports. And Metal Esports, they've already taken a massive hit. Medal still in a safer position in the overall rankings, but Team System desperate for this win, desperate for the points. 9 points already on the board. Kalyug, he saw the pixels of Kyoya from the edge of the smoke. He knows exactly where the man is. This nade, it's going to be so easy for him to line it up. But no, Kyoya moves up to avoid the damage. And does Kalyug see him running behind him? He does. The damage is just out. Kyoya is going to drop. Paradox also on the flank, extremely low. System looking so close to winning this game. And it's going to be an impressive win for System in this map of Miramar. The first game of the day. And they do not drop the ball. 9-4, that's 13 finishes plus 15 for the win. A massive win, and they needed this. They needed this win.
They did not drop the ball, they just dropped the mic like this. Team System, you've got to give it to them, especially when they entered the final circle.
Yeah.
From that Team Soul fight, I felt like Team System was in a Super Saiyan mode altogether. The presence of mind to actually stop a team charging inside a circle dead on their tracks like it has to be confidence.
But my apologies, this wasn't their first game. This was the second game of the day. They just have one more match left now.
Now that actually makes things very dicey, to be honest, because this dinner came very late.
Yeah.
This came very, very late inside the competition. One more game to go. They have approximately about 28 points from this particular chicken dinner. They were on the 4th page of the overall standings. I think they still need another 30 bomb, and they should be kind of in a position where they can still compete.
Well, at least they'll be in the top 16 when they won't be playing their matches. So it will be very important for this team to make sure their last game is just as big, if not bigger, than this match of theirs. 28 points. I don't think that's going to cut it in the last game. I agree with you. It's going to be a 30 bomb from this team. That will be required, but now it's a simple question. Will that happen for Team System, or will things go in the wrong direction as this team will step into the last game? But ladies and gentlemen, before that, we have a few more matches to look at. All of that and more after this very short break.
Push, left, TKM
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the semi-finals of the BGIS. We had a small change on the panel. Mr. Necro is back up with us. But after that game of Miramar, do you think Team System have made their job easier?
There's a chance for them, definitely. And as you mentioned, if they have made their job easier or not, I think so. Yes, they have, considering they've still got one more chance left over in their books.
Yep.
And if they do win that upcoming game as well, then Team System, they definitely do have a chance to make a crack inside the top 16 and make a bit of a space for themselves. But I also need to speak about one more thing. I finally get another chance to cast Sanhok.
Of course, right? You and me, we both love Sanhok. In fact, the entirety of the English desk actually loves Sanhok, to be honest. And we know, as a matter of fact, the last day of the semi-finals, teams are trying their last attempt to make it inside the top 16.
Exactly.
On the map of Sanhok. It's going to be a bloodbath, Necro.
Indeed, it's going to be a bloodbath. And, well, speak about the bloodbath, even Team Seoul, they were looking quite confident in making their mark inside the top 16. But this game wasn't really too good for them.
I mean, absolutely wasn't. They were completely stranded in the middle of nowhere. Right? They wanted to enter into the city of Montaigne when as soon as the circle shifted away from them, they had nowhere to go. Hopefully, we'll see that fight in the highlights, of course. But this was one of the games. This was one of the fights for MICI to actually assert their authority. Enigma Gaming as well. They wanted to make that comeback, but I felt like MICI, they couldn't really just hold on to that aggression. They just fell apart like a house of cards.
I mean, once again, for MICI, it's nothing to lose anyways. They're looking pretty good in the overall standings. They've got nothing to lose. They can't keep on taking fights like these. But once again, they at least need to have one good performance in today's day, still to keep that spot pinned down in the top 16. Now, speaking about the teams that got eliminated early, another big upset that we saw was Gladiator Esports. Now, even for them, things really did not matter inside the fight, but still, Enigma Gaming taking down a big mammoth like Gladiator Esports. No one saw this coming.
No one saw this coming, but given the situation where Gladiator Esports was and the kind of a position Enigma Gaming found themselves in, I felt like Enigma Gaming could have finished that fight much cleaner than they actually did. Maybe they would have done it in other ways as well when they are in top form. But look at this, right? Big Brother Esports, another team who we were talking about qualification, another team who needs that one good game to actually assert themselves in that overall top 16. I think they've sort of done it with just purely placement points, but they still want to actually go with high momentum into the grand finals.
I mean, Revenue Esports is one of those teams that is looking quite decent in the mid-pack in the overall standings. There's a chance they can probably pin that spot down in the top 16 without a doubt. Not a lot of troubles anyways. But still, Revenue Esports, they need a couple of decent performances to sort of just have that pressure away from them in the semifinals, considering it's the last day. So just have a consistent last-ditch effort anyways. But then speak about the efforts too, right? Team Soul over here getting wiped out by the entirety of Team System. Another big shocker inside the game.
Exactly, this is where Team System had only one finish in their bank, but they were the first ones to enter the circle. They leapfrogged Team Soul and entered the circle, and they completely dominated it. Team Soul wanted to actually push themselves inside, but Team System saw it coming. The buggy was absolutely destroyed. And from this point on, Team System just sort of unleashed their wrath, gone for multiple finishes. I'm not really sure, I think they finished the game with about 13 finishes, but it's just about it. This is the confidence which you actually set up the Miramar game. When you finish off such an experienced team, you know, like, you have the game in the bag.
I mean, look, makes a lot of sense too, right? Considering you're out in the open, you've got the best spot to play with, even the Wall of Death. Even the safe zone is sort of favoring you. And because of the Wall of Death, all the teams, they need to leave the compound and move out in the open. And that's where Team System clearly had a big advantage. And another big example of having an advantage like that has to be Metal Esports. Now, Metal Esports, they knew OR Esports, they needed to move out in the open. OR Esports, they tossed out a couple of smokes, but still it's not enough. They got caught in between that rotation.
I mean, we haven't really spoken about OR Esports as a matter of fact. OR Esports was in that vulnerable spot of the top 16 where they could have possibly went out if the performances today weren't really that good, but they did find themselves in the third spot, if I'm not mistaken. They had about 4 or 5 eliminations to actually go alongside with it as well. So about 13 to 15 points is what I'm looking at OR Esports with. Might as well have settled the debate as well whether OR Esports is qualifying or not, I think.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance OR Esports, they're going to pin that spot down without a doubt. Consistency is the key, and OR Esports, they're showcasing that slowly and steadily, but once again, we'll just need to take a look at the overall standings to find out. At this point in time, we're just trying to build a lot of random things. And speaking about random things, right, that fight between Gladiator Esports and Enigma Gaming, the fight was just so weird and scrappy. The trades kept on happening back and forth, and in the end, it was Enigma Gaming to seal the deal.
I mean, to be honest, if I actually go deeper into the particular fight, we saw that one moment where Destro and Daljit actually exchanged nades between them, and both of them actually got knocked out, right? From that point on, Enigma Gaming was actually in a pretty good spot for themselves to win that fight completely clean, but that did not happen.
Exactly. Before now, let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Kalyug, of course, from Team System. Whenever this team performs, Kalyug has to be on the top of the charts. And once again, this man's going to make a name for himself in the MVP list as 5 finishes being wrapped up, 41.6 finish contribution. And then as we move on forward towards the top 5 rebels of that previous game, Safe's going to be there from Big Brother Esports. Even they had a decent game.
I mean, they certainly had a decent game. We did not actually look into a lot of their mid-rotation battles, but it seems like they had a lot of finishes going in for them. Look at this, right? They have 4 finishes and 3 finishes on Saf and Sarvit themselves. So that just gives you 7 points in the bag already. And even for Gladiators, Shogun, time and time again, this man has just shown his team that it's not just about the star players in the form of Destro or Justin. Shogun can also pull some big shenanigans, and this time as well, just contributing to the team in that particular fight, just could not really do much.
I mean, once again, that's a really good conversation to have, right? Gladiator Esports in general, they've got a stacked lineup. No matter which player it's going to be, he's always going to have the potential to pop off, and that's why Gladiator Esports is sort of like one of the most dominant teams so far in the IGC. But let's take a look at the match scoreboard as we've got it in front of us. 27 points accumulated from Team System. That's a really good performance. Metal Esports 2 with 20 points, OR Esports with 15 points, Revenue Esports with 12, and well, 4 Aggressive Men with 10 points. Now that's the top 5 for yourself.
I mean, 4 Aggressive Men, Big Brother Esports and OR Esports possibly are the only teams who are making that jump inside the overall standings, making themselves secured inside the top 16. I'm not really sure about 4 Aggressive Men though, but the other two, OR Esports and Big Brothers, they have sort of sealed the deal. God's Reign with the first game, of course, with the map of Erangel, they have done their job pretty well. Enigma Gaming, this is one of the teams whom we were actually very much rooting for. Even Team Soul, as a matter of fact, on the 9th position, 3 total points. They're not helping their case, Necro. Still, they have a massive gap which they need to fulfill.
Not just that, even another big point of concern is Troublemakers, Autobots Esports, Blood Rose Esports at this point in time. The nails in the coffin. Blood Rose Esports cannot come out of that coffin anymore. They have been officially eliminated in the BGIS 2023. I highly doubt the comeback's going to be seen, considering not a lot of chances left anymore, and they're all the way in the bottom 3-2 in the overall standing. So yeah, it's pretty much done for them. But still, a couple of teams more do have a chance to qualify, which is Autobots, Troublemakers, as you mentioned, Team Soul as well, do have a chance to make it inside the top 16, but they're just not able to find that sweet run.
But it's a ticking time bomb, Necro. And at this point, I'm pretty much sure that with just limited opportunities left, for example, for Team Soul and for Team Autobots, I think they have 2 and 1 opportunities left respectively. So if that does not really work out, then there's a big problem, of course. A massive gap to cover. Like I said, they need big bangers at this point. Team Soul especially, they need the chicken dinner to actually make their presence felt. Autobots can actually manage to survive. I think they were pretty close to that top 16 position. In fact, I still remember at one point they were inside the top 16 yesterday. So one good game for Autobots can actually seal the deal, but Team Soul needs a massive performance.
I mean, once again, one good game is defined though. So many teams are looking for that one good game, right? You need to understand too, considering the teams that are on the 3rd page and the 4th page, even on the 2nd page, they're looking for a good game, Salty, and that's a problem. There's way too many teams looking for that one single good game, and considering where you only had 6 games to play, from which only 2 games are done, that means 4 games left over, and in those 4 games, 24 teams are looking for a good game. Which team do you think can actually have a good game?
See, this is the point where we have to give it to the ones who actually play really well, right? The one team who will come with their best guns blazing, they will be the one who actually take the ticket to Mumbai as well and enter top 16 and for the grand finals, of course. I mean, this is a point where which team can play under pressure. This is enormous pressure for every single team who is playing right now. And I think that whoever can sustain that pressure well with experience or with just pure skill, they will be the ones going forward, because this is all just a game of nerves at this point.
I mean, look, at this point in time, it's no matter what you try to predict, it's still way too risky. Even the team themselves know. Team Soul, they were looking quite confident in their qualification process, but now even that's came dwindling down, so even their confidence is going to be dwindling down without a doubt. For a lot of these teams that are on the 3rd page and the 4th page, there's going to be so much pressure, but then there will also be a couple of more teams that will try to go for the drop collision, considering they're desperate to get those points. But for now, let's move on forward and take a look at the matchup. Group A and C will be the one to duke it out inside the upcoming game of Sanhok. Salty, I want to know your prediction.
I mean, see, speaking of prediction, I think this is the time where Team Soul actually has to chime into action. They need to get this game, and I know, I can see the expression on your face, and I can see the fact that you are definitely looking at a curse, but I'm not really cursing anyone here. I'm not really predicting anything here. I'm just saying that Team Soul needs to bounce back in the map of Sanhok. It's not just them as well. It's Autobots, it's 4 aggressive men from Group A. From Group C as well, there are a couple of teams whose position there's a big question mark.
I'm asking you for the predictions, my friend. I want a prediction. One team you think that's going to win the game.
Why do you always put me at the spot when I'm at the desk with you, man? This is just so difficult. All right, let me just go with Night Owls.
Okay, that's a solid pick, considering CS Esports 2 now is back inside the fray.
Yeah.
The entire Group C is just so stacked.
Yeah.
Right? Speaking about Titan FTW, this team showcased so much improvement in the past. Night Owls, these are one of the big hitters. Then speaking about Team Insane, another heavy hitters. Like, in general, that entire group is filled with a lot of heavy hitters. And speaking about my prediction, I'm going to go with Team Insane. Even this team needs to pin a good spot down for themselves. They're on the 2nd spot in the overall standing at the start of the day, so they need to perform.
I mean, there is another team whose qualification we haven't really talked much about, and that's going to be WSB Gaming. I don't exactly remember where they are, but I think they are somewhere on the 3rd page, right? Which means they have an opportunity to actually make a bounce back.
As I mentioned, a lot of these teams are looking for that one single good game within 4 games that's left over. And it's a little bit too tough for the odds too, man, considering only top 16 teams are going to move up forward. 50% teams will be eliminated right here in the semifinals itself. Yes, it's going to be a big heartbreak for a lot of you fans too, for a lot of these teams too, but it is what it is. Sometimes the pills are a bit too tough to swallow.
It certainly is, right? This is a very cruel game. This is a very cruel format that we've come up with. And of course, only the best of the best are going to go to the grand finals, because it's the biggest stage of it all. It's a stage for the best teams in the country. And I think there has to be a very grueling format that eliminates teams. A multiple of big teams who have actually come into the semi-finals with big expectations but could not really perform. Take Marcos Gaming as a matter of fact. They even could not really perform. And if you don't really perform, you suffer the fate. You suffer the elimination axe.
Of course, that's how it's going to keep on going. That's the life cycle too. And in life, if you're going to make a lot of mistakes, eventually you will need to pay the price for that. And that's what these teams are doing. They are making these mistakes in the game, and now they will need to pay the price for that within the elimination itself. Before now, let's move on forward to the upcoming game of Sanhok, as the plant flat path's going to be in front of us, starting all the way from Kampong towards Cow. Now, this plant flat path is heavily tilted on the right side of the map. I just want to see how the future stage is going to look like for this one. Considering it's the game of Sanhok, I'm expecting a heavy start.
I'm expecting a heavy start too, to be honest. And I think this is going to be one of those maps where we might witness those drop collisions. Now look at this. Night Owls and Team TMZ both dropping in on Kampong might actually as well go in for that early fight. Now Night Owls, as a matter of fact, their position is sort of secured. I'm not really sure about TMZ. They are struggling. With the kind of momentum Night Owls have, and with, of course, Cleo and his form, which is going red hot, there's a very big chance TMZ might be looking at a very early exit.
Even for Night Owls, this game is important.
What?
And the circle's going to be on the extreme opposite side on Camp Alpha Island. Now, trust me, if Blind Esports was over here, they would have ruled this entire circle. Before now, MICI Esports, they're going to have a good start. But this fight, it resumes. Night Owls versus the players of Troublemakers right next to each other. Which team do you think is going to come out on top?
Like I said, Night Owls was my pick all along for this entire game altogether. But now with the circle, it's kind of dicey. And look at this. Team Soul just got in a very weird spot. Omega, right behind that rock, is trying to run behind, but Titan,
oh no,
they're not really shooting at him. And finally, they do a lot of damage on Omega, but he still survives, Necro.
Punk is looking for a push against Omega. Team Soul, this is not a good start. And the nade sails in. Omega knocked out. Team Soul having a bad start once again in the game of Sanhok. Well, all that confidence now is going to start to fade away. Team Soul, they can see their defeat. They can see their demise.
They certainly can see it in front of their eyes. The Grim Reaper standing tall in front of them, asserting their authority. But it was a very big mistake from Team Soul on their part as well. They took a hugely wide drop location where they covered the likes of Tambang, they covered the likes of Ruins as well, and Omega dropping in on the mainland just did not really make sense. That much of a split, especially in a flight path which was a little skewed. It's a very risky move which they shouldn't really have pulled off, especially at this stage of the tournament. This is a point where you were supposed to stay together, but now look at this. On the other side, you've got Atanki as well, just finding that pick onto medal. For Midwave Esports, as a matter of fact, their qualification is sort of set, but they still are in that vulnerable spot that I was talking about with Johnny. Every other team from point 75 to 60, who comprise of the 12th to the 16th spot of the overall rankings, they are in a very dicey spot.
At this point in time, this whole tournament is dicey. Oh, man. No matter which team we lay our eyes on, that team is supposed to be in a dicey spot. So, yeah.
That's actually quite true.
And for now, Night Owls, I like the position Adil has. Behind the box, isolated. Also has the striking advantage if the enemy steps out in the open, considering his position's not really known. And the entirety of Troublemakers, they're in a defensive stance. They're ready. If the opponents want to hit them, Troublemakers, they're going to peek out at the same time. It's going to be a synchronized peek.
Yeah. The only problem is Adil is holding a very one-and-done angle. He might actually get the first pick, but could have stand the chance of getting traded off extremely soon. But I don't think that's going to happen because Night Owls, they are moving on the other direction, trying to disengage from this particular fight, and that is a wiser option. Yeah. But look at the circle. Majority of the teams have actually taken the rotation, and even Team Soul is moving up north towards at Camp Alpha Island. We are going to be constantly looking at this particular island, but it's already stacked with teams, Necro.
Of course. I've always said this. If it's a Camp Alpha circle, it gives you the same vibe as a military circle in Erangel.
Yeah.
The quicker you're going to be to cross, the better you will be in the upcoming stages.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of these teams are making sure that they will be quick on their wheels or feet if they do want to make it inside the circle. And that's why you see even Team Soul instantly going for that cross. Now, they're going to be in a good spot without a doubt, but I still think so that Team Seoul should just try to play it a little bit too safe, considering there's so many teams in that similar vicinity. Before now, getting back to this fight, Troublemakers and Night Owls, it's not breaking out.
It's still not breaking out. As a matter of fact, some friendly neighborhood shots being taken, but nothing really serious in that occasion. But look at this, we have a serious fight in our hands right now. Team Newman Gaming. We have Team Insane right up front now. Team Insane, this is your pick, this is your prediction. Nades, of course, in the hands of every single player. They want to set up this entire fight and fire. But Newman Gaming just trying to hold on to their position, just trying to hold on to the defensive fortress.
Nice. He clicked his own photograph with the flash. And for now, Team Insane. Once again, Team Insane is looking forward to engulf the players of Newman Gaming. They want to surround them, considering they've got the outskirts to play with. But for Newman Gaming, they're in a big sandwich situation.
Yeah.
If they step out on the opposite side, it's going to be the players of Autobots to catch him. Nowhere to go. Newman Gaming's trapped on that spot, but at least they're trapped in a good spot. It's like a zombie apocalypse and you're surviving in a grocery store.
Oh. I mean, you will be able to survive with food and other supplies, but you will also need to fight back. And for that, maybe the shooting range is the best option.
What are you going to eat, bullets?
Just become man versus wild, man. Just become Bear Grylls. Eat anything.
I mean, technically in stores, you're supposed to have some sort of a firearm. Or at least some sort of a safety measure.
I'm not sure which store you actually find firearms, Necro. This is not the
I'm
world
speaking about the American store, not over here. But
Oh, I
you know what?
forgot.
As we've got this entire scenario once again cooking up, Savitar's position was compromised, Salty. This is not a good news.
From the backlines, Orlo has actually managed to strike up front. Avi has been knocked out, and Team Insane are using this opportunity to close up. In fact, Autobots, are also trying to close up on Newman Gaming, and problems are just escalating. 2 players being knocked out, 2 players surviving. Rex and Clutch God have massive responsibility on their shoulders, and the first target is going to be Autobots.
Oh, Rex. He got shot at from the back. Newman Gaming, once again, trouble in paradise for them. But considering they're doing a great job in fighting back, the bodies are hitting back with the similar force too. And Clutch God is going to get the confirmation on both of them. Nicely done. Autobots, not really a good start for them. But even for Newman Gaming, they've lost out on one guy. Autobots losing out on 2, Orlo and Orzi. And Mr. Spray looking for a drop down on the foe. He does that perfectly. But Team Insane from the back too now, looking for to knock on the doors of Autobots. Newman Gaming completely wiped out from the game. But Team Insane looking for to wipe out another team in the front in the name of Autobots.
Yeah, there's just one player surviving, and that's going to be Mr. Spray. And that jump too, right? The timing on that jump was extremely close to him getting eliminated. Now look at this, right? Barely surviving, just trying to hug the bottom of that particular mountain. And Team Insane know exactly where he's pinned down. They are going to charge onto him. They're going to shoot him down. There's no way Mr. Spray is surviving.
Adi, a little hesitant. Still does not know where Mr. Spray is. Finally spots him out. Uzi. He tried his best to strike him down, but still, Uzi sometimes cannot really be that good of a friend in those type of ranges, especially when you know the magazine empties out so quick. Even if you miss a bit of shots over here and there, you must be done.
For Team Autobots, I think even their run is sort of getting complicated at this point, because this game was extremely important for them. They had to survive. They had to play the end game, not only just get a lot of placement points, but get a couple of finish points in the bag as well. And that did not really happen. We do have another fight on our screens right now, which is Team CS Esports and Titan FTW. Both the teams have sort of their position confirmed for the grand finals, but Titan FTW do want to go there with a big impact. And that starts here right now.
For CS, they've got nothing to lose. For Titans FTW, they've got everything to lose.
Yeah.
So this fight is not a good fight at the end of the day. Titan FTW, it's better if they avoid this. But now this is the replay of the previous fight, how it really went down. Newman Gaming, they lost out on their numbers too slowly and steadily. Team Insane, they got a couple of elimination points against Autobots. Return was there from both the sides, but Team Insane, they played this phenomenally well. The third party had a bit of patience inside the entire game. And it worked out nicely for them. Night Owls too, they wipe out the entirety of TMZ. So even they get eliminated from that spot. Salty, you're laughing. What's going on there, buddy?
I mean, finally this fight actually came to a closure.
Yeah.
I mean, it dragged on forever. Now look at this. Every team is sort of rotated, but Night Owls, this is the time when they actually figured out, wait, what? We've actually spent much time inside of Kampong, Team TMZ. This fight is not really happening. Let's just pull the triggers. We did not really get to see that particular fight, but I'm assuming that Night Owls were the ones who actually took the initiative to start it. And, of course, finish it as well.
I think so. It's a little too late, though, considering the islands are already stacked up.
Yeah.
All the edges are being camped. Night Owls, no way to breach. They should pretty much be done at this point in time. 4 a.m. Just going for the longer rotate, the water rotation. In the boat, all the 4 players. They've got a decent amount of meds to play around with too. And yeah, 4 aggressive men, they're out for camping.
They're definitely out for camping, but the only thing which they need right now is not meds. They need the fuel for the boat. A very long distance which they are traversing right now.
They should have some cans.
And I don't even think that they will be able to make the entry close up. They will have to actually go for a longer rotation. We'll talk about it a little later because it seems the Team Titan FTW, they're taking close steps to initiate this particular fight.
Look at the replay. This is how the players are tying FTW. They took a couple of shots against Gladiator Esports, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. I think Shogun was the one who got knocked out.
Yeah. Tying FTW, CS Esports in the front. This is going to be an interesting one. Considering CS Esports, those 2 players Sevi plays, and his teammate, they're right next to him, Leo YT. Leo's been the pop-off man for CS. He's the man to watch out. From the nade was so nice. Punk catches a little bit of damage. And now we'll try to play that a little bit more passive. Molotov pulled out as well. Going to be looking forward to put it there. Wants to make sure that the floor is going to be lava in that house.
Oh my god, the player out in the open. I kind of felt Leo could have struck over there, but Bad Boy manages to survive. Titan FTW, they have to actually worry about another thing, which is Team Empire coming in from the clotheslines. And on the other side, it is Team 4 AM. They have finally hit the shorelines, and now they are trying to take it up against Midway Esports. They have to scout this location really well because they are in risky waters. Usually, whenever you come from a water rotation, you always see that there are multiple teams guarding the shorelines, especially in circles like these.
Well, 4 AM, they're the lucky ones.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of teams holding them. CS Esports, oh, they had the guts to cross on over. And Titan FTW now looking forward to back away from this fight. Every single player from Titans is chipped up. Sparky OP as well on the opposite side. CS Esports, Sartha gets found. A good fight from Titan FTW. Great way to kick things off in the fight. They've managed to find the initial knockout. Sevi plays, wants to go for the resurrection onto the fallen player. Will Punk let that happen though? That's my question. He's got no throwables too, unfortunately, to back him up, so that's blow. But still, a flashbang being popped out. Shots taken once again. Sevi plays too. Is dropped down so low. But CS Esports, at least they've got all the 4 players alive.
Yeah, I mean, good recovery from CS Esports as well. They could not really go on the offensive because Punk from Titan FTW is just constantly peppering them with utility and bullets and all the shenanigans. And wonderfully done as well. CS Esports, as a matter of fact, they could have been reduced to a 2-man lineup, but another great thing about Titan FTW is their discipline right now. They're not really letting themselves get engrossed in this particular fight because they know there are multiple teams right around the corner. You've got Team Empire, you've also got Team Gladiators as well. If they are caught out in the open in a precarious spot, I'm pretty sure they are going to be punished. But look at the circle shift.
Oh, Metal Esports in the driver's seat of this game once again. Team Insane on the high ground. This team's going to wrap up so many elimination points if they play this position perfectly. Team Empire starting to close in from the back lines. And yeah, Dark Lord, he's got a lot of troubles approaching him. I want to look at that fray and see what's exactly going on over there. Team Soul 2 is right next to him. Team Empires, they're pulling off quite a risky rotation and quite a ballsy one.
Yeah.
But they will get a safe way out of that one. Midwave Esports pulling off the same thing, going for a risky rotation. Destro close, but still Gladiator Esports, they're not close to each other, and that's a problem.
Destro is quite isolated, but the rest of the team Gladiators, they are together, as we can find out from our map feed, of course. Midwave Esports making this last-ditch entry inside the circle. They've actually found a lot of compounds to work with. Not a lot, but a couple of compounds to actually safely store themselves for a couple of circles right now. But Metal Esports, just like you said, in the prime spot. And Night Owl's mid-rotation. Cleo, their prime player, has been taken down from the distance, and it's WSB Gaming. Now, this is a happy sight. I want to see more from WSB Gaming, more from how well they can utilize their positioning inside of the circle.
WSB in front of us. One finish on the board for them. And yes, even I'm looking forward to this team. Speaking about WSB and their past, right?
Yeah.
All the players are young guns. Every single player in this team, they're the young people, they're the young players. And they've got big hopes and dreams of pulling some insane stuff off in the IGC, in the esports scene of India. But so far, WSB, they are really close, but still pretty far.
I think that kind of sums up their journey inside of the BGI so far. Even Zerif, as a matter of fact, has sort of been pulling the strings, a lot of responsibility on his shoulder to get those elimination numbers on board. But it seems like he still needs a little bit more support from his teammates in order for them to survive. If you look at their games, you will see them in WSB in just extremely weird spots where they don't really have the option or the opportunity to make out and finish inside the final circle. And that has sort of costed them their entire semi-finals run. But now look at this, Team CS Esports, they finally managed to hit back, and 2 players from Titan FTW are down.
Silence breaks out at CS Esports 2. They were taking a bit of damage, but once again, it's not really going to matter. Within a flash, the entirety of Titan FTW, they've been eliminated from the game. CS Esports, they had nothing to lose anyways. So it's completely fine for them. One fallen man will be able to back up on his feet. And Leo YT once again safe inside the game, at least for now. Sevi plays. He saved the day for his team. CS Esports looking in good shoes. Gladiator Esports from the top. They were just raining down hellfire. Soul. Oh, playing in this separation. I'm not sure how much of a big fan I am of this position.
Neither am I. I mean, the circle, of course, is just doing its own shenanigans. Another hard shift coming in. And it seems like MICI and Big Brother Esports, they're in the good shoes right now. Big Brothers, of course, holding the edge lines, and MICI, they have got complete control of Hatin and the city. They will be able to extend inside the circle because Surya is still holding the edge lines.
Look at that open compound. Everyone thinks that there's probably someone holding that, but there's actually no one there. It's completely empty. Team Soul going for the rotation out in the open. Don't exactly know what's going on. They eject out in the open too. The vehicle gets blown up. Team Insane, they might just capitalize on all the points that are out there in the open field. And Neo is the only one who crosses on up safely. Akshat out in the open. Team Insane looking forward to claim all these points, and Team Soul, for them, the game's on the verge of getting spoiled.
Team Soul, at this point, a lot of responsibility on Akshat and Neo. Neo, of course, has been subbed in place of Goblin. Goblin was playing the last game, but it seems like now Neo has to pull some triggers, actually show signs of brilliance in order to restore Team Soul and their faith inside of the BGIS. A lot of dreams and hopes on their shoulders, just like I said. But Akshat finally managed to find a little bit of a safety right behind, and actually will manage to get that revive onto Hector.
Hirsch, still just scouting out the lines in the front. Team Soul, at least the resurrections came into play, so that's a good news. They did lose out on the IGL a while ago. And now Team Soul looking forward to move up in the safe lines. Still considering Team Insane, they've got the high ground to play with. Team Soul, they will need to face so many problems, so many troubles. WSB, the battle kicks out between these two teams. And considering the man in the clothesline, Armson, he's got his hands on the MG3. He strikes down 2 players. Nicely done. Gladiator Esports, they will need to back out from this fight.
They certainly will, and WSB Gaming is well. Good discipline from them. They're not overextending even Arman as well as Scrims. They took their merry way and just get the hell out of here. WSB Gaming want to prioritize their position inside of the circle right now. It seems like they've done a good job, but from the back lines, it's Gladiators who hit back.
Gladiator Esports now starting to knock on the doors from the back line. But Metal Esports from the front dismantling WSP. You get out of one trouble, you will find yourself in another one. And Metal Esports right now, they're the Guardian Angels. Gladiator Esports 2 right behind the players of WSP, still just waiting. Now they know Metal Esports is holding the front lines. It's not easy to cross on up. Team Empires as well, getting eliminated over here. It was within a flash, and Team Insane, they do a great job. But now Team Insane, they need to move up against the players of Midwave. And Team Insane does have the high ground advantage. They need a bit more time to reset.
Midwave Esports in a good position right now. They have the advantage in terms of the HP. Look at this, another player actually glows down. They do completely lit up the entire scenery on nades and explosions. Dionysus has been knocked out, but it seems like Dark Lord will not be able to hold on to his quarter for long. He is going to bite the dust, and Team Insane, they're slowly falling left, right, and center.
Skips is the only man left alive from Team Insane. He's got so much to look up to. Well, as I say that, Team Insane, they get eliminated too from the game. This is not a good news at all. Midwave Esports, they get a lifeline. And now they need to capitalize on this lifeline and deliver perfectly. They need to personify perfection. Metal Esports in the front. Night Owls, they've got their hands on the best compound inside the game. This is the best position you can ask yourself to be in so far. And all the players of Night Owls, they're tunnel visioned against the players of Metal Esports. This is not a good news. If the players of Big Brother Esports from the back, they decide to push up in that compound, it will be such a bad affair for them. 4 a.m. crossing out in the open against the wall of death. They're taking so much damage. Team Soul is in the front lines, which is Neo all by himself. They still need to take care of the sidelines too. And MICI Esports, they hit back.
I mean, MICI, they're always going to head back. It seems like 4 a.m. They don't really have any lot of meds on them. I think Hecht is going to get spotted as well. Mother, this is bad news for Team Soul right off the get-go. This is so random. But once again, Team Soul, they actually managed to head back, but I don't think another revival is possible. Meanwhile, Team 4 a.m. just taking so much damage from the play zone itself. These late rotations, they're costing multiple teams. But Midwave Esports, they have such a good advantage spot.
Yeah, of course, with the high ground, Midwave Esports is now going to be looking forward to dominate this entire final circle. They know exactly where MICI Mudit is too. They know exactly where every single foe lies. And Atanki, all he's waiting for is a single glimmer of the enemy. As soon as he finds that, the nail will be there in the coffin. Midwave Esports, this might just be their game. And a game they were desperately searching for might just be within a couple of moments away.
The game they were searching for is exactly 40 meters away, Necro. Midwave Esports, the circle has actually ditched them. They will need to make this huge leap of faith to enter it. And seems like Night Owls, it is exactly on their compound. Big Brothers are the next biggest threat. They've managed to actually slide their way inside, but from the backlines as well, Metal Esports and Top Dog managed to head back, and it's Kira as well as Draco. The only two players who are still surviving. Metal Esports bring in their inventory. They bring in the cavalry.
Night Owls, once again, the tunnel vision does not pay off. And because of that, from the back, Metal Esports, they hit him hard. Now Night Owls looking forward to close on up to the safe zone, but they still need to look at the back lines and the front lines too. Night Owls might just be sandwiched. It's not a good position at all to be in. But sometimes you need to adapt on the fly on the situations and the circumstances that are given to you. Look at Metal Esports as well. They close on up to the safe zone. They dial down, but Night Owls, they've got a clear line of sight against the players of Midwave. Metal Esports 2 now, this battle breaks down. Kira gets knocked out. Draco's the only man left alive in this entire scenario. And Night Owls, they need to push themselves on the passive stage.
This is where it's time for Draco to just be one with the nature. He knows exactly where Big Brothers are. He knows exactly where Midwave Esports are as well. He knows that he can actually rack up a couple of finish points here and there. Look at this, Atanki. His finish point has been confirmed. He has spotted Aru as well in the back lines. He's completely left Metal Esports all by themselves. Knows exactly where Saif is. Wants to smoke off that line of sight and just wants to isolate the duel versus Aru from Midwave Esports. Very wise thinking, very appropriate thinking as well. This is where Midwave Esports, they took that huge tumble.
Did you see that elimination? The vehicle was rolling, it was falling down, and he shot him like that. Wow, that is indeed one of the most heroic eliminations I've seen so far. It deserves a lot of spotlight. It should be in some type of a montage at least. But Big Brother Esports right now, Middle Esports out in the open. This is not a good news for Paradox at all. He's got his hands on the DBS. He wants to go for a couple of spam shots here and there. Uzumaki and Safe, everything on their shoulders. Middle Esports, they cross out in the open. A good knock found. Uzumaki does a fantastic job in securing that knockout. Catches another man in midair. Uzumaki, this man indeed is doing such a great job in fighting against the foes. And Big Brother Esports, they're now looking forward to dominate this entire final circle.
In the legend, it says that Uzumaki has the chakra of the nine tails. He does have the life force of an entire army all by himself, and it seems like Big Brother Esports, they're using it to absolute perfection. This time it's Seth. Draco has been finished off as well with the nade. It's 2 teams, 4 players, a proper 2v2 Necro.
2 teams fighting for the supremacy. The nade tossed out. The chip damage comes into play. Metal Esports, both the players going for the heal. Uzumaki closing it from the outskirts. I like this thought that came here, but it's not gonna matter. One single DBS pump, it will eat you alive.
I mean, Metal Esports, this team has personified consistency right now. Every single game, be it the map of Miramar, be it the map of Erangel, be it the map of Sanhok, they are just playing so brilliantly.
Even the previous map of Miramar, these guys performed nicely, and now finally they got the icing on top of the cake. Metal Esports, they should be somewhere in the top 5 without a doubt, just chilling over there. At this point in time, just give them a bit of cold drinks too, because they do not even need to play the upcoming games.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to be cheering on some cold drinks as well. But the point is, they have sort of mastered the art of rotation, because this game, the circle was very off, right? We saw that. We thought that Night Owls were in the prime spot. But from the backlines, Metal Esports and their push-up was so perfect.
So this is the good part about these type of circles, right? If you think that one circle is really tough, especially military circle and this type of a Camp Alpha circle, it's not that tough to rotate. You just need to be quick.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you need to do. Now, you just complicate a lot of things in your head, but actually it's not that complicated. If you're going to be the one to breach inside as quickly as possible, you're not going to have a lot of problems anyways. You will have a decent position on the islands that other teams are struggling to breach in on.
Exactly. I mean, early rotation, the fundamentals for every single good game, to be honest, for every single good team, they know as a matter of fact they have to rotate in early and get their spot. Even Midwave Esports did try to actually get the high ground for themselves, but it did not really work out in a way that they wanted to, just getting eliminated on the fly. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out about the stats on the other side of a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है। ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो। हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after that short break. And yes, Johnny, the previous game of Sanhok was an absolute intense one, considering I genuinely thought the Team Insane had a fair share chance of winning that game, but then Midwave Esports, they wipe them out. But speaking about these type of circles, right, the best part about them is you end up overcomplicating things for yourself while you try to figure out a rotation. But in fact, you just need to be the quick one to rotate.
Yeah, I heard in the start of the game as well, as soon as you saw the zone form towards Cap Alpha, you were praying. At least Blind was there, but unfortunately they weren't there in this match. But talking about teams as you were talking about them, yes, I mean, Midwave's wipe of Insane does give them extra points. We saw Midwave, I believe they were on the 18th or the 19th position in the overall ranking. So those extra points can help them move up and take a slight leap, considering they were in the top 4 as well. Although, Night Owls, I actually want to see what their status is going to be in the overall rankings.
That is true. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move on forward and take a look at the highlights of that previous game. This is how things really kicked off. Omega getting taken out of the game like that off the bat. What do you think is causing Team Soul to make these type of rookie mistakes?
I have no idea. I think just too much desperation from their end. They're desperate for points. They're desperate for that win that gets them across the finish line and towards the finals. But it seems like in the state of desperation, they aren't, like, the decisions that they're making are not that great, to be honest.
That is true. I mean, a lot of these teams are just cracking under that pressure. Let's just be honest. And this is why I said you just end up overcomplicating things for yourself. Tyne FTW is another big example of this. CS Esports getting third-partied after they finished off Tyne FTW all the way from the hilltop by the players of Gladiator Esports. And this was another interesting fight. WSP versus the players of Gladiator Esports. They took down 2 players, but then as soon as they move up inside the safe zone, Metal Esports welcomed them with open arms.
Yeah, they got sandwiched pretty badly because it wasn't just Metal, it was also Gladiators making the pickoffs from that long distance sprays. And that is something that I think WSP did not anticipate. But at this point, Metal does not care how their games go. Gladiators do not care how their games go. These teams are playing with next level freedom in their mindsets and in their matches. You're going to see them run into fights without even worrying about getting their players knocked out. They have the opportunity to be that aggressive.
That is true. The same thing can be said for the players of MICI Esports as well. Even these guys are quite chilling in the overall standings. And look at the shot. The vehicle was rolling, Johnny. It was tumbling. And the man shot him while the vehicle was in the process of tumbling itself. But then in the final few moments, Big Brother Esports 2 against the players of Metal Esports. This was quite an interesting fight.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was intense. I mean, especially from Uzumaki's perspective. This has to be one of my best duels, one of the best duels I've seen in a long time. I mean, he heard the footsteps, went and timed the jump at the same time, and then took him down.
I just feel bad for that one guy from Night Owls. He pushed, or he pretty much positioned himself in that closet room, and then Safe throws a nade in that closet room. The man just suffocates to his death, gets blown to smithereens.
He made the mistake of moving. He should not have given his footsteps. He should have stayed just low on the ground, prone completely. And as long as he did that, because if you noticed, Big Brothers and Midwave, both these teams were just worried about each other. They did not even know Night Owls' last individual was present amongst them. And they were worried about each other because those were the only 2 with the man advantage against each other.
I think some Metal Esports knew that guy's over there, and that's why he was trying to reposition away from Metal Esports.
Main point of concern at that point was Uzumaki was just dropping the players of Metal like it was absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Uzumaki, I mean, single-handedly could have clutched that scenario out, but in the end, It's just the DBS slapping you back on the face. You can't really do much, especially when you've got the MP45 to back you up.
And Medal ended things in style as well, by the way. The leap through the broken wall with the DBS, that is a moment you see in movies.
It's like a slap on the face, just keeps the head on the swivel. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We have spoken so much about these teams. We have spoken so much about the possibilities in the overall standings. A couple of teams still not being able to perform. Team Insane, I think so. They were on the second page, but after this game, I'm not sure where they're going to be able to position themselves.
Exactly. Midwave was one of those teams that has taken a drop in the rankings because the matches aren't really going that great, and I think Midwave might just be outside the top 16 as of now. So that is definitely going to be a point of concern. Plus Night Owls. I'm still interested in Night Owls because Night Owls was, I think they were within the top 20.
Yeah, they were.
And they have had a decent game in this one. They had a lot of eliminations. They made it to the top 4. I think the points might just push them across that threshold. They might be on the 16th or the 15th spot.
Actually, I think so. They made it in the top 3. So Night Owls, they're looking pretty good in the overall standings. There's a chance that there might be a big boost in the overall standings too. They should at least be able to leap like 4 or 5 position with that third position in this previous game. But speak about Newman Gaming, right? Off the bat, getting eliminated once again. They were trapped on that good position, but then the patience just broke out.
But is there anything to worry about for Newman Gaming? I mean, they were very low on the rankings. I believe they are on the last right now.
Yeah, they are pretty much. They must be last. Considering even Enigma Gaming, they showcased some signs of improvement, so there's a chance Newman Gaming might just tumble down all the way to last. But no, we forgot about Blood Rose Esports.
And Nest.
Yeah, even Nest. Yeah, so I don't think so Newman's going to be on the last, maybe.
Bottom 3?
Yeah, bottom 3. Why are we even speaking about these teams? They're pretty much eliminated.
You brought it up. Why are you asking me?
Grand finals. At this point in time, you know what? These guys are pretty much not going to make it in the grand finals too. But Johnny, speaking about the upcoming games, now my eyes are going to be pinned down on Marco's Gaming, considering they do not really have a lot of games left over.
Yeah, Marcos is in a very tough spot. I mean, big matches are going to be required, and even then, I think they might miss out on the finals. So Marcos is, again, I think they're sticking to that last page of the rankings as of now. The first game did not really go how they expected.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Marco's Gaming, at this point in time, they're just scratching their heads, wondering, what should we even do? Whatever we're trying to do inside the game is just not working out, so we need to pull off like a miracle out of nowhere, a rabbit out of the hat, but in the game of Vikendi, it's going to be even more tougher. Now, speaking about the previous game of Vikendi, right, yesterday's game that we saw, in the final few moments, we saw the players in Newman Gaming survive, Blind Esports survive. There was another team in the Waterlines that was still surviving. I forgot the name, but it was Team X-Spark who won that game.
Yeah, X-Spark actually has been quite phenomenal in this map, and I think at this point even X-Spark is in a position where they do not have a lot to worry about. X-Spark started the day in the top 8, if you remember, so they still have a decent safety cushion to work with, and I think not a lot of point of concern for them. But for the other sides, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how this Vikendi goes, because this either increases your chances of moving into the finals, or this is where the door closes.
That is true. For a lot of the teams, already the door's been closed on the last page, considering 4 teams. They're not going to make it anyways, the bottom 4. But now let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of that previous game of Sanhok. It's going to be Top Dog from the side of Metal Esports with 7 finishes and 77.7 finish contribution. A lot of 7s there.
Yeah, hey man, this is the jackpot. This is what you look for every time you play the slot machine. Lucky number 7 is going to be there.
He owes us a chicken dinner.
Yeah. He owes his teammates a chicken dinner, especially that man who was the distraction and got taken down by Uzumaki. But still, I mean, this is why Metal has the game. I mean, the luck was in their side. The gods of BGMI were in their side. And Top Dog, it felt like if he pulled the trigger, someone was going down.
Midwave Atanki 2 with 6 elimination points. Night Owls Kira is over there with 5. Sanchit, once again, from MICI Esports, is over there on the board. Someone from MICI is always there if MICI is playing in that game. But just that previous game of Miramar wasn't really theirs.
Yeah, previous Miramar was like a hit or a miss from the side of MICI. But we won't even bother about this. But I think for Midwave is a team we need to focus on right now. 9 points on these 2 players combined. And I believe they were in the top 4. So it's only 17 points on the board. I wonder if that will be enough to drag them into the top 16. I think it can actually.
It can. It's going to give them a really big lifeline to latch up on. So
right on the verge.
Let's take a look at the match scoreboard for now as we do take a look at Metal Esports, of course, on the top with 24 points. Night Owls with 19. Midwave is going to have 17 points. And then Big Brother Esports with 16. MICI Esports with 12. Now, the top 5 is looking quite good. No issues over there. But this concerns start from Team Insane, WSB Gaming, Team Soul, Autobots, Team Empire, Tyne FTW, and Troublemakers.
Yeah, especially for Insane, I guess I'm going to be extremely worried because at least WSB is way too far behind in the rankings to actually make anything happen with 4 points. Soul as well. Autobot, same position for them. All the teams in 9 to 16, they don't really have to, well, at least after this, they're going to be either extremely panicking or CS Esports is the only team I see there that literally has nothing to worry about because they're in the podium. Apart from them, Night Owls, Midwave, they can change the overall rankings quite a lot for Aggressive Man. I think they're going to stick to that 20th position for a while, but I think I can't calculate the numbers, Necro. Can you help me with this?
I can't too. You're asking the wrong man, my friend. But you know what? Let's take a look at the overall standing itself. I do not really want to calculate for now. Let's move on forward and take a look at the overall scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, because we just want to find out who is going to be in the top 16.
Well, it's a difficult question, but we have the answer now. All right, so the biggest change that we witnessed is Metal Esports moving from the 8th to the 1st position. Now, that is a massive leap, by the way. I mean, it's impressive.
I mean, that's what we expected, right? Metal Esports should be somewhere in the top 5. Even the game of Miramar was quite consistent.
Yeah.
The previous game of Sanhok, they literally won the game. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. 136 points accumulated. Gladiator Esports, they moved down on the 2nd spot. Revenue Esports on the 3rd. CS Esports, a bit of a drop as well, but no issues. Top 5, no issues over there. Even the 6th, 7th, and 8th position. In general, the first page, they're chilling.
Yeah, but the only team I think going into the finals you have to worry about is Gladiators, because look at that, 72 finishes, 61 placement points. This team is on a destruction spree, and when there is money on the line in the grand finals, they are going to be even more brutal. Along with them, Revenant Esports, I mean, matching the aggression quite closely, but this is the important page, ladies and gentlemen. We have God's Reign, 103, Big Brother, 99 points, X-Pac, 97. You have Blind Esports with 89. Midwave, they've moved up in the top 16 with that match. OR Esports on the 14th. System on the 15th. And Brave Esports still stuck on that 16th position. But this is the thing that can change everything. X-Pac has 2 games in hand. Brave has 2 games in hand. Blind, Midwave, 2 games in hand. System, OR, Big Brother, and God's Reign. Just 1 game remaining for them.
And this 1 game needs to be a big hit from them. Even for the side of Blind Esports, they've got a decent amount of games left over, so no issues over there too. OR Esports, as you mentioned, Team System, Big Brother Esports, and God's Reign. The upcoming game is going to be filled with a lot of pressure, Johnny.
Yeah.
But these guys will need to perform all out without any troubles. But now as we do move on forward to the 3rd page of the overall standings, Team Insane's going to be pushed down to the 17th spot. This is why I said Team Insane is going to be a big point of concern.
Well, Team Insane, they've been moved out of the top 16, but they still have 2 matches left, so I believe they might be able to make it. Night Owls, they have closed the distance as well. I believe just a couple of points separating them from the team on the 16th position, and that is Brave Esports. But look at this. Now, with just 1 more game to go, for Aggressive Man, Autobots, Team Soul, if these teams drop a massive hammer in their matches, they can actually make it through.
There's definitely a chance, but let's move on forward and take a look at the next slide now. WSB Gaming, they've also got 2 games left over. There's a chance they can establish a comeback. Team Empires 2 games left over. Marcos Gaming as well, 2 games left over. Now, Marcos Gaming, they need to have 2 chicken dinners, and then only they can qualify inside the top 16.
I don't think so.
60 points? How much is that going to be?
101. That means 30 points per match, 15 points, 15 finishes every game.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
I know.
They've had 19 finishes in the 10 matches they've played. That's 1.9 finish per match. 2 finishes. You give them
That's
2
like
finishes per
That's
game.
like a fictional expectation from us. We're just like hoping that that might just happen. But once again, somewhere down the line, deep down, we know it's never going to happen considering the realistic expectations. Always they shine through.
Yep.
But Marcos Gaming, the journey might just be it for them. And speaking about the teams like WSB, they still have a little chance. They still have a little ledge to latch upon.
Marcos, not even WSB, I would say, because again, I mean, if the performance hasn't come until now, what can you expect in the last 2 matches with so much pressure on your head? So anyone on that last page is just going to be struggling in their last few matches. Because even in the matches that we are seeing right now, the first 3 games, if you focus on the teams in the top 5 or the top 8, in fact, it's the same teams that we have been seeing since day 1 of the semifinals.
I mean, to the teams that are on the last page, pretty much, the only advice I can give them is just play like there's nothing to lose.
Yeah, although, I mean, on the third page, they can cause a lot of trouble as well. And you never know. If one of those teams has two massive games, I mean, you never know. They might be able to push through. But teams on that third page still have an opportunity, especially teams like Team Soul, teams above them, 4 Aggressive Man. All of these teams, Team System is one of those teams that needs to protect themselves. Can they actually make it happen? This is going to be very interesting, very intense, ladies and gentlemen. And the next map is going to be Vikendi, out of all things.
Ooh, the Icy Lance. This is going to be fun. Group CND is going to be the one to duke it out, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we're going to see the players of GS, TWM, OR, Godsreen, Revenant Esports, Team System, Enigma Gaming, and Blood Rose back in the fray. But once again, as we all know, big expectations are going to be from WSB and Team Insane, considering Team Insane now they're on the 17th spot.
Mine is from System. This is their last game.
Yes, it is. They need to perform exceptionally well.
And they are in the top 16 already.
That is true.
They're on the 15th spot.
That is true. Barely hanging on the cliff. Now, this is a real red flag for the side of Team System. And they need to perform exceptionally well. This last game needs to be a chicken dinner, or at least a really good performance to keep themselves pinned down in that 16th spot.
Exactly. As you said, I mean, a top 3 finish with at least 8 or 9 eliminations on the board. That is the only way I see this team surviving the culling that's going to happen in the last 2 matches.
It sounds a little bit too tough, ladies and gentlemen. For a lot of these teams, the chaos is going to be unleashed in the game of Vikendi. Yes, the initial phase, nothing's going to happen. The first 3 stages, no bodies are going to hit the floor anyways. But as soon as that 4th and the 5th stage hits, that's where you see the chaos being unleashed slowly and steadily. Now, Johnny, we saw all the teams that are going to be participating in the future game. I just want to know your prediction.
I'm rooting for Team System now. I mean, I expect these boys to make it to the other side. I mean, even in the previous round, even in the losers bracket, we saw this team. They caught our eye because of the amount of aggression they were bringing in on the board. But now in the semifinals, at least for the first 2 days, that wasn't really present. And that is what got us concerned. But now it seems like today they've realized that, all right, if we don't perform, we're out anyways. We were outside of the top 16. And just going absolutely YOLO inside their matches, not worrying about qualification, not worrying about any of the other teams, just worrying about their own performance and doing better on an individual level. I think that has pushed them on the other side of the board. And if they do that in the same thing in the map of Vikendi, they can pull through.
Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen, but here we go. Vikendi is on the board as the plane's going to hit the skies once again, and the plane flat pad starting all the way from Cement Factory towards the northern side, which is going to be the port. This will be an interesting way to kick things off, as now we're just waiting for the circle, of course, nothing else.
Yeah, but we're gonna we won't have to wait a lot on Vikendi. We know 90 seconds is all this map takes from the start to the first circle forming. And ladies and gentlemen, by the time the plane reaches the end of the flight path, we're gonna have the first zone in front of us, and it's not gonna be a big one, but that is a very important circle because Vikendi, as we have discussed, the circle shifts aren't that drastic, so you can just stay in the center, protect your position, and just play for survival till the late game stages. But considering Necro, we now have a lot of these teams on the verge of elimination. Now is the time you have those evil thoughts running in your head, like, all right, I'm not making it through. You think you are. I can change that.
Yeah.
We see Blood Rose heading close to System. And Enigma as well.
I mean, there's a meme, right? You look lonely. I can fix that. But these teams say, you look lonely. I'll make you even lonely. And for now, the circle, yeah, it's a little bit southern tilted, but no issues over there. No problems. Team Insane dropping towards Peshkova. They're going to have a good time over there, too. Enigma Gaming in the Smack Center. CS Esports having a drop collision against Revenant Esports. This is pretty much a necessary fight at this point. Both of these teams are in a really good spot in the overall standings. But still, I guess to spice things up off the bat on the map of Vikendi to warm it up.
For who? Each other?
Yeah, just look, man, finals are on the way. Warm up. Know your opponents.
True, I mean, that can happen from the side of Revenant Esports. But as you mentioned, I mean, not a priority fight for us right now. Both the teams in a very nice position in the rankings. Doesn't even matter at this point if Revenant takes an early exit back-to-back. But this is an important fight. Titan FTW up against Enigma Gaming. Oh, this is going to be a good nade. Nano Baby doesn't even see the man. Infinity OP first the damage with the nade, and the next are going to be the bullets that riddle the body of the opposition.
The return was actually quite nice. Enigma Gaming, they're doing a fantastic job. Once again, another shotgun in the front. Daljit has pulled out that DBS. The man's gone for the jump shots. Nicely done. Titan FTW. This team is still in race. And they want any type of points that they can get at this point in time. Oace in the outskirts. He knows he's getting pounced on. Tommy gun in the hand. Connects those shots. Sense knocked out. But that's not going to matter. Punk with the slap to his face.
Well, Titan FTW swatting the players of Enigma Gaming like they're swatting flies in mid-air. Absolute domination in the 4v4. The first fight of the game coming to a wrap. Just a few seconds. And with the end of this fight, ends the journey of Enigma Gaming as well, Necro.
I think so. There was also a fight going on between the players in Night Owls and TWM.
That is an important fight, by the way. Night Owls need to win that fight if they want the points from this match and want to cross the threshold of the 16th position.
Yeah, TWM, they lost out on one player, actually. So that's good news. Team Empire.
It's Empire against TWM. Night Owls is in the distance. They can third party.
Yeah, they can, actually. Let's see. Night Owls, they've got a feast. If they play this position properly, if they know when to be aggressive and when to be passive and when to be defensive.
Yeah. All they have to do is just wait from the outskirts of the city. Wait for Empire to at least dish out some damage on the players of TWM. And as soon as Empire is distracted, you have to take down their players first and then finish off the players of TWM. Sounds easy on the board, but the execution is going to be anything but easy.
I mean, at this stage, nothing's going to be easy, Johnny. For the players, the game's not going to be easy. For the viewers, swallowing the pills that their favorite teams are getting eliminated, even that's not going to be easy.
Yeah, but then you get to see new faces on the LAN.
Yeah. New talents rising up. And that's what BGIS is for.
Exactly.
It's supposed to provide a big platform for the teams and for the players that are looking forward to make their dream come true.
Talk about dreams coming true. Night Owls now waking up during daytime are looking to make their dreams come true as well. The opening knock has been secured against Empire as Scream falls to his knees.
Spidey's still in the back lines. Storm knocked out in the front. It's not a weapon you really do see that often being utilized, but it's not a bad weapon. M16A4. Nade being tossed up in the front. Roxy wants to go for the confirmation. TWM, now they've backed away from this fight. And now TWM actually has a chance to third party if they do want to go for it.
They can come back and take their revenge at least against the players of Empire, but Night Owls, look at them. So Draco and Kira were just holding on to the cliff because they did not have the entirety of the team with them, but now since the backup, the cavalry has arrived in the back lines, they have the opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive, especially Roxy from the flank. Look at how much damage he has dished out on Empire.
Oh,
this
no,
nade will
this
definitely secure the knock.
Yep, this is it. Knockout. Nicely done. Empire knocked out. Team Empire, out of nowhere, they're in the world of trouble. And Night Owls, they've done a fantastic job in just surrounding the entirety of Empire in this city. Nowhere to go. The man's also stuck in that spot. Beautiful nade, cooked to perfection. And this man gets knocked out. Roxy, solid stuff from this guy. Good find inside the entire house. And an instant squad wipe just awaits on the other side. Tyne FTW2 now colliding up against the players of Newman's Gaming. Savitar knocked out, going for the confirmation. Another player from Newman Gaming's knocked out as well. For Newman Gaming, they've lost out on this one pretty much.
Well, Newman, they still have the numbers to work with. Two players have just arrived. Clutch God sacrificing his own life for the information of the opposition. Well, Punk, he does not care. Runs forward with the DBS. Last man, a wee sliver of HP, and that's a wrap, Necro.
Yeah, well, Punk seals the deal. Takes down both the opponents. Nicely done. Solid stuff. As I mentioned, for Newman Gaming, it's pretty much done at this point. Nano Baby has been the casualty in that fight, but still, it's something that you can afford. Tyne FTW, they've started things off on 6 eliminations, or 8 eliminations in total.
Yeah.
But Punk, he single-handedly has got 6.
Exactly. I mean, this man has been playing out of his minds, and this game can actually help Titan quite a lot, if I am not wrong. It's going to be quite interesting to see where, in fact, they move up in the rankings. Now there's another team headed their way. The players of Blood Rose Esports have arrived. What is happening? Titan being served a buffet of finishes.
Indeed they are. Titan FTW. This is not a good news. The nade's being tossed so close. Blood Rose Esports, Viper OP. He knows the man's in the front line. DBS pulled out. A good shot to his dome. Shuts him down. Punk gets knocked out as well from somewhere else. But the G36C, they swing back in the action once again. Titan FTW now looking for to put the full stop to the fairy tale of Blood Rose Esports in this game. Sparky OP just going for the meds over and over again. Another nade sails in. Hershu finds that perfect knockout from the top. 6 cents peeks out, but that's it. Titan FTW, they will not be able to secure any more points inside this game.
9 eliminations, that's all they will have to settle with. They were on the second page of the ranking looking for a lot of points. CS Esports on the other side though, facing the brunt of Revenant, still in the game. Why are these two teams doing this? I mean, it's an extended fight at this point. For no reason at all.
Revenant Esports just going for the shots against CS. No, the man spotted out in the front. Good hip fire from Sensei. Nicely done, finds the knockout, but then ignores the teammate or the opponent in the front. But Sanhok, he needs to take care of the backlines himself too. Revenant Esports, they've done a fantastic job in isolating these duels. Sensei was knocked out, but the Resurrection's going to be back up soon enough. Sevi plays, what a perfectly placed nade that was. CS Esports now on the verge of collapsing as well in this game. And Apollo peeks out and finds out a perfect knockout. Revenant Esports back inside the action. Pulls out the TBS for a close and personal combat. Revenant Esports and CS Esports. This battle is quite an awkward engagement.
It's getting more and more awkward by the minute because look who's joined in from the distance. The players of OR Esports, we see them arrive to the spot as well, and hearing all of this commotion, it's going to grab their attention. Again, OR Esports, even they want to secure a spot within the top 16 itself. Were dragged out of it a few moments ago. Oh, Apollo spotted out by Blood Rose. But Blood Rose, we talked about them. Almost on the, well, they are on the second last position in the rankings. Second, in the bottom 3, in fact. Not a lot to do. A hope, in fact. But look at how chaotic this Vikendi is. We're in the first stage, 3 teams eliminated. We're down to 39. We'll make that 38 players because even Pasha OP bites the dust.
And Apollo is the man who's, of course, making them bite the dust.
Teddy bear.
Spots out another man coming through. Apollo needs to back out. Oh, the DBS says it's like playing with fire. And Apollo, he knows the opponent's just waiting for one single bad move on the board. He's holding that tight angle. Good Molotov from Hershu. But still, Apollo's playing really safe in this scenario. Blood Rose Esports, they would at least want to wipe out the entirety of Revenant Esports in this scenario, but it's not going to matter. Roxy with that beautifully placed nade. He eliminates the entirety of Blood Rose. And now Night Owls looking for the third party this entire scenario. CS Esports, they've got another challenger approaching them.
Night Owls, with the amount of utility this team dishes out, they will have to be extremely careful because they will run out eventually. Looking to take on the players of CS. There's the opening by Kira. Draken in the backlines though. Oh, he sees his feet.
And Darken out of the game too. This man, what a beautifully placed nade that was. Night Owls, they know exactly where the opponents are lying to. And now it's time to fight against the DBS that awaits them. It tried to welcome him, but no, instead the man turns around and keeps his head on a swivel. Revenant Esports, Apollo knocked out and dusted from the game.
What a wipe. They have just sent 3 teams back to the lobby already. I mean, yeah, they have 8 eliminations, but they weren't looking for complete squad wipes. Their job was made easier by the opposition. CS and Revenant taking care of individuals from either side. Blood Rose, they only showed up with 2 players. And Night Owls will be quite grateful for the number of points they have right now.
MJ is scared.
He better be.
He can see his death in front of him. And this is not a good news. Considering things are a little bit too much dicey at this point in time. Revenue Esports, all they can try to do is just play for placements. But once again, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
These guys are in a really good spot in the overall standings anyway, so it's completely fine. For our Esports, for them, the game matters.
For OR and Night Owls, for both these teams, the game matters quite a lot. Every single point is going to be important. And Night Owls, with the amount of early fights they have taken, I think they might have actually crossed the threshold already. Or maybe just combine them with the placement points. If they manage to break into the top 3 of this match, then it should definitely be enough. But let's not forget, even Midwave and Team Insane are present in this match. And those two teams as well will be looking forward to so many points from this game. Team System, same goes for them. But they're down to 3 players.
WSB and Castle. For the first time, we're seeing one team hold out the entirety of Castle. Love to see it. And at this point in time, people are just waiting for the next circle shift to reveal its true intentions. But this is how the entire chaos just broke out in this city of Towar.
Absolute precision strike. Those nades being delivered by the players of Night Owls, but WSB Zeref seems like has ulterior motives as he's crossed the river on towards that western shoreline and is looking to cause some trouble at least for the teams up ahead. In the meanwhile, though, Midwave on our screens. We see Aru knocked out. Should be an easy revive, though, since he has his teammates around him. Where's TWM playing so slow? Aren't they in the top 8?
They are. And maybe that's why they are, I guess. We spoke about chilling, right? And that's what TWM is probably doing inside the game. Just chilling, relaxing, enjoying the blues.
Well, chilling has gotten them a podium at one point, so yeah, it works out, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, they are the Mafias, right? That's what
Yeah.
Mafias do when they've got nothing to do. They chill.
Yeah.
For now, God's Reen. This team's definitely not chilling, even though they're doing a good spot or doing a good job inside the games. Growing strong. They've got the players pinned down in the sights. Sparky, shots taken, but instead he himself is catching a little bit of damage.
Now again, this is a mistake, peeking the same angle again and again. You got hit the first time, what do you expect the next time you peek the same spot? And literally just a split second later, you're going to get shot in the face again.
Yeah, repositioning is a big aspect of the game. And that's why the game has given you feet.
What would be the other reason the game would give you feet, Necro?
To stand up. And to crouch.
Yeah, just stand up and crouch in one spot. You think that should be a mode in the game?
No.
Where you drop, you just stay there till the end. All you can do is stand up and crouch. Aren't those called sit-ups, though?
It is.
Squats.
It is, it is. Salty in between is just speaking some gibberish. I do not
Yeah,
even
because
know
we're
what he
talking
wants
about
to
working
say.
out.
Yeah.
And he likes to work out.
I mean, that's the only good part about him, though.
At this point, I mean, the game has gone back to a standard Vikendi.
Yeah. Podcast hours, it keeps on rolling in over and over again on the map of Vikendi. But a lot of these teams have been eliminated off the bat. 6 teams in total, actually.
Who do we put the blame on for these eliminations? I mean, Blood Rose, Enigma, CS, the blame goes to Night Owl. Even for Empire, the blame goes to Night Owl, actually. Titan FTW, who got their squad wipe? It was Revenant.
Titan FTW, they were looking pretty aggressive. I think so this squad wipe.
No, Newman actually. Newman, yeah.
Yeah. And then it was a third party that actually
By
hit them.
Blood
It was
Rose,
Blood
yeah.
Rose, yeah. Blood Rose wiped out Titan FTW. Team system for now, though, on our screens. They're playing on the edges. They're playing so passive, so safe. when they know there's not a lot of teams alive anyways inside the game, so it's better to play a little bit more aggressive and try and close on up to the centric spot. And right now, the team that's on the centric spot is OR Esports.
Yeah, this is their last game, by the way. For the teams of Group D, this is their last match. So growing strong, last game, TWM, OR Esports, God's Reign, Revenant Esports, System, Enigma, and Blood Rose. And already, Enigma Gaming is out. System, they've lost one player. Revenant Esports almost eliminated. They have one more player remaining. TWM, no wonder they're playing it slow. They want to get maximum points from their last match as well.
They indeed do. System towards Winery. Closing in from the blue now. And the next circle shift hits the deck. Growing strong, OR Esports, God's Reign, Midwave Esports, Revenant Esports is right there too. And now WSB is starting to make a move on the board. Team TWM's on the left side of the map. This is going to be an interesting one.
I miss Dino Park. I haven't been to that spot in so long.
IRL?
Oh, in Vikendi.
I've heard there's a place called Dino Park.
Really, IRL? Where?
Yeah.
In India?
I don't think it's in India, but I don't know where it is.
Then why are you talking about it?
I've just heard it actually exists, though. You know what? WSB Gaming in front of us. And the entirety of WSB, even they're playing on the edges. A lot of these teams, they're just not willing to take that risk, and WSB needs to take the risk.
Yeah, they have to risk it to get the biscuit.
And if they risk a lot, they will get the golden biscuit.
It will surely be made of gold because it will get them to that stage where the fight for 2 crore rupees is about to take place.
Massive stakes on the line. And for teams, the only thing that flashes in front of their eyes are the bragging rights and the money. And Team Insane right now, they're on the 17th spot in the overall standings. They've got 0 points so far. Let's see how Team Insane's going to be looking forward to the upcoming stages of this game.
It's going to be quite interesting to see where Insane is headed right now. Because again, as we mentioned, right on the deadline. Not on the right side, in fact. The wrong side of it. I think they were sitting on that 17th position in the overall rankings. But if they can convert this match into a chicken, that changes everything.
Indeed it does. And Team System.
Now, this is going to be a fight worth watching, Necro. System versus Insane. Whoever wins, their probability of making it to the grand finals just goes up by quite a significant margin.
Oh, but look at the circle shift. OR Esports, now they're going to be the Guardian Angels off the southern side. Team Insane, Team System. Big troubles awaits them in the front lines as the Guardian Angels, they're not going to let anyone trespass the area. Growing strong in the smack center. Looking really good. WSB2 being the Guardian Angels off the right side. And Midwave Esports closing in from the northern side.
Our Esports important game for them as well. Last match of the day. Would like to secure as many points as possible from this one to at least have enough safety cushion so that they don't have to worry about qualification at the end of this game, and they can enjoy the last 2 matches of the semi-finals with a bucket of popcorn in their hands. But look at this Team Insane from the distance. It's going to be harsh. Started things off. Shots fired. The vehicle, the Zima is going to be blown up. Jelly pinned out behind it.
Jelly just going for the boosters. This man softened up, of course. But still, he's got a decent amount of HP, a decent amount of utilities too to back him up. Team Insane. These guys, they have found themselves a little bit of safer shoes in the safe zone. Now the fate is going to be decided by the BGMI gods themselves, where they do want the upcoming circle to be. Which team they want to favor?
Well, they have a pretty tasty meal headed their way. Look at the radar. The player, Sams, from the side of TWM is closing in. That should be an extra point that Team Insane is going to be happy to receive, but As you were talking about the center of the circle, this is the first time we are seeing an abandoned center during the mid-game stages of Vikendi.
It's quite exposed, right? And the only cover that's available, it's a little bit on the edges. And finally, the silence breaks out. Kalyuk finds the opening. Jelly instantly just engulfed, eaten alive. OR Esports, not a good start to this fight.
Well, it's going to be so tough for OR Esports to recover, but let's see. Opportunity still there on the board. System taking a few shots. Kalyuk, look at him. Left, right, just...
Good bob and weave.
Yeah, moving his head like he's in a boxing ring.
Now that's the real Mike Tyson movement.
I think Muhammad Ali would be a better reference.
Muhammad Ali was quick with his feet, but Mike Tyson was like left and right, left and right.
Tyson was also like just brute force. He could knock anyone out with a punch.
So that is true, yeah. Mike Tyson was like the guy who would... He was a tank.
Yeah, he was.
He can take shots, but if he hits you once,
you're done.
It will be a hard shot. It will be tough to recover from. And I was listening to you and Salty cast as well a while ago, and Salty made the Mike Tyson reference, and you said the line of Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
I was laughing in the back. I was like, oh.
Because I don't know what Mike Tyson's line is. I mean,
Mike Tyson's is like, move like a rock, hit like a rock. I'm just messing around.
Someone is going to show up and beat us up after this game is done, probably.
For now, though, God's Reign, look at how things really clicked out in these final few moments. The spray, too, was quite nice from Kalyuk with the G36C.
You know what? The swap is going to happen after this game, or at least the ranking that needs to change is OR Esports, who were actually, the drop has been so massive that they were in the bottom 3 of the top 16. They can be dragged down by System, and Insane can bounce back. Night Owls, they are doing well as well, so Night Owls can also make a leap back into the top 16. But this game is very important for System and OR because this is their last match. At least Insane and Night Owls will have one more opportunity remaining in the future games.
Indeed it does, but Team System getting shot at from the sidelines. And now it's going to be the players of OR Esports looking forward to get the revenge, get the vengeance. And Team System, Kalyuk also finished up from the game. For Team Insane, it's the best day to be alive, considering their threat is getting eliminated without any troubles for them. Because the players of OR Esports, they just want to get the revenge and these elimination points wrapped up. For Team Insane, all they need to do is keep on playing the survival game as long as you cross inside the top 16.
Exactly. The floodgates have now opened up for Team Insane, and all they have to do is push through to the other side. If they can just survive till the top 3 and they have a decent spot in the circle to actually pull it off, they might just be in the top 16 by the end of the day. But let's see how this is going to go. OR Esports, though, they would like to make sure that Insane gets taken out as quickly as possible. But on our screens right now, it's Night Owls taking on the players of WSB. Night Owls, another team that can cause trouble for both OR and Team Insane at the same time if they win this fight as well.
WSB, they've got the high ground to play with for Night Owls. It's an uphill battle. This is not a good news at all. WSB, though, still looking forward to press on the charges a bit more, considering the players of Night Owls, 2 of them are already knocked out. All they need to do is keep on applying this constant pressure, and Night Owls eventually will crumble underneath it. Seraph now is going to be taking a lot of damage from the blue, but it's still not going to matter. He goes for the finishing blow. WSB, they peek out. They moved out from that high ground, but then Night Owls, they're hitting back in a good fashion. It's all down to Seraph. He's catching so much hurt from that blue, and WSB out of nowhere. The tables are being flipped against them.
I mean, such an impressive start from the for the fight from WSB Gaming, but Night Owls just with the DBS, they managed to turn it around. 2 players, both armed with that amazing shotgun, and they have just gone ahead and destroyed WSB Gaming. Zeref, as you mentioned, last man left standing. He is getting a little bit of help from the players of God's Reign in the distance as the suppressing fire, what was supposed to be a suppressing fire, did in fact help him out with a knock on the lads of Night Owls. There's another team present in the sandwich. Well, not a team, just a player. Midway Varu.
It was so close. Hira and his teammates still alive inside the game. And Night Owls, considering both these guys, they're quite hurt. Night Owls needs to take slow and steady steps. WSB from the top, they get completely eliminated because OR Esports, they take him out of the game. And now Night Owls in a pretty interesting spot. They still need to step their feet inside the safe zone. Godsreen's going to be in the front lines. Human Midwave's going to cause so many troubles for them. And Aru's just waiting for them to step out of the cover. Has he not spotted the guy on the right?
I don't think so. I think he saw him. Didn't see him move and Cleo. Oh no. Aru, just at the right nick of time, was able to spot Cleo out. Can secure the opening for his team, but no. Fails to connect the shots. Kira as well under heavy fire, but now Aru will take a lot of damage from the blue.
Aru is so screwed. He's taking 2 damage at the same time from the bullets too, and from the blue now moves out in the open. Even Godsreen, they want a bit of a piece of this pie. Aru gets confirmed by Night Owl. And Godsreen, now they know there's a couple of more foes lying around them, and they need to get rid of these foes. Nate tossed out in the front. Equinox really wants to go for the confirmation. 2 players of Night Owls. They've been creating so many problems for these known teams. And Godsreen, they are looking forward to eliminate them out of this game completely. Kira and Cleo. Kira, especially on the other side of this mountain, peeks out, goes for the spray. Equinox is not able to find that knockout. Kira behind the cover, looking pretty safe, at least for now. Cleo still in the front. He gets knocked out. Now it's all down to Kira.
Kira can't do a lot about this. He's trying to run through the Molotov, but that has delayed his push. Equinox again with this nade can put Night Owls' run, not just in game, but in this tournament to an end. The nade is going to be locked, but Kira avoids the damage. Just a sliver of HP on him. He's waiting for Equinox, who's taking damage from the blue. Just a pixel inside the safe area, Necro.
Oh no, finally peeks out. Equinox loses his patience, and he puts that nail in the coffin. OR Esports in the prime spot. Godsreen looking quite decent too. Team Insane right next to them. Team Insane is being held off at bay, Johnny. This is not a good news, but OR Esports, they're taking shots against Godsreen. Robin's in the front, pinned down behind that little cover.
OR Insane, both these teams are alive, desperate for qualification right now. And only one of them can have it. But look at this, Team System. I also forgot about them, Necro. Yash to OP. Going for a heal battle, has made choice. Team is in the top 4, 8 points guaranteed now. If he can break into the top 3, that will put him at least in a decent enough spot that they can just cross their fingers and pray that they make it through to the finals.
Oh, they have crossed in the top 3. Nicely done. And OR Esports, now they move up against the players of Team Insane. Hirsch is pinned down in the back, and that's it. OR Esports, they're going to be the one to come out on top. Some solid stuff. This man single-handedly has secured the 2nd spot in the game just behalf of the Medstrat.
Yeah, his teammates, his crate, were right next to him, and he just looted those crates for the first aid and was able to make it to the top 2. An incredible performance from all these 3 teams. In fact, OR Esports, Insane, and of course, Team System. But Necro, that builds up the confusion even more, my man.
Yeah, who's going to be in the top 16, who's not? Team Insane was on the 17th spot. This game's going to propel them in the top 16 without a doubt.
Why are we forgetting about Night Owls? They took an exit with 12 eliminations on the 5th spot of the game. The teams on the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th position, all of them had such massive matches right now. Such a big game of Vikendi for all of them. But OR are Night Owls now. Their matches are done. This was their last game.
All the teams in that previous game of Vikendi, in the final few moments, for them, the qualification was on the line.
Yeah.
They've done a great job delivering that consistency on the board. But now we just need to find out how things are really going to be looking like in the overall structure, Johnny. So many questions are wrapping up in my mind. But OR Esports, a really fantastic game.
Yeah, this was just brilliant from OR Esports. They have an advantage. They have an upper hand against the rest of the competition, both from the side of Insane and System in terms of eliminations. I think Insane might put up a challenge over there, but for all these 3 teams, the main problem is Night Owls. I think Night Owls have 18 points. Where does those 18 points get them?
That is true. Night Owls, they should be somewhere in the top 16 without a doubt, but speak about the big blunder from WSB. They took a fight against Night Owls. They had the advantage too, the high ground advantage, the man advantage, but they still screwed up somehow. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push. Left.
पीछे वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने।
pam taklam taklam baka dora dam dam.
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है। ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग। समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few more matches left before we have the final top 16 teams that will be moving over to the grand finals in front of us. But before that, we have 2 games left. Salty, my head is spinning, man.
My head is spinning as well. My heart is pumping. There is so much confusion going on in that little spot that you mentioned, from the 15 spot to like the 18 spot as well. And it's very difficult to actually fathom that. You can't even understand which team is going through, which team is getting a good performance. Even in this game as well, right? Every team in the dicey situation had a good game.
Exactly. Insane had a good game. OR Esports had a good game. System, they managed to have a good game somehow. Night Owls, they had a phenomenal game. I mean, even though the exit was on the 5th position, they had 12 eliminations on the board already. 18 points.
And the worst part about Night Owls and Insane is that they still have one more game to go, right?
Yeah.
For System, their games are done, and that is where the problem actually lies.
And for OR as well. OR is also done with the matches, but at least the last game was a big win for them. They're going to be happy with that. But let's have a look at the highlights, because this game was extremely chaotic. I don't have a reason why these teams are fighting early, all amongst themselves. And for some reason, again, I mean, it was just all of the teams that you would expect to play for survival fighting amongst themselves super early for points. The desperation being put on display.
Yeah, the desperation being put on display as well. And some of them have actually given up on the course of qualifying as well. Team Night Owls just on the prowl, just trying to search for opposition and trying to take them down as soon as they possibly can. And I think with this game as well, Titan FTW and their journey, what do you think about it, bud?
I think it is coming to an end right now. For Titan as well, I believe they have 1 game remaining.
Yeah.
But a little too far off from the qualification barrier, so that might be a little bit of a concern. Because, again, the teams above them, Titan, if I'm not wrong, was below Team Soul even in the overall ranking.
I mean, Team Soul did not get to play this game.
Yeah, but above Soul was Insane. And
Yeah.
Night Owls.
I mean, exactly right. So it just goes to show that there is so much confusion, and of course, the overall standings, it keeps on shifting. We can only try and understand what's happening from the backlines, but
What did you make of that CS versus Revenant esports situation?
I mean,
Because Necro's perspective was that was practice before the finals amongst the two teams.
kind of, yeah. Like, so basically what happens is, before any
Yeah.
sort of big boxing game, they spar, right? The
Yeah.
opposition just spar amongst each other, try and understand how they fight, and alright, it's a warm-up battle. It was a warm-up battle. It was net practice for them, possibly.
But Night Owls just showed up and ruined the entire game plan. Night Owls came, first finished CS, then finished, I believe it was another team that they picked off. Revenant, they picked off one player. The last man managed to make a getaway over there. But then this was like a very interesting moment, another one, System versus the players of Insane, because System was looking so good up until now, and then all of a sudden they cross one ridge, overstep just a smidge, and they're caught off guard by OR and Insane. And OR Esports actually managed to secure and pick off a lot of points from that fight. So that fight did give them a massive advantage. Night Owls still on the prowl over here, as you see them on the screen, picked off WSB, then make sure that Midwave was out, guaranteeing them the top 5 finish. Insane did a brilliant job, but OR at the end was just absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, I kind of felt like Night Owls in this situation, they were really good, especially Cleo and Kira, who were surviving in that occasion. And really did pin down Aquanox as well. I kind of felt like had the zone shifted a little earlier, maybe Aquanox would have been the one who would have been eliminated, and Night Owls could have gotten a couple of finishes extra in that particular occasion. But Team System right now, just courtesy to Yash and his heal battle, could find 11 points of this game. 10 points from positioning, and I think they had just one finish point to work with. I still remember they had 81 points before this last game. You add that up, turns out to 92, and I think that is where the ballpark is for the 16th place team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Yash just like said one thing to Team Insane over there: call an ambulance, and I'll just pick all the first aids that are in it. Because that heal battle was phenomenal, gets them the 12 points on the board, 13 in total. But again, I think those 13 points, they can keep them in the top 16 for this game at least. But heading into that last Erangel, things can change, and they can change for the worse.
To be honest, I was sort of celebrating the moment Yash actually got inside the third spot, inside the top 3. I was like, yeah, let's go. And then all of a sudden, OR Esports also kind of helped him in that regard by finishing off Team Insane as well.
Yes, I think OR did definitely help them out quite a lot. But OR, their patience in that last moment where they were running after Harsh from Insane was just like clearly on display. They know it's one man on the other side, but still they wait for all their players to push together, making sure that there is no possibility of that man escaping. But we have Mac as the MVP of the game, the rebel of the match, 9 finishes on the board, 81.8% contribution inside of this game. And OR, I mean, they had a massive game on this weekend.
If OR Esports is PSG, then Mac is probably Kylian Mbappe. This man is pulling all the strings all by themselves. Titan FTW's Punk as well. I mean, 7 finishes, that is not bad to be honest. 2 players, 9 finishes and 7 finishes. This was a very high fragging game from these two guys. Even Night Owl, just like you mentioned, but for them it's a little bit spread out. Every single player just stepping in and chiming in terms of getting the huge number which they have accumulated for themselves.
Exactly. I think Night Owl just came together as a team, but the only point of concern is, was this a little too late? And especially, I mean, stepping into their last game, they're going to be in a panic mode as well. But let's see how many points have these teams gotten for themselves, ladies and gentlemen. The point rankings on our screens, and OR Esports with those 11 finishes do manage to secure 26. Night Owls with 18. Team System is going to be so lucky that the rest of the competition is just a smidge behind them. Insane with those 12 points, I think can barely crawl inside the top 16 with the last match.
I think so, yes. I think Team System have actually done that. Titan FTW, I'm not really sure. Revenant, Midwave Esports. For Midwave Esports, I felt like this team was sort of in a safe spot. They're closing in on the 100 as well. But we still have to find out. I mean, there's still a possibility that the cutoff might actually be higher than 100. I'm not even sure.
It can be if things go for the worst. But right now, I think, journey in the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen, coming to an end for Newman, Blood Rose, Enigma. I think too low in the rankings. Plus for Enigma and Blood Rose, last game of the day. Can't really do much in this as well. Team Empire, they still have one more game remaining, but I think even Empire is extremely low in the rankings, so there's absolutely no way they can make a comeback. Although, in this matchup, in the top 8, if you notice, Midwave right on that 8th position. And this 8th spot finish is going to sting them so badly, because Midwave, when we started the day, they were in the top 16. But with the way the other teams are climbing, I think Midway might just be out of the top 16. They will have to perform in their last match.
I think now that you actually bring it up, so the last time I checked, Midway Esports, they were quite safe in terms of like being on the 12th or the 13th spot, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe on the 14th spot, somewhere in that particular vicinity. And they sort of had a little bit of a gap set up between them and the likes of Team System and others. But like you said, right, Team Insane pushing up massively, Night Owls pushing up massively, and with the fact that they still have one more game left, Midway for them, there's a big question mark right now.
Exactly, and a question mark for the 4 teams that we keep mentioning as well, ladies and gentlemen. All questions have an answer, and we're moving towards that answer as we move towards the last game of the day. But before that, we have the second last, the penultimate game of the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Miramar will be on our screens in a few short moments. But before that, the teams that are going to be playing on that map. Salty, your thoughts?
My thoughts, there's going to be so much chaos. Brave Esports, they were exactly on that 16th position before this game had started, before the map of Vikendi had started.
Yeah.
Team Mayavi is one of the key contenders. They have been the dominatrix of the BGIS so far, but all of a sudden they run the risk of being eliminated. Of course, Marcus Gaming, for them the journey has been more or less over as well. But on the other side, you've got Team Insane, Night Owls, Midway Esports as well. Once again, multiple teams, more or less 5 or 6 teams were still on that edge.
Yeah, and it's going to be so interesting to see because now Brave is there, Mayavi is there, as you mentioned, Midwave is going to be there as well. A brilliant opportunity for these lads to actually win the game, cross the finish line, and make it to the grand finals. But can they pull it off in their last game?
I mean, I'm not really sure. For Mayavi as well, they do have 2 games remaining, which are going to be the last 2 of the semi-finals. And they have a massive climb to do, like a monumental climb. They need like at least 10 plus finish points in every single game, need a chicken dinner and a podium finish to actually make the mark, because as far as I remember, they're somewhere in the 50s and 60s, and it is a massive climb because the cutoff already has risen to the 90s and it might even go higher.
It can go higher, I mean, but it is going to be down to these last 2 games what will happen. And again, so which team in this match from the teams that are struggling on that middle pack do you think are going to perform in this match and will move inside the top 16?
I mean, I think Night Owls have got the ball rolling. I picked Night Owls on the map of Sanhok. Night Owls performed rather decent. They had the top 3 finish going in for themselves, a couple of finishes here and there. The map of Vikendi as well, they played it phenomenally well. And now I think they've sort of set themselves up. On the map of Miramar, I'm not really sure. Sanhok and Vikendi were off maps, to be honest. On the map of Miramar, they haven't really got their system sort of laid out, but they might actually have a possibility just because of the momentum.
I think you're forgetting one thing. In the losers bracket, and even before that, in round 3, Night Owls used to destroy teams on this map itself. It's just the semi-finals where every single Miramar has been an absolute blunder for them.
Yeah.
But what if, in the last Miramar, this team regains their old form?
I mean, see, at least one thing is for sure. One chicken dinner or a podium finish for Night Owls with a decent number of finishes. I think Night Owls will have secured their journey, secured their ticket for the finals.
Yeah, here's an announcement for everyone that's going to drop in this game. Avoid Los Leones at all costs because Night Owls is going to be there.
Of course, but with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Miramar is live and the flight is taken to the skies once again, and we are witnessing Brave Esports, the team who we thought is going to be inside of the top 16, but a flight path which is so lovely and so satisfying to watch. It starts off from Los Leones and ends towards La Cabrera. This is going to be the penultimate flight for every single team inside of the semi-finals.
Yeah, and for Brave Esports as well, as you mentioned, this could be their last flight in the BGIS, right on that 16th position. Extremely important for this team to walk away with a win of this game, but let's see how this match is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the first fight of the game, I am expecting that to be the city of Los Leones. We already see Night Owls moving forward towards their home territory, looking for that early control. They are being chased by Midwave. And Midwave is never going to the Los Leones city. They always land towards the outskirts, towards the southern side. But WSB, where they're looking to go, I think just a little bit north of Los Leones. Again, on the outer vicinity.
They might actually glide past
Impala,
Los Leones as well. Might as well go towards in between of Impala and Los Leones. I'm not sure if they'll reach Impala, as a matter of fact. But Midway Esports, they have a very spread out location. quite decent one of the players. I think Atanki is the one who is quite close to Night Owls as well.
No, there might be another drop clash in the early stages of the game, and this one is going to be with Team Insane.
Yeah.
We usually drop towards the city of El Pozo. They are being chased right now. Look at this Titan FTW against the players of Team Empire. Empire qualification already a long lost dream of theirs. And Titan, they will basically have to summon Kronos, go back in time, and then change history if they want to make it through. Their dream is almost shattering. Empire, the barrel, he's going to be waiting.
And he's going to find the first finish as well. I mean, Team Empire taking definitely right steps in this particular fight. A bit too late to actually start to winning these 44 battles, but still, it's certainly a matter of time. Maybe the final game, of course, and Spark has been dished out so much damage.
Oh, the last few rounds of the UMP, and he connects. Sparky almost took down the last player as well. But no, Knuckle. Punk, he drops one more. Empire, the man himself, is the last man standing. Titan looking to win this 4v4. They have the man advantage to work with as well. Empire, he just has a Molotov on him. Goes for the spray with the AKM. Both these teams running out of utility. Nakujod looking to secure the knock. Fails to do so. But Empire, he's going for a revive. Was looking for one, but Titan, they wrap things up quickly in this early fight. Empire. Journey in the BGIS ending. Just an extremely sad note.
Yeah. But look at this. Team Spark from the distance. Like, alright, fine. I think we hear something. I think we hear some footsteps and some gunshots. Let's just go and check out. Let's just try and invade this compound. And currently they are raiding it. Punk definitely is prepared for it. Punk has 3 finishes and a little bit of a momentum, but 2 nades needs to line him up. But Pukar, through the printing machines, if I'm not mistaken, has actually managed to damage so much onto Punk.
Yeah, and X-Pac is one of those teams that actually does not care if they lose this fight. They are in a safe spot. They were in the top 8 at the start of the day, and I think they are still going to be at least bare minimum in the top 16. So qualification for X-Pac is pretty much guaranteed, but still Titan, they need to be the ones who need to be cautious about this fight. Sixth Sense, we have seen incredible moments from this lad, and Titan, they've set up an interesting crossfire indoors. But X-Pac, they are not an amateur team. They were looking for a revive, haven't found it yet. Nox traded out 2v1, Sixth Sense, the last man surviving. And Dreams and Pokar looking for a push.
I think Dream's position has sort of been checked as well, and he can hear the footsteps. There might be a little bit of a distraction for 6 seconds as well, but the shots being connected early on might actually give him a little bit of an advantage. And meanwhile, while Dreams is trying to distract 6 Sense, I think Pokar is actually going for the revive. Yeah. Aditya did find it, and Punk, of course, has been finished off. Now it's all down to 6 Sense.
Oh no! He just stood there, gathering the loot. 6 Sense. What is happening, buddy? Just a sliver of HP with a Thompson. Pokar, full HP. Should be an easy fight, an easy wrap-up for the players of Xbox. So grateful for Titan, and of course the players of Empire who took down Titan's HP bars as well. Made sure that Titan did not have ammunition, they did not have throwables, they did not have healing utility available when X-Pac came for them.
Yeah. But still, this was a very good exhibition fight.
I mean, it wasn't a good exhibition. Yeah. Oh.
I mean, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
One team in the safe spot, one team for them hopes have been lost. Not like it's gonna do.
So the reason I fumbled was I wanted to ask you this: if we were to actually judge that fight, based on X-Pac being X-Pac and Titan FTW being Titan FTW, that was kind of scrappy from X-Pac's side.
That certainly was scrappy, but I don't believe X-Pac took that particular fight with just utmost.
Yeah, they weren't serious about it. I agree with you on that.
I mean, see, knowing Aditya, knowing these players, knowing Dreams as well, they're like, alright boys, let's just go and let's just have some fun. We can hear some gunshots. Might as well trouble them a little bit. So yeah, I mean, I think that was the intention.
Yeah.
But again, I'm also kind of expecting great sportsmanship from these lads as well. Even if they have sort of qualified, they still will play with their utmost focus and try and get the best out of every single match that they play.
True. Plus, I mean, again, when you're playing one of the last few matches of your day, what are you going to do? I think even X-Pac is looking to make sure that, all right, last game, we're going to have a big match. If we go down, we go down. Otherwise, we just end up with a lot of finishes.
And I
This
think
was very scrappy from Punk as well.
yeah, the jump shot didn't really connect. For Sixens, I think he had the opportunity of taking down Dreams, which could have again delayed the revive onto Aditya.
Yeah, but Dreams was toying with him.
Exactly.
If you notice, Dreams didn't fire a single shot in that fight. He just went from one window to the next, and he knew for a fact that Sixth Sense could see him through those window panes. And he did not care. He was like, all right, I'm here, buddy. Now I'm here. Now I'm here. Just playing a game of whack-a-mole with the opposition, just as a distraction so that the other players could be back on their feet again.
That was a classic troll move, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a troll move.
A very classic troll move. Try and shoot me if you can. But for Team X-Pac, I think they have their next targets already. And that's going to be Nest Esports, another team who's sort of been wiped off from the competition. Not really standing a chance, but still would want to go down with a lot of pride. And I think taking down X-Pac might be a good step for them.
Raiden takes just a few more steps ahead towards the cliff. He's going to see Sevi plays from CS Esports. Sevi's so lucky. Raiden, I think, has a fear of heights.
I mean, I kind of understand where he's coming from. Even I have the fear of heights, so I wouldn't dare to go close to those ridges.
Yeah, but you see, you scope in and then you move close to the ridge. That way you see the floor closer to you.
What if I'm scoping in down and I don't even know where the edge of the cliff is?
Yeah, that's bad on your part. You should have been aware of this.
Let's not talk about it. It already gives me a little bit of goosebumps. The overall standings is pretty anxious already. I don't want to talk about heights and include that in the picture.
This man is so close. Just a few more steps. And he will see the opposition. And even Sevi is waiting. He hears him running around on top of his head.
Where exactly is Sevi plays? I mean, is he undercover? Does Raiden have a line of sight on him already? I'm not even sure about it.
So from the aerial view we saw, I think he has a line of sight available. We're going to have to see that POV to actually confirm it. And I think he has a line of sight available. I'm like 80% sure there is a line of sight available on Sevi.
CS Esports don't really care about the line of sight.
Top 3, man. Why would they care?
Were CS Esports the first ones to breach in the 100-point mark?
Yeah, I think they were the second ones. I think Gladiators was first.
Might actually be. But I still remember that while they were actually reaching the 100-point mark, that was when their boost, the big boost of 230-pointer came up, right? That boosted them to the second spot. So, yeah, but look at this. Team X-Pac, what are they doing completely out in the open?
Running. Looking for the players of Nest Esports. And Sakiro actually has a lot of information. He will have relayed all of this to his teammates, but the question is, what are you going to do with information? X-Pac does not care. You see them, you don't see them, you shoot at them, you don't shoot at them. They are on a wild hunt right now, even wilder than the one that was there.
That was
Middle
close.
Ages. To the first man to go down from the side of X-Pac.
Yeah, I mean, that actually was pretty close. I felt like Atharva could have actually been knocked out, but Sakiro hold down his trigger very, very well. Right at the point where his guard was down, and now Team X-Pac, they sort of have been hit, but they can still manage to actually recover from this particular fight. Nest Esports still trying to capitalize on it. The nade might actually do a lot of damage.
Aditya is quite unlucky in this fight. For the second time, gets knocked out. His teammates will have to deal with the brunt of the work. Arthav almost the knock secured. Skarel needs to connect the hip fire, and he does. Sarang is going to be dropped, but the instantaneous trade is going to be there from the side of X-Pac. Still lacking numbers, though.
Yeah.
And Ryzen's nade can put X-Pac and their run in this match to an end. Sarang's going to be finished off. Aditya, there's the third knock for the man. Dreams barely there with 30 HP on him. This nade is going to, well, end Aditya's misery. Dreams now down to 10, and this is going to be the final one. Just a stun and run. That is how you use stun nades, by the way.
Yeah. That was perfect. And for Nest Esports, they are going to be doing some troll moves for themselves as well.
Oh wow, look at this.
This
Going
is
for a
interesting.
revive right in the face of opposition. Look at
I
this.
love this.
Where's your teammate, buddy? Where's your team? Where's your revive? When's it coming?
Absolutely love the banter which is going on live right now. Team X Park just tasting their own medicine. But look at this, CS Esports. They now have the lines of sight not on... In fact, it's actually WSB who has been hit. But what is Raiden doing though? He's still messing around with savvy plays. Actually, he's still messing around. No line of sight, no shots being taken, but certainly has lost his comrade. One of the most important comrades as well. And personally, to be honest, I felt like WSB still sort of had a chance at the start of the day to actually make a comeback, but a couple of bad performances and that's it. I think even their dreams have been crushed, Johnny.
Yeah, their dreams can be crushed, and it's going to be important for them to actually bounce back. In fact, make a massive leap if they want to move forward. But again, a lot of confusion just thinking about the overall rankings. Mayavi, not looking too good. One more player lost. 3 left standing in the back lines. Newman out on the hunt.
This is such a crucial game for Team Mayavi. An extremely crucial game for Team Mayavi. This game would kind of make it or break it for them for the grand finals, and it seems like Avi is almost on the way of actually gifting them one of the points. But look at this, bro, has no idea where Rex is. The flank was brilliant, and now Team Mayavi. This, I think, is the end game for them.
Yeah. Mayavi. Rain lag over there from Pro. Took him like a good 3 seconds, and his first reaction was, oh, I'll go prone. But Mayavi's been wrapped up by Newman Gaming now. This is a good turn of pace.
I mean, I don't know how to react to this moment, to be honest. Team Mayavi, for whom this game meant everything, and for Newman Gaming, who has almost lost hope.
So Mayavi's journey in the BGIS has come to an end just now with this, by the way.
That's it.
They were already on the 3rd phase. This is their last game. And they took an exit on the 13th position with no finishes, I believe.
Well, that's a sad ending, of course. But we'll actually have to confirm that once again. But look at this. Brave Esports still on the prowl. And Marcos Gaming, another team who sort of struggled the entirety of the semi-finals. No signs of life from the teams on the 3rd and the 4th page today. I kind of expected those teams to actually pop off. It's just been the few teams like Team Insane and Night Owls who are still trying.
Yeah. Night Owls. Wait, where's Night Owls? Is Night Owls playing slow on Miramar for a change?
Yeah.
What?
And they actually have a good position to work with as well.
Yeah, I mean, they have taken control of that Northern Edge. The only team that can cause a lot of trouble for them is going to be Blind Esports, actually. And Blind is also very desperate for those points. If Blind takes on Night Owls, imagine that. Blind will have secured their spot in the finals and eliminated Night Owls from the tournament. I mean, still don't know where Night Owls is actually after that game of Vikendi.
They are inside the top 16. Quite certain they are in the top 16. Blind Esports, of course, for them, it's done and dusted. They don't really have to worry about much. But in this particular fight, it's Marcos Gaming who is taking the hit. And once again, Leo Whitey is going to strike them from the backlines. Couldn't really find the knock. Man, you are playing the grand finals in the big venue. You have to practice this right now.
Yeah, CS Esports is... I think they are just making sure that the work that they have to do for the grand finals, they do it now already. But I'll say this, CS Esports, they started the day in the top 3, the top 4, I believe, but today hasn't been too good for them. I think they have taken a drop in the overall rankings, but still finals is already there. I mean, they already had like 120 points, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah.
100 plus.
Quite above 100, actually. CS Esports just being the second team to cross that 100 mark. I mean, the point was simple. Like yesterday we were talking about it. Once they had that big jump, CS Esports never really put a brake on their pedal.
Until today, in fact.
I mean, you can't really say for sure with which mentality that they come by.
they're going up against the teams that they eventually have to face in the finals. I mean, now they are going up against Newman and Marcos Gaming, who are on the verge of getting eliminated. But earlier, in the previous Vikendi, they just like, drop clash Revenant like it's nothing.
Johnny, you're missing the point. They're saving strategies.
Oh, yeah. I always miss that aspect of competitive BGMI, team saving strategies for the finals. But Blind Esports, oh, they just saved themselves. What a nice shot over there. Nice little angle found by Joker. Making a joke out of Lucknow Giants.
And Blind Esports, I mean, just helping their case again. 3 players still surviving. They've got 4 finish points already. And now they are in that pretty good spot, right at the northern tip of the circle itself. Might actually try and push towards Hacienda del Patron, but so far it's not really a compulsion. For Marcos Gaming, even they are trying to make their last-ditch attempt inside of the BGIS semi-finals. Vexia and Siam will be the only ones who still remain. But a very monumental task up front in the form of Nest Esports, and they have to breach past them.
It's not going to be easy as well. Nest is playing with such an interesting strat. The wide split from Sekiro covers his teammates from the distance, and the opposition never sees it coming.
Yeah.
Even midway, Marcos Gaming would see this coming their way. As a spray from Sekiro, look at that. Even if a few shots connect, it makes things a lot easier for his teammates to wrap things up. Vexi is there. Siam finished off Vexi, the last man left standing, and Newman closing in from the backlines. The sandwich completed. Just a pinch of spice added with, are we knocked out?
Where was this Newman all along the semi-finals?
I have no idea.
I think they have more finish points right now than they did in the entire tournament.
Yeah, in a single game, definitely.
Unexplained things happening inside of BGIS, ladies and gentlemen.
Not just Newman, I mean, same thing can be said for Enigma Gaming as well. I mean, we just spoke about it. It was me and Necro. Because Enigma they have played so well today.
I mean, they certainly did, right? But you look at the way the Newman lineup is moving, the way the Newman players are moving, the way they are just constantly charging from one team to the other, have 9 finishes on board already, and we are just barely inside of stage 4. Now, this is the Newman Gaming we saw entirety of the tournament. This is the team whose approach was loved by so many fans out there who expected this team to be inside of the grand finals. But now,
look at the circle now, Salty. Sorry to interrupt you. Insane and Night Owls, both of them have such a good spot in the circle, along with Midwave controlling the western edge. What do you have to say about that, my friend?
And I think this is going to be crazy for Night Owls once again. Just being able to predict and being able to be at the center, this already sets it up. We know, as a matter of fact, they need a big game. They might have got the placement sorted, just need those finish points as well, the elimination points. And Midwave, they have got the numbers advantage.
They have 3 players left. Kira is the only man who has been picked off in the early stages of the game. And even for Insane, it's going to be a massive challenge. Look at what has happened for Insane. Glitch, they're waiting for them in the house of the boss, Hacienda del Patron. There's one imposter among them. One of the individuals from the side of Nest Esports. And if Insane close in, that one individual can change everything. They will miscount how many players they've picked from either Night Owls.
Yeah.
And if they don't have a clean fight, they're down in numbers. They can lose a lot of bodies in that particular scenario. But it also depends. Insane actually go for that fight or not. WSB in the meanwhile, in a world of Earthshub is going to be dropped. Raiden last man left.
Brave Esports still taking in a hurt. We're constantly forgetting that this is one of the teams who are still barely at the edge. They're playing their last game right now, and they need that big game. Have spotted out Newman Gaming and Nest Esports in the backlines. Shots not really connecting, and for Simple and the other player, Himu, both of them are down on their knees. This is not looking good for Brave Esports.
Yeah, it's not looking good, and things are going to get worse because Nest Esports, well, they are being pushed upon by Team Insane. And once Insane is done with next, Brave is going to be next. Sekiro in an awkward spot, focused in. The team in the distance in the form of Newman. When Sekiro is extremely low, Arthav giving away a lot of information. Savitar is there with the DBS. Shots fired inside the smoke, none of them connecting. Savitar switching over to FPP, back to the third-person perspective, sees the opposition in the distance, is going to look for a spray with the M4, but switches back to the DBS for the close quarter combat and has missed those shots all this time. Finally, Newman Gaming forced outside of this match by the players of Nest. And even for Newman, I believe this was their last match.
I'm not sure. Neither does it actually matter quite a lot, but for Brave Esports, who is still there in the vicinity, you can see from the lovely drone cam.
I meant it was literally their last game. This was their 12th match.
Oh, that way.
Yeah.
Nest Esports has actually pulled up their game quite a bit. They've tightened up their socks and their sleeves. It seems like they are dishing out damage against every single team. Their next target is going to be Team Insane, and now this is not good news, especially with Glitch X Reborn right in the front lines. It seems like Team Insane are caught in the middle of nowhere, Johnny.
Yeah. Glitch utilized the chaos of Nest Esports, distracting Insane, and they made a run for it out in the open, but with the nades, they put Insane out of their misery. The meat in the sandwich has been consumed. 10 eliminations on the players of Nest, desperate to not end the semifinals on the 16th position in the rankings.
With that,
Not the 16th, 32nd actually.
With that, I think Night Owls have officially overtaken Team Insane in this entire situation. Night Owls is still surviving, and if Team Insane haven't really made the cut, Night Owls still have a chance.
Salty Midwave is still there in this match.
So is Brave Esports.
Yeah, so is Brave Esports. So the contention for qualification is not yet done for these teams. Brave Esports and Nest settling their differences in an interesting 2v2. But Night Owls, they're down to, I believe Roxy's the last player. Yes, Hero was picked off. Cleo and Draco down. Blind Esports coming in with an aggressive push. Roxy, he's running inside the smoke, trying to protect himself, but it's going to be so difficult for him to survive. Blind still on the hunt. Roxy is hiding his presence inside of this wall of smoke. But can he win this fight? Nade is going to be lobbed inside the house. Knuckle is extremely low. But the nade does not connect. The lobs the next one towards Ronnie. But it is going to be Roman's nade from Glitch Reborn that takes him down. And it's going to be Glitch who makes sure that Night Owls' vision is going to be glitched, because all they're going to see is the grey screen in front of them.
Not really a lot of points from this game, to be honest, Johnny. 0 eliminations for Night Owls and a 6th position finish for them. This means it's going to be very hot in that deadline marker. Who is going to qualify, who is going to not. There is no certainty whatsoever. And even Brave Esports, as a matter of fact, this is their opportunity to shine, honestly, with Dude in can. Now, Necro is a huge fan of this man, Dude.
Yeah.
I want to see what he can pull off right now, because this is his territory. He can literally make the semi-final, the last day of the semi-final, all about him and qualify for that LAN finals.
Or it can all be about Midwave, who are still not moving from that western edge. That team refuses to go down and also refuses to move.
That's what you would call an immovable rock.
Yeah.
But is there an unstoppable force to challenge them?
I mean, it has to be either Blind or Glitch. Pick off Midwave with that high ground advantage, and I do see on the radar, you see those straight lines. That means shots being exchanged between Midwave and Glitch right now. Oh, Dude taking a lot of damage from Nest. Falls back right in the nick of time, but Nest refusing to stop in their tracks. They continue their push. 2 players in tandem take Dude down. Now it's going to be Can, who's going to be canned and served. Well, a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, well, of course, Brave Esports. I kind of expected a lot from this team, but it seems like could not deliver at that moment. But Nest Esports, this has been a wonderful game for them so far.
Yeah.
Just needed a lot more of these performances. This team was one of the best teams for me inside of round 4, inside of the lower brackets. But now, the glimpses of brilliance coming just way too late inside the competition, the semi-finals.
Oh, look at Midwave, still out in the open. They have the circle to work with. Glitch with the 4-man push. The wall of smokes is going to protect them for a while, but the vehicles are going to be spotted. And look at Whiskey. He sees the buggy in the distance, can blow it up or shoot around it to hope and catch Ralph off guard. The opening knock is going to be secured by a Midwave. They have 6 eliminations on the board. They can hit the double digits in this match as well. Glitch, the players falling left, right, and center. Chris Shopee is going to be the last man from the side of Glitch. Reborn is going to be left in this game. And Midwave can have such a massive match. Whiskey is going to drop as Nest Esports cause a lot of trouble for these teams. Finally, they're going to be eliminated. Midwave is already up to 10 eliminations in this match. And that's a wrap on the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. Midwave walking away with an impressive win. Krish OP, the final shots connecting. Don't really know from where they came, but still, the result remains the same. Midwave with an amazing chicken, and I believe it's going to be there with 13 eliminations.
Yeah, 13 eliminations for Midwave Esports.
28 points.
28 points, that's a lot. I mean, have they broken the 100 marker as well? I think they've also broken
I think they can, yeah.
Yeah, they have broken the 100 marker quite sure, because they were already up there in the high 80s already.
But
28 points.
Salty, it seems that instead of cursing teams per map, you've just cursed the overall leaderboard, because your prediction for the first time, I think it might be correct. We're going to push to the 90s, in the mid-90s, and almost the 100-point marker in terms of qualification. What did you do, Salty?
I mean, I don't know how to take that as a compliment or as something else, because every single time I've predicted anything, that's literally been right over the course of from like the losers bracket towards the semi-finals as well. But Midwave Esports, this was such an important game for them, but so was it for Insane and Night Owls. But I just don't know what happened over there.
Exactly. See, even I don't know what's going to happen and which teams are going to push through, because, ladies and gentlemen, just one last game to go before we have the 16 names that will join us in Mumbai for that amazing grand finale. But before we see those 16 names and before we see that last game, we're going to push to a very short break. So stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Push. Left. PKM use कर.
पीछे आ
इनको यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश. चल.
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा. अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने.
अरे तकिल पे तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम.
अलग ही जोन में ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है. ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए. मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने. चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई.
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार. ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग.
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश.
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना.
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो. हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to one final game of BGIS semi-finals. Now, this is going to be one step, Necro, before we actually proceed to the grand finals. But so many questions are still to be unanswered.
I mean, look, we did get a decent amount of answers at the end of that previous game. Team Mayavi, they end their journey over there. The same thing can be said for the likes of Newman Gaming, Nest Esports. They're done. We're not going to see those teams make it inside the grand finals anymore, especially Nest Esports, though. Speaking about this team was performing so nice. I hope they perform the same way in the previous times, too.
I mean, exactly right. They performed really well in this particular game. In the previous rounds as well, they were performing really brilliantly. I don't know what just happened in the semi-finals. Even Newman Gaming, as a matter of fact. Right?
Yeah, 9 eliminations.
9 eliminations. Me and Johnny were having this conversation that where was this Newman Gaming throughout the semi-finals, right? We wanted to see the ruthlessness. We wanted to see the aggression which they bring on board, but it was nowhere to be found.
I think so. It was just the pressure that was eating them. And then in the final game, Newman Gaming and Nest Esports are like, all right, we've got nothing to lose anyways. We might as well just go all guns blazing. But that's what happens when you play pressure-free, ladies and gentlemen. That's how things should be in general. You should not be taking unwanted load on yourself, and that's why teams are not able to perform.
I mean, that is kind of the most logical explanation to actually go about it as well. But we did witness a couple of very important fights which are going to happen in the mid-game stages, of course. This was one of the fights which sort of started things off on the map of Miramar. Team Empire and Team Titan FTW. I mean, for both of these teams, their journey was almost over and done and dusted. But Titan FTW actually played out quite fine, to be honest.
That is true. Even for Titan FTW, they got eliminated quite early inside that previous game. So things were not really looking that great for them, considering Team X Park, they just hit them instantly. And this third party just shattered the hopes and dreams of Titan FTW. But speaking about Team X Park, for them, the qualification's on the line in the upcoming game.
Exactly. I mean, the way me and Johnny were explaining about this fight was Team X Park, they felt a little complacent. They were taking things pretty easy. They were just trying to chill themselves out inside the map of Miramar. But the problem is, now that we actually have some sort of information of where Team X Park are or how Team X Park are doing on the overall standings, it seems like they are definitely under a lot of pressure right now.
That is true. The pressure is definitely going to be seen. But speaking about the pressure being lifted off, Newman Gaming, they definitely played quite nicely. And as I mentioned to you a while ago, if you're not really going to be having that performance pressure upon yourself, you will be performing quite nicely in the games in general. And that's what Newman Gaming did. They had a decent amount of elimination points to take an exit, but it was a little bit too late, so it's not really going to matter.
I mean, even CS Esports, as a matter of fact, right, they did not really put a lot of efforts. Majority of the team...
They're qualified.
Exactly,
so
right. Majority of the teams have sort of made their mark or sort of have booked their tickets to Mumbai. They did not really have a very important game, but it was extremely important for Blind Esports, who currently are in a very dicey spot right now, I think.
That is true. Even Brave Esports had quite a decent game for themselves. Dude and Ken were alive in the end, but then Nest Esports, this team was on an elimination spree. They were wiping out teams left, right, and center. They also wiped out Brave Esports. They also wiped out Newman Gaming, if I'm not wrong. So Nest Esports, this team was on a tear.
Even Team Insane, as a matter of fact, right? Team Insane had a decent start to this particular game. They were looking to actually start dominating inside the final circle. But just like you said, Team Nest Esports and their finish spree, Team Insane were just one of their victims. And this was the nade which actually finished things off for Skips as well. This was one of the points where I felt Roxy, if he had survived against Blind Esports, gotten those finish elimination points, maybe Night Owls would have had a chance. But again, it just did not really work out.
Look, all of that is fine, but then in the end, the table's been flipped against GlitchX Reborn. It's something I did not really see coming from anywhere. Because GlitchX Reborn, they were controlling the best spot inside the final few moments. I genuinely thought GlitchX Reborn, they can win this game. But then Midwave Esports, out of nowhere, they just flipped the tables against him.
And that's what Midwave Esports do, right? Nobody expected this team. They were, like Johnny likes to say, right? They were refusing to move from that eastern edge of the circle itself. They held on it like an absolute proud. And they did not move at all. They had the man advantage, not really participating into fights. And when the opportunity came by, they knew that they could fire at GlitchX Reborn from multiple sides. Having that man advantage does give you that sort of a situation. They actually did that.
Exactly. GlitchX Reborn, they had the man advantage, as you mentioned, too. There were a couple of teams around them, of course, but that was not really a big threat to them anyways, because those were the solo players that were alive inside the game. The only big thorn in their way to the victory was Midway Esports themselves.
Yeah.
And that 2v4 execution that came into play, it was beautiful. The players of Glitch Reborn, they were just dropping down like flies. I did not even understand what exactly is going on. And as soon as I blink my eyes, I just see Midway Esports taking the chicken dinner out of nowhere. I'm like, wait, that's like one of the biggest surprises that I've seen so far. But you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Nest Esports Sakura, of course, with 6 elimination points and 50% finish contribution. When it does not even matter, Sakura performs.
I mean, I like the humor over there, to be honest. But Nest Esports, I don't really know why did they actually come up with this performance. Even Newman's Rex, as a matter of fact, right, with 5 eliminations. Sakura actually played a very important role, and the way Team Nest Esports played, always on the flank, always trying to hit you from where you're blinded. And it was pretty good for Nest Esports to see that sort of a structure inside of the semi-finals, but not really throughout this particular round, because of which they might just be eliminated. Even Midway Esports, as a matter of fact, like look at Aru, look at Atanki, they came together and performed when it actually mattered, because otherwise even their qualification was on the line.
Midway Esports, they've done a phenomenal job. They knew when the iron was hot, they knew when to strike, and they striked in the perfect way. They striked at the perfect time too, and Midway Esports, they have personified perfection. But as we do move on forward and take a look at the match scoreboard in front of us, Midway Esports, of course, on the top with 27 points. Nest Esports on the second spot with 22. Glitch Reborn on the third with 16. Blind Esports on the fourth with 12 points, actually, and Newman Gaming with 11. Now, look, speaking about Blind Esports, even for them in the upcoming game, the qualification's on the line.
It certainly is on the line, especially with the kind of a situation Team Night Owls, Team Insane, and Team Brave Esports are. Even Team X-Park, as a matter of fact, right, in the same vicinity. All of this is happening from that 14th to the 18th position, right? There might just be so many shuffles happening. And the entirety of these teams, we completely forgot about one big comeback that we were waiting. Team Seoul also has that one game where they need approximately 30 points to even make it back.
Listen, the realistic expectations are that's not going to happen. Team Seoul, they like to play really passive. I highly doubt that's going to be the case or not, considering Brave Esports 2 now is going to be the one to play in the upcoming game. If I'm not wrong, they've still got one more game left over, including Blind Esports, Team X-Park. They've still got one more game left over. All these teams, they're just searching for that one single good game. A lot of teams are searching for that one good game, and there's only one game left over. That's the issue.
That is the issue, to be honest. And speaking about this statement as well, I think Midwave just found that one good game at the exact time when it actually mattered. Now it's all about either Team Blind Esports or X-Park to actually get their high-scoring game to secure that slot for the Grand Finals. Even a sort of a consistent finish on the podium might actually do the trick as well. But somebody needs to step up. Somebody needs to step up with a high-scoring game, come back from the trenches of El Negro, because that would be such a perfect entry for the semi-finals, man.
That is true. Speaking about the entries too, we need to speak about a couple of exits that happened in the previous game. Now, I know we're going to be seeing the matchup in front of us soon enough, but I really need to elaborate a little bit more on Team Mayavi. It's an exit that none of us expected to see, but Team Mayavi, they have finally taken an exit from the entire tournament. But as we do move on forward and take a look at the entire matchup, Group A versus B is going to be the one to duke it out in the final game of the semifinals. And while Blind Esports, for them the qualification's on the line. Brave Esports, for them the qualification's on the line. Team X-Park, even they need to qualify. Things are getting so dire.
There is one team, there is one name, of course, about whom I don't really have a lot of information. Autobots and 4 Aggressive Men. These were the two teams at the start of the day or after the first game of Group A. I kind of felt like they were in that dicey spot. They had the opportunity of actually making that comeback. But I'm not really sure where they are right now, considering the shenanigans of Insane, considering the shenanigans of Team Night Owls as well. Team Seoul, of course, there is going to be a lot of talk about it. I think they are just way far off to come back in the last game as well. But anything is possible, Necro. Anything is possible. But just like you mentioned, I think it's got to start off from Blind and X-Park.
It is going to start up from them because those are the closest team to qualify right now. And we know they've got the caliber to hit that as well. Now, speaking about Team Mavi, as I mentioned, for them, at this point in time, we might as well just count their journeys done. Team Seoul, as I mentioned, the realistic expectations are going to be there that Team Seoul's not going to make it. Brave Esports, they are pretty close as well. There's a chance Brave Esports can make a bounce back. Do you think so they can?
To be honest, they need that high fragging game, and we haven't really seen Brave Esports rack up the huge numbers that we've seen them do in the initial parts of the tournament. I don't know why, but Simple and Dude, they're kind of underperforming in certain situations. They definitely are getting the position points. They definitely are being very consistent in the inside of the top 5. But that is not really going to make the cut, right? Right now, you need a game where you have 20, 25 points. And Brave Esports have one opportunity on the map of Erangel. Maybe they will be able to do so, but personally, listening to my heart, I don't think so that's going to happen.
Speaking about Simple and Dude, that's a really good point that you brought up. Yeah, Dude is one of those players that has been underperforming since the losers bracket.
Yeah.
And then Simple is one of those guys that I personally thought that in the semifinals, he will be able to play really good. But no, in the semifinals, Simple's performance has been on a downhill curve. And this is not a good news at all, considering Simple now needs to perform. It's the last game, and the qualification's on the line, ladies and gentlemen, because the grand stage is waiting for the top 16 teams, and it's their time to showcase us who will be those after this game.
To be honest, the stage is perfectly set, just like you mentioned. I think if Brave Esports make a comeback, Simple and Dude, the way they have performed throughout the tournament, the mantle should actually be passed on to them. There are a couple of players otherwise as well. There's Roman from GlitchX Reborn. There's Godbot from Growing Strong. And I would always include Simple and Dude in that same caliber as well. I think they're at the same level. They are the next generation of BGMI that's here to come. And if in this game they perform, lead their team to the grand finals, I think they will have very deservedly earned that tag of the next generation of BGMI esports athletes.
That is true, and considering we're not even able to take a look at the overall standings, the suspense is just building up amongst ourselves, Salty. I just want to know what the top 16 is looking like right now. Who's got a chance to qualify in? Who's got no chance to qualify in? One thing is for sure, even for Marcos Gaming, their hopes have faded away.
Absolutely. For Marcos Gaming, their hopes have faded away. For quite of the other teams, especially for everyone inside the last page, I think their hopes have faded away. But I'm pretty sure the hopes have not faded away for the 5 teams inside of the top of the third page, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of the semi-finals inside of the BGIS is going live, and we are coming in from Erangel.
Exactly. The plane's going to hit the skies, ladies and gentlemen, once again for the last time in the semi-finals of BGIS 2023 as the plane fly path starts all the way from Quarry towards Stalber. Now, this plane fly path is completely isolating Sosnovka military base. It's going to be abandoned, considering it's a little bit too far away. If the teams do want to go down south, it's going to be a tough extent and a lot time-consuming.
I mean, I think that the game would be extremely interesting if the circle does land on the Sosnovka military base, because just like you said, majority of the teams will not be able to reach that position just by gliding or by dropping down. They will have to get those vehicles and try and be on the move as quick as possible. Well, look at this, right? Majority of the teams have taken the drop already. GlitchX Reborn towards Fairy Pierre, Marcos Gaming towards Primoxawell. But looking for those drop clashes, looking for the teams from the 4th page or the 3rd page, at the bottom of the 3rd page, to try and spoil some games, give us some spices, man.
I want to see a drop collision too. You know I'm a big fan of those. As you mentioned, just give us some spoilers, man, please. I want to see the spoilers as well. Lucknow Giants going up north towards Zarki as usual. That's where they like to go. Team X Park towards Georgia Pool. Team Soul towards Gatka. Marcos Gaming's over there too. GlitchX Reborn, Fairy Pier. As I mentioned, if you want to go down south, it's going to be a little bit isolated. Too far away from the plane fly path. So it's going to be a bit time consuming if you want to make it down south. And Gladiator Esports, they're going to be on their way.
Yeah. They do like to go towards the military base as well. I think they've found their respective vehicles, maybe a bike or something, to traverse the distance and actually come back. Now, considering that there is no real need to actually go towards the military base, but I understand it is their drop location. They will like to loot up all by themselves, get themselves completely stacked up. But even that is not necessary. Gladiator Esports, they can at this point pull off different shenanigans, like just play a nade-only game, or a smoke-only game, or maybe a utility-only game.
They indeed can pull off the shenanigans. And speaking of shenanigans, actually, Big Brother Esports has to be a big part of the conversation. They are looking safe.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
But the journey to make it inside the top 16, to make themselves safe. If you remember, at the start of today's day, Big Brother Esports was not doing that great in the overall standings. They could have been eliminated. They were on the 2nd page.
Yeah, they certainly were. And I mentioned this during one of the games as well, that it was really important for them to actually get consistent finishes as well as placement points every single game. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been qualifying. But considering that they're safe right now, it's safe to say that they've done that. They didn't really get one very big game, but they constantly managed to find decent 10 to 15 pointers every single time.
True that. And at this point in time, for a lot of the teams, 10 to 15 points, they're going to matter nothing. They need an actual nuclear performance. Team Seoul is one of those. 4 AM for them. Do you think so they stand a chance?
Again, a similar performance as Team Seoul, right? They are in the same bracket. Team Seoul, 4 AM, Team Mayavi, even Autobots as a matter of fact.
I don't think so Mayavi has that much of a chance to actually make it in, because at the start of the day, they were on the 3rd page, and then they haven't been able to perform throughout the day.
I think the positional difference between Team Seoul and Team Mayavi is extremely close. Like, they're barely any difference in there. So it's going to be a similar performance. It's going to take like a monumental effort from both of these teams to make it inside. And the sad part is only one of them can, if it, of course, is going to happen between these two teams.
Sad part? I think so. It's pretty fun. That gives us entertainment, Salty.
You're a very cruel person.
Everyone's going to be at the edge of their seats in the end. It'll be so fun to find out who will be eliminated and who will not be eliminated. Because I'm already having a lot of goosebumps.
I'm having goosebumps as well.
No, you're
but
not.
Not because of the elimination acts, but because of the fact that this is the last game of the semi-finals, and very soon the grand stage is awaiting for us.
That is true. Brave Esports on our screens. They've been looking in a decent way anyways. But looking decent is not enough. You need to be extraordinary. You need to be the chosen one. You need to be in the 16 teams that will be looking forward to qualify in the grand finals.
Yeah. I mean, for that to actually happen, Brave Esports, they need to get themselves a very good game, a chicken dinner, possibly. Team Seoul, look at them, right? They do have Autobots. They can see them in their vicinity, and they're hot on their tails. Are they hot on their tails? Are they going in for the finishes? We'll have to find out. Shots being taken. Team Seoul slamming right next to their compound, and now we are actually venturing into battle.
Team Seoul just making the biggest mistake of their life, and Akshat is all by himself, isolated and surrounded by the foes, and Akshat, he gets eaten alive from all the different directions. Team Seoul on the verge of getting eliminated from the game. It's all down to Hector. Will Hector survive this entire wrath of Autobots? It's a 1v3 scenario for Team Seoul. Their run is on the line. The qualification's on the line. And Team Seoul, they have been stuck in the biggest blunder that they can be.
Now it's Neo, the last man who is still standing in Autobots. They have done a phenomenal job. You can see it on the radar. Team Seoul, it's all red for them. Hopes and dreams of millions of fans out there. It's almost about to die out. Goblin is still standing. Can these two Wonder Kids actually make it back into the fight?
Goblin knocked out. It's all down to Neo now. Another assaulter in the back lines. Team Seoul down to just this solo survivor. Neo, he's got so much to live up to. This young guy is not going to be able to perform anymore. And Team Seoul, they take an exit from the fray. And with that, they have been officially eliminated from BGIS 2023.
Well, you can see it on that banner as well. Team Seoul eliminated. 0 finishes all for them. But look at this. Team Troublemakers as well involved in the mix. A 2-2 split coming in from them. Optimus quite close to this particular fight. Autobots might actually not have that much information about their presence.
Even Autobots now trying their best to fight back. Troublemakers, they're just causing so much trouble. Good return fire from the opponents. Mr. Frey knocked out. Skrill still up close and personal against the enemies. And now Troublemakers, once again, they start to close on up. Skrills trying to pull out some shenanigans in these moments. I'm not sure how comfortable you're going to be to do that. Orlo going for the spam with the AKM suppressed. Optimus still knocked out, bleeding to his death. Orzia like the adaptation that's came in from his side. Autobots, for them, this game matters so much. But Skrills, he gets knocked out. What a beautiful nade that was from Troublemakers, but it's not going to matter. A return knockout follows up.
I mean, as soon as Karanjot landed that beautiful nade, not really sure what just happened. Completely caught out in the open. That should not have been the place where he was holding his ground, but Autobots, of course, will manage to get themselves reset back into this particular fight. Another player being caught out in the open. Thankfully, Orlo is missing shots. These movements from Team Troublemakers just don't make any sense.
Team Soul, from making the biggest mistake of their life. Now TMZ kind of doing the same thing as well. Making the biggest mistakes of their whole career. And Autobots looking forward to put a full stop to that career.
Yeah.
They already find another knockout on the fray. Orzi and Orlo still in the back. They're alive. The man closes up in US. He's a little bit too much of a Sigma, but now he's out in the open, and that's it.
Amongst all of these fights happening, amongst Team Troublemakers and their journey finishing inside of the BGIS, and of course Team Soul, and millions of dreams being broken up alive, this is a dream come true moment for Autobots because they have got 8 eliminations without even breaking a sweat. Of course, they did have to try hard, but right inside of the first stage of the game, they have got 8 eliminations. They have not lost a player already. They were in the third page, and I think they are en route to getting that monumental game that we were talking about.
Troublemakers eliminated, Team Soul eliminated, and then Nest Esports, of course, they have been eliminated for a while now from the entire run. We've already found 3 teams that have been officially eliminated from the entire game. But then, as we know, Lucknow Giants right now is in front of us. Even for this team, the qualification's on the line. Lucknow Giants, they cannot play safe anymore. They need to get as many eliminations as possible.
I mean, not really sure for Lucknow Giants. I think it's a very difficult job. But it's still really going to take a massive performance, much like Autobots have already, and I don't really see that momentum shifting in onto them. Autobots, they have got the perfect start to this particular game, and I think they're just going to ride on that wave of momentum.
I'm already thinking about the grand finals. I'm imagining myself with the teams.
All right, what are you doing?
I'm just happy with the fact that the tickets are free.
Oh.
Anyone can be in the arena.
Oh,
it's for
really?
free. Yeah. You do not need to pay a single penny. That's the
Wow.
best part. To be a part of the grand finals, you don't need to spend money, any type of money. Now, in this world, it's tough to find free things. But over here, we're giving away a ticket for free for the grand finals. That means anyone can be there.
The biggest stage, the biggest event of the country inside of BGMI Esports. You guys have a chance of witnessing it live for absolutely free.
Against thousands of people.
Yeah.
These 16 teams duking it out for their survival, for the bragging rights, for the 2 crore prize pool. And for now, Team X Park against Marcos Gaming. Both these teams just poking each other, nothing much going on, nothing too serious, nothing critical. For Team X Park, though, they need to play this game really serious. For them, the qualification's on the line. For Marcos Gaming, they're pretty much done.
Yeah, they're pretty much done as well. I'm not really sure if Aditya has sensed it, but Spray God is going on a massive flank, trying to climb down from the Everest. But will he have the lines of sight, though? That is the question. If he does, though, I think Aditya being knocked out will be a huge dent on the Team X Park. The M16 and the single taps, of course, is going to take down Aladdin. And that's it, I think. Lights out for Marcos Gaming. Should be easy for Team X Park to sweep the rest of the players.
Marcos Gaming once again not been able to win the fight. And Team X Park, they're getting these elimination points claimed quite nicely. Vexy in the front. He's chipped out so much. The confirmation follows up with Pukar's nade. Nicely done. Team X Park now in such a big advantage spot. Spray God forms an off angle, but then slips away from the hill. Moves down. This is not a good news for Marcos Gaming. They're on the verge of getting eliminated from the entire tournament. That's Pray God once again now looking forward to reposition, but then Blind Esports is going to look forward to knock on the doors from the back. A third party arrives. Even for Blind Esports, they need any points that they can get.
Now, this fight actually became a lot more serious, especially with Blind and the involvement into this. For X-Spark as well as for Blind, this is a very high stakes game. The moment Spray got climbed down from that Everest, I knew that this team is done and dusted because one knockout and Marcos Gaming would barely have any resistance left up top. And this rotation is way too long. By the time Spray God would come up and wrap them around from a different direction, it would have been lights out for Marcos Gaming already. But look at this now. Blind Esports, they've lost a player in the process. That's Mania, the IGL. And they need to hit back. Ronnie and Nakul have a massive job in their hands right now.
Indeed do. Taps. And eventually the opponent falls down. Spray God. And there we go. Sarang, the elimination follows up instantly. Team X-Spark, they've done a fantastic job in getting those eliminations wrapped up. Blind Esports still there. Mane has been knocked out a while ago. Team X-Spark, if they want to play this one wisely, it's better to back away. Someone needs to back away.
And I think Blind Esports might actually do that. They have the exit strategy. They were the last entries inside this particular fight. And Joker is already on the move. Team X-Spark will still retain control on top of the Everest.
They will.
King of the Hill.
But the King of the Hill always needs to pay the bill. And for X-Spark, the bill will be that their position will be known to everyone. Once you're at the high ground, everyone knows where you are.
Yeah. A massive bounty on their head. But I'm still concerned about Autobots because this is one of the teams who is starting to change their fate. Team Mayavi, once again, we talked about them. They need a 30 bomb, but they needed a 40 bomb, but they definitely aren't looking comfortable inside of the map so far. Inside just one single vehicle, and which, of course, was just laid on fire. Look at this. It's just Blacks who is still surviving. The rest of them have all been lit up, and it's Gladiator Esports who's breaking another heart, who is breaking another team.
Salty, imagine the amount of pressure Blind Esports and Marcos Gaming can't feel right now. Team X-Spark as well. And then add on another team on the top in the name of Lucknow Giants. These guys are probably feeling the most amount of pressure inside the lobby. And he also forgot Team Mayavi. Finally, this brawl breaks out. Blind Esports versus Gladiator Esports is Destro, and Destro gets eaten alive. Blind Esports, they do a fantastic job to kickstart the things in this fight. Another man a little bit too chipped out. Shogun's barely alive on a sliver of HP.
Yeah, and Blind Esports, of course, have done a good job in getting themselves a start. They still have the man advantage in this particular fight, but have to be very careful. There are so many teams on this particular turf, on the edge of the blue zone. They still have to traverse approximately 400 meters, as you can see from the radar. And Blind Esports, they need to wrap this up fight very quickly. The nade! The timing was off, and Team Mayavi. Blacks, of course, just barely surviving. Look at that HP.
Yeah, Blacks somehow surviving that entire nade. Lucky enough to be alive in that moment. And Blind Esports now still looking forward to move up close and personal against the foes. MICI Esports too, taking those shots. Surya was not able to find the confirmation. Team Mayavi on a move. Blacks and the entire squad, they're gonna be on a big run. They know the bounty's in the front lines, and Team Mayavi, finally, one man gets knocked out in the open. Team Mayavi, this is a big blunder from them. MICI Esports, it was a trap set up by them.
Why did they stop in this pit stop? This just absolutely makes no sense. Blacks, of course, will be finished off with that nade. Cypher will be finished off as well. MICI just punishing Team Mayavi in this situation. This stop did not make any sense whatsoever. They knew that they had run over one of the players from Blind Esports. They would have just continued on their merry way. But no. Team Mayavi, they decide to fight.
Not just that, even Blind Esports has been eliminated.
Yeah.
These grand finals will be one of the most interesting grand finals that the IGC will witness. Even blind esports, they have been eliminated.
I'm not really sure about the qualification, to be honest. Look at this. Oh my god, bro. Barely surviving in that situation. The TBS, of course, is not going to sing the songs of death. It's only going to be one knock onto Mudit, but Killer OP from the backlines is going to finish him off.
MICI Esports, this team's just going all out. Chris OP still in the shack. Utilizing those smoke grenades to give him that cover. Autobots 2 now looking for to move away. Mr. Spray still alive in the game. And straight up just jumps in the water lines. They want to be ready to face that water circle. Autobots Esports. Solid positioning from them. 8 finishes already on the board for this team. This team's already had a really solid head start.
Yeah. I mean, imagine this, right? Autobots got 8 finishes from this particular compound itself, right? They haven't had to move an inch. They defended this compound, they got 8 finishes, the circle is forming on top of them. What else do you need in life? Maybe a ticket to the grand finals. That's something which you need.
And a lot of money.
Which also is going to come by.
Yep. Glitch X Reborn. In a pretty comfortable spot. But these guys are split way too far away from each other. I'm not sure how well that split's going to work out. Brave Esports, Hirsch next to him. In the front lines is a big threat available in the name of Big Brother Esports. And for Brave Esports, they need to make this game count. They need to make each and every single step they take in the game count.
Going in for the rotation. But it's going to be extremely dicey. They just witnessed Team Lucknow Giants cross in front of them. The vehicles collide and dude, in the middle of everything. Lucknow Giants, they reign supreme. Brave Esports, the dreams have been crushed by half, Can, as well as Simple on a rescue mission. In fact, they've completely gone away from this particular fight, taking that last ditch entry.
God!
Shotgun spam from Prajwal. It's Big Brother Esports.
Even they are almost going to be eliminated from the game. Top Dog 2 knocked out Lucknow Giants. This team is just unleashing the wrath against the foes. And Lucknow Giants single-handedly is making sure that the opponents are going to crack under the pressure. Austin Bot is a little bit too low in these moments. Wants to go for the meds, wants to go for the resupply. But from the back, it's going to be the players of Aggressive Men just knocking on the door. Skillful. King KO closes on up. He spots out the players, take an exit from the fray. And then for Aggressive Men, even they start to move away. So many teams have already cracked under the pressure. This circle is a weird one.
Circle is definitely a weird one. Brave Esports still surviving. Can see them in the distance. Simple and Can just taking the plunge into the waters to try and protect themselves from all the wrath which is unleashing on the land. It's 4 Aggressive Men, Medley Esports, and so many other teams. Autobots still yet to make a move, still yet to make their presence felt, but I think when the time is right, they can strike. But 4 Aggressive Men, they're looking very hot right now.
They indeed are. Team X Park in the water line, slowly and steadily swimming to the safe zone. For Team X Park, the qualification's on the line. The same thing can be said for Brave Esports. Autobots too. And even for Aggressive Men. They know the enemies are in the front lines. One single good nade might just find the confirmation, and it does. Duke knocked out. Still one more guy around him.
Look at this. The nade being cooked up. It lands almost perfectly. It seems like Roman OG will be pushed back. 4 Aggressive Men. They're coming in strong. They're coming in hot with all of their numbers.
Oh, the Molotov tossed out. The floor's going to be lava, and that's it. Glitch X Reborn. They might just be eliminated right here, right now. Roman's knocked out as well. Glitch X Reborn not been able to carry on the momentum so far inside this game. I mentioned this a while ago too. I'm not a huge fan of Glitch X Reborn split, and that's what exactly happens. That split does not work out.
But for now, I think 4 Aggressive Men, they have the best split inside of the final circle. They will just have to enter inside it. Team X-Pac, being the silent crocodiles, being the silent reptiles that came in from the water lines, and now they're prepared for a surgical strike on 4 Aggressive Men from the back lines. But Chris Opie was still alive. He's taking shots against 4 Aggressive Men, trying to take revenge.
Autobots now in the front lines, making sure no one's going to be crossing on over on the opposite side of the bridge. And RC, he spots one player out in the open. Mudit's still somehow alive. So many shots were taken against him, but RC is just not able to find that sweet connection just yet. And now RZ is going to be looking forward to close on up to the safe zone. There's still 2 players in the back, which are his own teammates. He's going to regroup up with his teammates. That's a wise option to pull.
The circle is completely dominated by Medal Esports. They've got so much space to actually move around, but Autobots barely making it to the edge lines, and it seems like they've been spotted as well, but it's from the back lines. It's MICI Esports. Now this is trouble times for Autobots. They need to get this chicken. They need to hit back at MICI with their full force and actually progress forward, because otherwise Autobots and their journey will be ending as well. Encore is the only one who has been left, who has been tasked with guarding the circle itself. Meanwhile, the rest of the players from Medal Esports, they're trying to go in for a flank.
Oh, a really good nade from Encore. Finds the opening against Autobots. Tosses another one, too. That's going to be another 3-pointer on the way. Finds another connection. Orlo knocked out as well. Autobots slowly and steadily on the verge of getting dismantled. And now from the back, it's going to be the players of MICI Esports making the march of death. Even they're looking forward to close on up to the safe zone. Autobots, they want to get the resurrections back up on the fallen comrades. MICI Esports on the opposite side. Encore, he made that push happen, but it just did not work out. Autobots now, they spot one man out in the open, but MICI Esports, they strike back. The man turns around and keeps his head on a swivel.
The Autobots still have a breathing room, Necro. They still can manage to revive all of their players. It's a 3v2v2 situation. 4 aggressive men are also involved in the mix. These 2 teams might just be able to make it inside the grand finals. 8 finishes on 4 aggressive men. Approximately 12 finishes on Autobots.
Still a lot of questions to be answered, ladies and gentlemen. Medal Esports 2 is still there on the opposite side, but the circle is favoring the players of Autobots, and that's the best news so far inside the game for Autobots. Can this comeback come into play? That's the question.
The stage is definitely set. And I think this is time to actually press it into action. Ozzy finds the first knock onto Medal Esports, and Autobots look to chime into the action as well. The rest of the players, they want to finish off Medal Esports as quickly as possible, Necro.
What a beautiful spray that was. Paradox going for the patch up. Uses that energy drink too. Medal Esports, this might just be it for them. But the game really matters a lot to Autobots and 4 aggressive men. King Kale, he spots out Orlo. He knows there's someone behind that tree, but still just wanting to go for that pixel peek. He's waiting for that glimmer of hope to arrive. And as soon as the glimmer of the opponent spotted, the first knockout might just hit the deck. Autobots, it's all down to Orlo. Everything on his shoulder. Autobots trying their best to fight back. 1v2. Do you think he can pull it off?
Not really sure, Necro. No utility to actually work with, and 4 aggressive men. They are gonna be finding themselves with the chicken dinner. This was unexpected, to be honest. That was fabulous.
That was an insane stuff from the side of 4 a.m. I mean, even I was caught off guard. I genuinely did not think Autobots is going to be the one to get eliminated like that. But then Encore just playing that massive spoiler in the final few moments. Even MICI Esports just coming in forward. Even they played a bit of spoiler against Autobots. And in the end, 4 aggressive men, they were just left with the open terrain to play with. A big opportunity to capitalize on. And as I mentioned, they were just waiting for that glimmer. As soon as they saw that glimmer, they strike the opponents down.
Exactly, and the good part about that particular fight, the last 2v2, was that 4 aggressive men, they had utility to work with. Skrills had neither any sort of healing utility, nor did he have any throwables in that particular fight. The fact that 4 aggressive men had those in their bag just granted them that additional pressure. They could force those players out of behind the tree cover, whatever they had, right? And that just worked for them.
Now, even more questions are in my mind. Have 4 a.m. made it or not? So many questions. A couple of them have been answered, but then a couple of them have arrived once again.
I think we sort of have answered the question of who is not making inside of the grand finals, but we still don't know who is making inside the grand finals. That's it.
we don't know the confirmed top 16, right? That's the big issue. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be able to figure that top 16 out soon enough, considering we know there's going to be a little bit of break right now, and then on the other side of the break will be all the shenanigans, and then the overall standings will be arriving. So as you guys know the tradition, now it's time for us to toss to a short break.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है हम
अरे पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है। ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back, gamers, after that short break. And you know what, Salty? Now, after that last game, the only thing that awaits us is the grand finals. And soon enough, even we will be moving forward to the arena.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, right, I'm already getting goosebumps right now at this point. It's such a grand stage. It's such a grand venue as well. And the top 16 are going to proceed. We are going to proceed there as well. And a lot of you guys are going to proceed there as well. I see you. I'll see you at the venue as well.
Exactly. The best part is the registrations are completely free. But now you might just be wondering, how do I register? So let's move on forward and take a look at the registration process, considering there's going to be a link given to you guys.
Yeah.
But just make sure that you're quick enough on the registration process, because if you're going to miss out, then, well, unfortunately, you might just not have a chance to be the part of the grand finals. But here is the link. Make sure to go right now and register yourself. Be quick.
I mean, speaking of the grand finals, of course, once again, you've got the beautiful venue, you've got the graphic playing here as well. It's the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Stadium inside of Mumbai. If you guys are from Mumbai, even if you're not, just come and visit us because this is the grandest esports event of the year. You wouldn't actually find anything bigger.
Exactly, and you would not want to miss out on this opportunity too, considering it's been happening since such a long time now, this entire event. So many emotions have been there, not just from us as commentators, I'm pretty sure even from the teams, even from the viewers that have been watching so far. So in general, a lot of emotions are connected to this thing.
Exactly. And I think this event, this entire tournament is sort of like an era-defining tournament, to be honest, because we've moved past multiple big names, Necro. A couple of them we're going to move past right now at this moment when we talk about the results as well. But even in the past, right, throughout multiple rounds, throughout the grind as well, through the lower brackets, through multiple rounds, like I said, many big names have left us in this particular journey, and we've seen the dawn of new superstars of the future.
That is true. But you know what, Salty? Let's move on forward and take a look at the highlights of the previous game. Speaking about the big names, though, there's a chance even Blind Esports might just be eliminated from this tournament. There's a chance we might not see a big Goliath like Blind Esports in the grand finals.
It certainly will be a very big surprise. The biggest surprise of them all was this one, right? Team Soul in that particular situation, just completely ramming on into Autobots and their compound, but not really getting any sort of benefit out of it.
Yeah, I do not know what Team Soul was thinking at that point. I really want to know what were they thinking in general, considering so many things were just going wrong for them. But then we know they need to perform well. But then I guess under the pressure, Team Soul just ended up cracking.
Yeah. I mean, it was not just Team Soul as well. Even Troublemakers tried to involve into a third party, but it's literally... right, it's literally handing points to Autobots in that situation because you don't really do that in a situation when you're not prepared to take a fight. Autobots, from that point on, had such a good momentum. They did not have to leave that particular compound throughout this particular game.
Even for Team Mayavi, the qualifications was on the line in the previous game. Even they messed up massively, especially when they took a fight against the players of Blind Esports over there. Things were so messed up. I genuinely thought Blind Esports had a big chance of winning this previous game, but then no. They just make a rookie mistake. They start taking fights that they really did not need it to.
Speaking of rookie mistakes, I mean, Team Mayavi, the way they collapsed in this particular game, I'm not really sure what I have to think about it because the way they stopped in the middle of their tracks with their buggy, Blacks and others, look at this, right? They had no business stopping in. They had no business stopping in out in the open when they know, as a matter of fact, that MICI is taking shots against them. They know that Blind Esports has been run over as well. So they found the elimination. Just absolutely disastrous in that occasion.
And then Team Maui, after that, they were just in a big panic situation where they just started making mistakes after mistakes. Once you make one mistake, the second one will follow up without a doubt. Lucknow Giants, too, for a moment it felt like they might just start dominating the entire floor, but then no. And 4 aggressive men from the back line just start knocking on their doors with the third party.
I mean, absolutely, right? 4 aggressive men and Autobots. These two teams have sort of established their dominance in this particular fight. Autobots, as a matter of fact, this was the position where I felt like Encore had single-handedly destroyed their dreams. But from that point on, even then, Autobots was still pretty resilient enough to actually find a recovery and get back in the fight once again.
What an insane spray that was from that guy from MICI Esports.
Yeah.
That was an absolute laser beam against the players of 4 aggressive men. But now the question still lies, have any of these teams made it in the top 16? For even Autobots, the qualifications was over there. For the players of 4 aggressive men, even they needed to qualify. Once again, the questions just keep on popping up in my head.
Like we said, right? I mean, we know, as a matter of fact, certain big names have left us, right? Team Mavi have certainly left us. Team Soul have certainly left the competition as well.
Marcos Gaming, X-Park.
I mean, those were already done and dusted. I'm just talking about this particular game as well, right? I mean, we've seen these big names just completely get eliminated. Even Blind Esports, as a matter of fact, I'm not really sure of where their position is. But the questions which remain to be unanswered are the fact that Insane, I think Team Insane is done and dusted as well. Night Owls, where they actually are.
I don't think so. There's no way Team Insane's gone. I think so. Team Insane still have a fighting chance. They're still in the top 16, and they will be fighting, I think so, in the grand finals. But once again, we're just making speculations over here. That's the problem. I just want to look at the overall standings. Before now, let's take a look at the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Autobots Orzi with 6 finishes and 50% finish contribution.
Exactly. Now, for Autobots, this was a fabulous game, but it only remains to be seen, have they done enough, Necro? I know, as a matter of fact, the only question that's going to pop up is, have Autobots done enough? Because when you get 8 points from the final game, just inside the stage 2, you know, as a matter of fact, that you are built for something great. Even MICI, as a matter of fact, Surya just performing really brilliantly. I'm so excited to meet this player in person inside of the LAN.
MICI is just built different.
Yeah.
Surya too, this man was just beaming down players. That's who I'm going to call the beamer son. And then speak about Kunal too from MICI Esports with 4 finishes. King KO with 4 himself. Now 4AM, there's been a big chance that 4AM might just make the cut in the top 16. Before now, let's move on forward and take a look at the point standings from the previous game.
Yeah. Very excited to find out how many points 4AM and Autobots have from this one. First and the second positions respectively. Autobots have 12 finishes, 4AM have 8 finishes if I'm not mistaken, 10 finishes as a matter of fact, 25 and 24 points respectively. Such massive games for these two teams.
Wait, there's a chance Team X Spark might qualify. There's a chance. They got 10 points in total. Oh wait, so many questions once again now popping up in my head.
What about Blind and Brave though? 4 points on this team, 2 points on Brave as well. Team Mayavi, certainly they were way off, so 5 points aren't really going to make the cut. Lucknow Giants as well, they were completely on a different, on third page as well. 7 points isn't going to make the cut. And of course, at the very end, ladies and gentlemen, on the 13th spot, you have disappointment, you have heartbreaks in the form of Team Soul. 0 points acquired from this game.
Troublemakers 2, 0 points. Marcos Gaming as well, 0 points. Nest Esports 2, 0 points. Now, the only thing we all are waiting for are the overall standings, Salty.
Yeah.
That's the only thing everyone is just waiting for. And I was pretty much at the edge of my seat.
I mean, yeah, right? I'm at the edge of my seat as well. Not right now, especially when we're casting that game, especially when 4AM and Autobots were fighting against each other, because these two teams were right at the edge. Brave Esports was right at the edge. Team Insane and Night Owls were at the edge. There were so many teams who were in such close proximity on the overall standings that we have no clue who is actually making inside. Now, you speak about Team Xbox during the match scorecard as well. I felt like they were very close in on the 100-point mark. I think they somewhat had about 97 points, if I remember accurately. 10 points is going to push them forward. I still am not sure if that's enough. But if at the end of 12 games inside of the semi-finals, the cutoff for top 16 is more than 100 points?
Okay, all of that is fine, but the production is just too cruel. They're not showing us the overall standings, and we're just sitting over here waiting for the overall standings to pop up. But you know what? Soon enough, I've got the call out from the production itself that the overall standings are on the way, ladies and gentlemen. So just wait over there, sit down on the edge of your seats, grab a couple of popcorns, because the overall standings are going to give you a lot of goosebumps. So let's move on forward, ladies and gentlemen, and take a look at these overall standings of the semifinals of BGIS 2023 and find out which teams are going to be the one to qualify for the grand finals.
And with that being said, Medley Esports at the very top, 148 points. Consistency has actually taken them this far. Revenant Esports, 137 points as well. Gladiators Esports 135 points, GlitchX Rebound 132 and CS Esports 131. These are your top 5, Necro.
MICI Esports on the 6th, God's Reign on the 7th, Midwave Esports on the 8th spot with 116 points. Speak about MICI Esports, this team has showcased so many improvements in the semifinals itself, and then the same thing can be said for CS Esports. For them, the journey was quite weird, but now it's time to take a look at the second page and the top 16s in front of us. Blind Esports, they've made it. Team X Spark, even they've made it. OR Esports on the 11th spot. 4 aggressive men, they make the cut. Even Night Owls.
Oh my goodness, 4 aggressive men. The chicken dinner in the final game. It helps them make the cut. Imagine this. Had they not gotten the chicken dinner for themselves, had Autobots won that game, 4 aggressive men would not have qualified. A difference of 2 points would have meant that this team would have missed out on the grand finals. But for Aggressive Men, I'm pretty sure it's all celebrations all around. Growing strong at the very top of the second page. 112 points for them. But oh my god, team system.
Oh, this is such a big blow. Even Team Insane not qualifying. I thought Team Insane could make it. I genuinely had so many hopes from Team Insane, but they have been DQ'd. They have been kicked out from the BGIS. Even Autobots have been kicked out. Brave Esports has been kicked out as well. Titan FTW will not be seen. Lucknow Giants, Team Soul, Team Mayavi, so many big names have not made the cut. But speaking about 4 Aggressive Men, that was the clutch of the century.
That certainly was the clutch of the century. I mean, I can't even begin to imagine the situation which could have been happening inside of this point on. But anyways, we're going to move on, of course. WSB in the 4th page. Such a valiant effort from this team throughout the tournament. They've been impressive so far, but it seems like their journey is going to end right now.
Yeah, a lot of gaming's on the last page. WSB Gaming, Enigma Gaming, Marcos Gaming, Newman Gaming. And they were just not able to game in the semifinals when they really need to game.
Yeah, it certainly is going to sting them every single time. Just like you said, right, even Blood Rose Esports, as a matter of fact, they came in from the grind. What a valiant performance it was for them.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the BGIS 2023 Grand Finalists as they are in front of you. These are the top 16 teams that have been forced and that deserve to represent themselves on the big grand stage of the Grand Finals.
Absolutely, and it is such a good sight, to be honest, because there's a healthy mixture of young teams and experienced teams. The young guns have showed their potential. They've showed that they are built for this stage itself. And of course, the experienced ones have come out strong. They're the ones who are still carrying the mantle forward. But we'll only have one winner at the end of this extravaganza, Necro.
Night Owls, the cliffhanger. Barely just hanging on the cliff in the overall standings.
Yeah.
4 Aggressive Men barely making that cut. Big Brothers too. Somehow qualifying over there. Blind Esports as well. That last game mattered so much. And even they make it. I was so scared. I thought that we might not just see the players of Blind Esports make it in the Grand Finals.
And it's so beautiful to actually witness that. Blind Esports, of course, they've actually made it, but they haven't continued the run of form that we witnessed at the start of the tournament. Blind Esports have been struggling. This is the amount of pressure the new guns are bringing onto the table. And I don't even know, maybe the LAN is going to be something different. The LAN actually might bring out the beast which is hiding inside of them.
Speak of the beast, and the boss before the final boss has been defeated, has been eliminated. Now it's time for us to take a look and move on to the final stage of this tournament, where we will meet the final 16 bosses.
Yep. The final 16 bosses. But before we actually meet the final 16 bosses, let's actually find out who are the top 10 players, because they are battling for the tag of MVP of the BGIS. Ladies and gentlemen, the top 10 rebels in front of you, and Ninja Jord is still at the very top. He will get the opportunity of actually adding on to this as well.
He reclaims his throne. Ninja Jord back on the first spot once again. Delta PG being pushed back on the second. Brawny on the third. Godbot on the fourth, and then Knuckle on the fifth with 52 points accumulated. Now let's move on forward and take a look at the next page, because that's where things are going to be spiced up even more.
Yeah, it certainly will be, but it's such a nice sight to witness Godbot among so many other big names in this situation as well. Leo on that 6th position, another underdog. Amid so many great players, you've got WSB ZF, whose journey, of course, inside of the competition did come to an end. You've got Titan FTW, Spunk. I'm pretty sure these players are going to continue their grind, are going to come back stronger. But Revenant Esports, you've got MJ, you've got Sarang, and finally you've got Cleo to wrap things up. Ninja Jord is sitting at the very top, but I think there is going to be change. I think there is going to be somebody inside of the finals who will just, outshine the rest of the competition. Might just be an underdog. I absolutely pray, Necro, it should be an underdog player who will just become the next superstar in the BGMI esports circuit.
I feel so bad for Zeref.
Yeah.
He's the only one over there who has been eliminated from the entire tournament. He does not have a chance to fight for that spot anymore, ladies and gentlemen. That means he will not be seen in the top 10 once the grand finals begins. Salty, so far, the entire journey of BGIS 2023 has been a long one. A lot of emotions were connected to the entire tournament, to these teams as well. But for the majority of the teams, we have already bid them adieu. How do you feel?
To be honest, at this point, we started off with 2,048 teams, and now we have only 16 teams left. I mentioned it something right at the very start of the tournament that only the best of the best will actually make it. Otherwise, the format is extremely cruel. And it seems like the format and the tournament, they stick true to its nature, that if you're not cut out to be the very best, you'll miss out. And I think the big names kind of have suffered similar fate. But I'm very, very happy right now, Necro, that there are so many new names who are upcoming. And this is a new era for BGMI esports inside of the country right now.
And this is what BGIS is supposed to be for.
Yeah.
BGIS is supposed to provide that platform to the new and the uprising stars to showcase themselves in a better fashion.
Yep.
And we are going to see a lot of these new stars rising up on that stage on Mumbai.
Yeah.
And I just cannot wait to step my foot on that stage.
I mean, neither can I, right? I mean, we can't wait to be honest. It starts off from 12, but I just feel like, why aren't we just starting the grand finals from tomorrow itself? I am ready. I'm pretty sure the audience is ready as well, especially everyone from Mumbai. I would just request every single one who is watching the broadcast, of course, not just English, but as well as Hindi, just come visit and experience this extravaganza once again.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, make sure to go out and follow all the socials of Craft in India Esports, be it Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever you guys like to use. Just make sure to follow all the socials. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, as you guys all know the tradition, it's time for us to take a leave because we know what awaits on the other side of this leave is the grand finals, the big stage that already the 16 teams will be stepping their foot on. So that's going to be it from me, Necro, and Salty. It's time for us to sign off.